going on, folks? I'm off from work a bit early, so I decided that before I go into my homework, I'm going to relax. My wife went to go pick up my son, so he'll be here in a few minutes. I've ordered some food, so it's just open discussion. I've already sent out some invites, and I'm going to be streaming Star Wars: The Old Republic while I have this open, and I'm going to put the link out in the chat. So if you want the link, it's on the actual event itself. Like I said, I did send out some invites to people already. And okay, not sure if it's going through. Please bear with me. I think this will be the first time I'm actually streaming it. Like streaming it in this fashion. There we go. Boom. Let's see if I can. People can at least hear it. Do do. Like the music. And I thought this would disappear. Or go down or something. Properties. Auto hide taskbar. There we go. Go away. Okay. Okay, what am I doing? I'm standing around. All right, so let me.
Care to take a look at our ordnance?
New. What the hell is this? That gets sold. Don't know what it is. Get rid of it.
For the Empire.
For the Empire. Let me check out, see if I can get some more PvP gear. This is, oh, that's my regular gear. Currency. I have 800. So, what can I buy?
I've got the best hardware and the best prices.
Oh, really? Best hardware and the best prices. Yeah, I can get rid of the Empire. Well, yeah.
Good hunting.
Hunting to you too. Okay. So that's another piece. Expertise, 777.
Attention. Travel to Tatooine is strictly banned by Imperial Edict until the Rakul outbreak has been contained.
Oh. But I can go to Tatooine. Holy shit. Damn Rancor. Let me see if I can. Okay, so so head to Tatooine for now. Yeah, let's head to Tatooine.
What's up, Jack?
What's going on? Who's this?
Oh, it's Blue.
Hey, what's going on, Blue?
How are you? What game are you on?
I'm on Star Wars: The Old Republic.
Wow.
Just figured I'd give this a try. Is the stream coming through okay?
Oh, yeah? Excellent.
Tried to turn up the volume so people could actually hear it through my headset. I don't know how it's actually sounding.
What's up?
What's going
All I
on?
hear is kind of the music in the background, but I think it's better just to hear your voice anyway.
Okay. All right. Somebody else just come in?
Yeah, what's up, Viva?
What up?
What's going on?
Nothing much. Chilling on July 4th.
Yeah, they actually sent me home because there's not too many people out shopping. Imagine that. So like, hey, you want to go home? I was like, fuck yeah.
Don't have to tell me twice.
Exactly. I was already sitting at my computer too. I was like, hey, let's clock out. Oh. So I'm guessing I didn't see Nadia's channel up, so I was like, okay, I guess she's out actually doing something today. So, all right. Not sure where all the fundies are at.
Yeah, she's earned a day off, right?
Yeah, putting in the hours.
Yeah. She has earned that day off. Poor Nadia.
Does it make me a bad person for enjoying Matt Bell giving Christians beatdowns? I don't know. I enjoy it. He's a dishonest person, but I enjoy him giving beatdowns to Christians.
No, I experienced some of his dishonesty yesterday when he was in Nate's hangout, and he literally had just quoted that he wanted to rely on the anecdotes of people of Charleston, and then when I said, you know what, I actually have family there and I know them, and I'm telling you from personal experience that you're only seeing what you want to see, and then at that very moment he was against using anecdotes. Just that easy. And I was like, how did you? We have you recorded, dude. Did you not think that somebody could go back and watch how you just flip-flopped? But he got all pissed off and left and went to Nadia's hangouts, and I'm pretty sure he gave because I know he doesn't like Veckel, Arcane, and a few others. So
he was dishing out beatdowns to and it's. I mean, I just guess fundamentally, when you're like an apologist like him, you're dishonest at your core. But I mean, if you want to be in prison, Matt Bell doesn't let you out of that prison, right? You want to be in there, so he's going to hold you accountable to it. He's going to hold you accountable to the rules of the yard. And I love watching it.
yeah. So when someone tried to do some flip-flopping on him, and he didn't want it.
No, I mean, well, if you want to be a Christian, like Matt Bell's going to hold you to like some verses, right? And when he uses it, it's like, well, one guy was like, well, I don't believe God would kill people, and then Matt Bell just trudges out verse after verse where God did, and he was like, well, so yeah, I mean, do you believe it or do you not believe it? I'm like, he's got a point.
Yeah,
I get no joy from watching that, although I understand why you do, definitely. But ultimately, it gets back to how many angels dance on the head of a pin, and that's what these guys are talking about.
I mean, it kind of says a lot if another Christian is calling you out on being dishonest, as well as skeptics.
Please use all products only as intended.
But what you pointed out, this idea that you don't remember what you said literally 30 seconds ago, well,
It's dishonesty on top of dishonesty, but you know, it's like whatever. You have to expect it. I can't say that I honestly don't. 'Cause, I mean, it's like dealing with Roy Montero. You know that at some point he's going to pull out his fucking bullshit that he can say and do whatever he wants to, and then you just have to accept it.
Well, that's over. That's over. Oh, well, hey, thanks for hanging out. I got to go make the report. Thanks for hanging out, team.
See ya.
All right, get those TPS reports ready.
Actually, let me see. Who else came in here? The Right Honorable Sir Cumberbatch
Of Essex.
of Essex. Oh, okay. Probably a troll, but I'll keep him around. Why not?
I know he's got that sophisticated avatar.
Yeah, he does. Might as well give him admin.
Sounds about right.
All right, since I'm alt tabbed, just I gave Viva, I shared the controls with you, so you can kind of monitor who comes in and out, just in case. I don't mind trolls as long as you're not really annoying, but you know, I see what they've been doing to Shadow's Hangout, so I'm like, yeah, I'm a little less lenient than I probably should be. Boom. Yes, feel free to share the link with folks who want to come in.
This is true lunacy! We are not about to be physically threatened
how do we get rid of this
anyone
stuff?
else! How dare you and your brethren make death
You click on the tab, and
There's no
you
bill
see it
here,
eject.
just your wake-up call!
What? The tab?
Yeah, you
Strategy
click on his
is
name.
proved to be a serious mistake in judgment on your part.
You see his icon down there?
Yeah,
Do
yeah.
you have any
Okay. Then click eject.
Alright.
immature! You look through this! I don't think he is a candidate for Mission Impossible.
Here. That was pretty funny, though. I'll give him that. I will give him that. Was pretty funny. It's got a nice opportunity for folks to see how the controls work. But I mean, these guys have a bunch of stock accounts, and so they'll.
Oh, yeah, I'm
another
sure.
one will come in a minute. So.
Yeah,
I mean, at least if you're going to do it, come up with like some Arnold Schwarzenegger quotes or something.
there was that guy. Yeah, I remember him. The guy that would do all the Arnold quotes.
Yeah. He would have it was a soundboard,
Yeah,
and he had an entire conversation. It's
yeah.
like,
You would think,
those are the kind of trolls that like put the effort into it. It's like, you know what,
you've gotta
sir?
respect that. You've got
Yeah,
to.
I do. I honestly respect that. You put a lot of time. It is not just random blathering. I will respect that, and you get to stay. Oh, food.
Eric, there you are.
Hey, how you doing?
What's going on, man?
Ooh, yes. So hungry. Who came in?
Eric. Silverman.
Eric Silverman. Oh, hey, what's going on?
Yeah, but it's just one thing. I used to. I don't know. Can you be an apologist and be honest? Or I don't think it's possible. I just don't think it's possible. I don't think it's possible.
Okay, well, when we're saying honest, it's at some degree you have to say, you know what? I'm taking X, Y, and Z on faith, and I cannot say for certain that this is the truth, but this is what I believe to be true. I think that would be the most honest position that you could take when it comes to that. But to say that I know this is, and this is absolute truth, but I can't demonstrate it, but you need to believe it, then you start going into the realm of dishonesty.
Yeah, I mean, because me and Matt Bell were getting into it. Yes, now granted, I enjoy reading like Stephen Hawking's books. I've read some, but you know, both me and him are not astrophysicists, right? And he says there's 50 undeniable points of evidence for God, and he goes to the Kalam, and then I point out that even cosmologists say there's a point and there's a density from which relativity breaks down. So space-time breaks down. That's where they say the expansion. They know the expansion from there, but he claims that means there's a beginning. Even the people that he's misquoting, he knows he's misquoting them. He's being dishonest, and he's saying that even these people believe that the universe was created from this point, and that's not what they believe. And he knows it. That's the thing that I'm like, we're both laymen, and you know that you're lying.
Yeah, and I know he spent an incredible amount of time studying it. It's just, I think that's the point at which he is personally dishonest, and other apologists I've seen will just kind of skip straight to their argument without actually going a roundabout way, and just say, you know what, I know this is, and you just need to believe it, but then try to back it up later with something such as, I forgot who I was talking to the other day. This guy wasn't bad at all. He was just trying to quote this Jewish physicist, saying that this Jewish physicist had actually found proof, and someone actually went and looked this guy up, and he didn't have any published papers on the topic. It was something that he put out on a blog or something.
Yeah, and then he quotes Vilenkin. It's like they're just so dishonest. But the thing, it's one thing to just not know it and you make an honest mistake. But he's misquoting these guys, and he's obviously lying, right? And I don't know if people have called him on that in that argument, but I'm like, you're making a claim that these people are not making. They don't say that there's like a beginning to the universe. What they clearly are stating is there's a point at which relativity breaks down. That's space-time. So from beyond that point, they don't know how to look beyond that. So from that cosmic expansion phase of it, they can say, okay, the universe that we know of is this old. But that doesn't say that it's obvious he knows that, right? He knows that, and he's lying. And then he called me MFer and all this stuff, and just kind of blew up. And I was like, come on, it's like, come on, you're lying.
Sorry, I had my mic muted. Yeah, that's just Matt Bell gets upset. He tries to play the high road, or like he wants to take the high road, and he wants to play the morally and intellectually superior person. That's the role that he wants to be. And he'll play that role to a degree. And when you start calling him out on it, and then you show that it's just a facade, he gets upset. And that's when the name calling and stuff happens.
Oh, yeah, he called me a dumb motherfucker. Yeah. That was like, whoa, yeah, that was out of nowhere.
When have you ever seen somebody like Ozzy, do something like that when someone disagrees with him?
Yeah, it's just like, that escalated quickly.
You know what, though? I'm listening to you, and I think that you may want to not tell anybody what they know or don't know. I think that that's something that's going to always be a point of contention, and is essentially telling them that you know more about them than they do. It's an offensive thing to do. I hate it when it's done to me, and that's why I say that.
Okay, I generally don't do that, but what he counts on is people.
But I'm not saying you do it. I'm not saying you're wrong. I'm not saying you're right about your points. I'm just saying that if you want something to not escalate, you need to find an alternative to. That you're speed lying, or this, or that's just gonna be taking a person's autonomy away, and that's gonna be offensive. So I'm just, as a thought, just in the future, if you want somebody to be present and accessible, you probably want to find an alternative.
Okay, I mean that's a valid. I'll take that. It's just if you would have saw that he was basically browbeating a guy some guy from Europe or something. He was browbeating the guy with that Kalam argument, and I just sometimes you just like you call him out on because I saw what I knew to be true.
What would have been an alternative though to telling him that he knows something that he knows that he's wrong?
Honestly, I don't know if I actually said. It's my impression. I don't think I actually said to him that you're wrong. I said, like, Matt, the people you are quoting don't say that there is a beginning to the universe. What they say is, from this point, relativity breaks down. So, of course, space-time breaks down. And from this point, the density is infinite, or the temperature. We don't know how to measure this before. So
that's a reasonable perspective.
Yeah, completely. And I think that's what I don't think I even accosted him like that. But his response to me is what made me like, this guy knows that what he's doing is not right.
Well, either that or he know what. I understand exactly what you're saying. Listen, I never talk to Matt anymore. I don't waste my time with him. And he sabotages other people by having a hissy fit. He does. I get that. So the only thing that I wanted to say was something that you probably never said anyway. So
no, and I'm actually going to agree with you. Sorry, meaning. But it's something that I've actually spoken about over the last few weeks. Is just I really don't mind people's arguments. I mean, you can say all you want, but when you start telling me what I believe and what I think, that's when you cross into an area where you're no longer having a conversation with me. You're having a conversation with straw drag.
It's dictating. It's interpreting. It's self-serving interpretation. And Matt does that, by the way. He does it all. That's why I don't talk to him. And he says, "Well, you're just this or doing this or that." That's what Neffy does too.
Oh yeah.
When people tell me why I do something, who the fuck? What? Get the hell.
Are you psychic?
Yeah, and it's very common. And I probably have done it too with people. I try not to, but I probably have.
Yeah, that's a good point. I'm gonna catch myself. It's a good point. I don't think I did, but
even
I'm just
if you don't say
yeah.
it, you might have given that off. And you know what? It's hard, man. It is. Listen, I'm about the worst person about tolerating when somebody is just going off the rails, and I know that they're just sabotaging or they're just trolling. I'm the worst. I tell them to just fuck off. And I just did it a few minutes ago with this guy Yehuda 101. I'd been debating with him since yesterday, where he was telling me how he was a Vietnam vet and how the U.S. is a Christian country, and I'm like, dude, you're a vet. You fought in a war, and you don't even know what the Constitution stands for. You don't even know basic principles. I was like, and then he backed off, and then he came right back and did the same thing. So I think this guy was trolling. Matt, in a sense, at times, is trolling. We're just familiar with him, in my opinion.
No, you bring up a good point. I think some of the times he is just there to fuck with people because he knows he can get under people's skin. That's not anything that everyone knows that he can, and there's certain buttons he can push just because he's bad.
Isn't that sad?
Yeah.
I know that I can push people's buttons too, and I don't think that I hope I don't use it to be an asshole, just simply to be an asshole, and that's what I think Matt does a lot of times. I think that he's projecting a lot of sadness, and when I do realize that, I think it helps me to be a little bit compassionate, even though I really don't like him. Same thing with Trey.
The thing about it is with Matt though is okay. So yeah, it's obvious he's like something in his personal life you shouldn't be like that kind of person, right? Even on the internet. But the thing is that the Christians will be on a hangout, and when he's doing kalam, they'll be all for him, right? It's like, you guys know how he is. This is not how a Christian should represent himself, right? But they'll, because I guess he's on their team, they'll be all for him, right?
And that is something that I'm having a hard time reconciling to. That is really something that I'm having difficulty reconciling, because what it ends up doing is it ends up leading me to pass judgment and make gross generalizations about Christians. Because you see that behavior, and it's so pervasive. It's probably pervasive on both sides of the argument, but I don't want to be on the team. Fighting against the team. And I don't want to judge a team. If somebody wants to have a conversation, I don't want to be judged as a liberal or as an atheist. I want to be judged as who I am. And I think that's... But
yeah, not to I don't believe in religion, and not to just be like pro the non-religious side, but I find like on the non-religious side, if somebody's an a-hole, that person gets ostracized. It's not like somebody we glam onto them. It's like if they make bad arguments or their personality's bad, nobody's gonna stick up for them. While on their side, it's, well, I guess if you believe in the same God I do, I guess I have to be on your side type thing.
Go ahead, Eric.
Who has been ostracized, though, as far as the atheists? And there probably are some. I just can't think of any.
Recently, Chaswald.
Okay.
Do you remember that guy, Forbidden Fruit? He was like really militant atheist. Like I started like coming on when he did, and like he was big for a while, and then people were like, "This guy's really a prick."
Oh, I think also Raul.
Oh yeah, yeah.
I'll tell you, I've been criticized for my behavior, and I deserved it.
But yeah, and I think that's what V was kind of getting at, is that and I kind of do hate to do the us versus them thing, but I see more criticism from the secularists than I do from Christians.
Right, people challenging themselves, more willing to challenge themselves.
But what I also think it's also something that they try to do their corrections behind closed doors, and so we may not see it.
If that happens, then good for them. That's fine. But I get a lot of excuses, especially from like Ronnie, Veckel. It's like, come on, guys. If you can't see that there's something wrong with the dishonesty and the accusations being made about people, just simply because they don't share your view, then there's a problem.
Well, that's the thing, and that's something I've always really wondered too. Is like, I know a lot of them go. Speaking of Ronnie, I know a lot of them go to Ronnie because he pretends as though he has a lot of knowledge in the realm of science, but much of what he says can easily be debunked with one Google search. So it really makes me wonder how objective they are at the end of the day.
I don't know. I will say, Bible Thumping Wingnut and Matthew 4:19, they called out G-Man and they called out Brett and those guys, and I don't agree with their views on a lot of things, but I think that they really are trying. Excuse me. I think that they intend on being reasonable about stuff like that.
Yeah, and I did watch that. That was an interesting dynamic, I guess I could say. But they kind of ruined it for me when they brought on Matt Slick, who dabbles in nothing but dishonesty.
Well, that's yeah.
So I mean, it's
at the end of the day, I guess at the end of the day, they gravitate towards what will let them feel authentic in their faith. I was in the hangout yesterday with Nate and with Roy, of course, who totally sabotaged the hangout, and it was about getting back to basics.
Yeah, I was in there. I remember. Yeah, that's where I kind of blew up.
Well, I was not there when you blew up, but you weren't there at the beginning, were you?
No, I came in later.
Well, I was the first one there, and I started out the hangout by saying that I wanted to point something out that I thought is really amazing about a demonstration of what can be positive about a person and their faith. And I noted the families of the victims of the Charleston shooting, and that they really stepped up and they forgave, and it was a product of their strength in their belief. And I was like, I totally take my hat off to them, and I credit their church and their community and their beliefs. And whether I share that belief or not is not relevant, because what they did was a sign of strength, and they took a situation and they did something that was really, I felt grateful for, and I felt humbled by.
Okay,
And,
so you were the person that they were referring to then, because when I came in, they were talking about that.
yeah.
And they had said that, well, there was atheists that said it was just solely dedicated to their religion, and that's what was driving them. I'm like, wait. There's a lot of other factors, because I have family there. There's there's a cultural factor, and then there's a demographic factor.
There is. There's no question about it. There's no question about it. There's no. But I'm gonna give them credit, because they said this was about that event at their church, and they did something that they said was the product of their beliefs, and that's all I need. If it's something, I'm sure it's other things, but that doesn't. I'm not going to take that away from them. That's not, to me. For me, that's not fair. That's not just. It's not constructive. There are always other factors. That's fine.
Yeah, and I mean, and see, that's the thing. That's where I understood the point that was being made, and then that's why I would rather, because I thought one of them had just said it, and then they said, oh no, an atheist says, well, that's okay, and I'm not going to take that away either. But there are definitely other factors, even though they say that the religion played a big part in it, and we also need to kind of discuss some of the other tertiary influences.
In this instance, I really don't agree, but that's okay. That's fine. I just think it's. I think sometimes you got to you've got to recognize what is the concept that is being followed to achieve the objective.
Yeah, and of course Roy took that as all Christians have this ability to do it, and no atheist. It's Roy, no nuance. That's what happened. Roy took that as...
He took it and he shit on them. He literally shit on them.
I've asked Nate why does he put Roy on, and I've never really got a straight answer. I think one time I asked him, he goes, I don't really know. I think that's the one that sticks out. I think that's the last time I asked him.
Why he does it? Because if he didn't do it, nobody else would show up.
I don't know about that.
Nate doesn't say 10 things. Roy does the work for him.
I like Nate personally, but his views are so scattershot that it's frustrating. He's got a nice personality most of the time, but his views are just so incoherent together.
Well, he has a lot of beliefs in a lot of places.
Yeah, well, not only that, but he doesn't always articulate what's underneath the surface. You know what? If Nate was my neighbor, I would really like him.
Yeah, no, he would be the kind of Christian that I would like to live next to.
Yeah.
And then that's saying a lot.
Yeah, and another one is Epi. I mean, I think Epi. I think the world of Epi. He and I have gone at it. There's times that and the second that we're done yelling, we're talking about philosophy that has nothing to do with religion. He challenges himself. He explains things, and he changes. He doesn't change. He's a person with faith, but he
can adjust if needed.
Yeah, without pointing a finger and blaming and being all butthurt and all. and he's maturing, and I learned from him, and that's the kind of conversation that I really value, where I can say, you know what, that's a good point. I have to think about it, and not feel like I have to defend being an atheist by just dismissing a point of view. And he's always willing, at least after the fact, to consider what's said, and usually when it is said. And he appreciates people. He doesn't judge people based on if they're a Christian or not.
Oh yeah, he doesn't give him the Matt Slick test. You know, what are you, an atheist or a Christian?
Or Roy. Roy, I think, is the worst. I mean, Roy is the worst because he doesn't demonstrate anything beneficial from his beliefs, A, and B, he literally is opposed to the concept of learning because he thinks he's been given something already that affords him all he needs.
And that's actually a really good point because the point was made yesterday that he and Nate are two different people, and I asked them both. I said, "Okay, Nate, do you think you're infallible?" He says, "Of course not." I said, "Roy, do you think you're infallible?" "Well, what do you mean by infallible? That you know everything, Roy?" "Well, of course not." I said, "Well, here's the difference. I believe Nate." I mean, because I don't believe that he is honest for a second. I think he says what he needs to make himself feel as though he is always justified. And even the turning point for me was that when he suggested that people who see him in a positive light have the correct answers, and that everyone who sees him as an asshole has the incorrect answer or the incorrect image.
Yeah.
And so I'm going, do you honestly believe that your behavior has no influence on how people see you? Like, how does that really escape him that much?
I think it does. I really do. For some reason, there's something that's just not working.
Yeah, there's something that's not right with Roy, and people have joked about it, but I really think so now.
Well, were you on there was a hangout with where the guy who has the really sharp focus camera. I forget his name, but I was on there with him, and Roy basically was like crying on the hangout, like issues with like his ex-wife and all this stuff. I'm like, Roy, you seem really bothered that people don't like you, but I'm like, you can do better and you can improve your image, and it kind of from that hangout like sounded like he was willing to make those steps, and then I saw him like 3 weeks later doing that same. That's when I wrote Roy off.
It's deep-seated stuff, man. It really is. This is not about realizing that. Oh, you mean? Oh, it is about me. I get it. Oh, no, Roy's not going to do that at this stage. Roy may do that if he was amongst people that shared his religious belief. I don't think Roy can do it, dude. I just don't. I think Roy is. You know what? I'm just gonna say it. I think he's really, really. I think he's completely fucked up. And I don't want to say that about anybody. I don't like that. But he doesn't understand his place. He has no boundaries, and he doesn't understand that he's not. What am I trying to say? He's not God. I mean,
well, yeah, I think that is part of the issue, that he believes himself to be like either a vessel or an avatar or a speaker or something that has direct knowledge.
Or authority.
Or authority, yeah, exactly. That's actually a good one.
I'm going to say something controversial. Tell me if you guys don't agree. A lot of the Christians on YouTube, like Eric said, they are fighting like if not mental health issues, there's some bigger things going on. I'm not saying that to be judgmental. I'll open up. I'll give you my story. My father was a pastor, and he had mental health issues. I mean, diagnosed schizophrenic. So I've seen this before. I see a lot of the qualities in the people on here that I saw in my own father, who was a pastor. I mean, he's a diagnosed schizophrenic person. And
I don't think, but with Roy, I think that there's something there that's not right. But I would not. I
don't want to say
it could be any. Right. Go ahead. Sorry.
No, I won't say schizophrenia. It's not that deep. But there's some issues there, mental health wise, that a lot of these people have, and I think religion is an outlet for it.
It's definitely something that is an alternative. I think it's an alternative to them facing the changes that they need to make. I think it's a way of saying I agree with you. I think it's a way of saying, well, if I have God and I pray, everything will be fine. But is that actually addressing any of
the actual issue? Yeah.
Yeah. And I think that's exactly what's going on with Trey also. Because Trey and Roy are very similar.
I would even throw Peripheral Prophet in there.
I don't know
Really?
who that is.
Really, he's a newer guy. He's one of the more. He kind of wavers between moderate and fundy. It's really an awkward kind of dance.
Yeah, and I like when the fundamentalist peaks out. It happens, and I hear a lot of this stuff is so familiar to me. I hear when I see these people, I'm like, wow, that's
well, yeah,
just,
and Sid is the worst. Sid, that Ask an Atheist guy. Oh my God, is he trouble? Oh my God, he just showed up. That's why I was saying it.
If I was that much trouble, you would have been talking about me before I joined.
I was, of course.
I'm kind of jealous of Roy now. You guys are talking about Roy, and you're not talking about me, and I'm pissed off.
I know. I tried to add you to the list of characters.
I just thought I was a lot more sort of rational.
Charming?
No, not charming. Hell no.
Yeah, me either.
I just thought I was more rational, more believable, but no. Roy is God.
Roy is fucked up.
Roy knows. I'd like to know who is worse, Roy or Rand, in terms of being the mind of God.
Rand is just a special guy.
Rand
and let me explain. Let me explain. And I say that. I hear you laugh.
Oh, that was beautiful.
I say that because there's one line that Rand said to me, and it was years ago, and I still have it on my channel.
Yeah.
He's going on a Rage Rand fit, like a full conniption fit. And at one point, he threatens to saw the world in half because he has the ability and the money to do so. And it doesn't hit you until afterwards that this guy literally just threatened to cut the world in half and put you on a hemisphere away from him.
Uh-huh.
Is he Muhammad now?
I don't...
This is the thing about the Christians. They're so high and mighty and powerful and can only get to God through Jesus and the blah, 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 blah. And then you've got a billion Muslims who disagree, and he just sort of dismisses them as if they don't exist.
Yeah. Rand one time had written something to somebody about how he would beat them up if he saw them or slap them around. And I wrote him back and I said, Rand, I'm 5'5", 130 pounds, and I'm telling you right now, I would say it to your face, you're a fucking asshole. And he never one time after that gave me any grief.
Yeah, he is the type of guy who he respects people who stand up to him. It's like a prison mindset, and he's threatened me like that one time, and I gave him my address, and after that, I've never had any issues with him.
Yeah, and what I started to do is whenever I would see him, and he would start to talk to me, I'd say, I don't know who you are. Who is this? And he became a joke between us, and then we forgot about each other, or he went away, and then he came back. But it's really strange. It is really strange.
Is he American or Canadian?
He's Canadian. I would never give him my address.
I would. I bet I would.
Well, you maybe, but not me. I'm Canadian.
I was living on a military base in the middle of the desert.
I see.
I think that he is. I think he's a baby. I really think he's very fragile.
And Roy?
Roy, I think is.
He needs some mental help. There's
Yeah,
something that happened
Roy-
in his past.
Roy is just not intelligent because he doesn't think he has to learn. He's hurting. He's selling himself short by thinking that he is this ultimate teacher, and he doesn't understand that a good teacher is a good student. Because he said to me once, do you think you're a teacher or a student? If you don't believe, you can't be a teacher because you can't know. And I said, well, Roy, a good teacher is a good student because you have to adjust to what the other people need in order to learn, and you're not doing that.
Yeah, he likes to make the statement now that he's on a 12th grade level and you're at a 6th grade level, or excuse me, a 1st grade level, and I'm like, what? So how does anyone ever learn anything?
From listening to Roy.
Evidently so.
Roy knows the truth.
No, you have to find someone else who knows until you get to his level, and then
Yeah.
Well, yesterday in a hangout, Roy and somebody were agreeing with each other. I can't remember who it was now. It was another fundy.
Matt Bell.
Matt Bell, yes.
Oh God, oh my God,
They were
that's like.
supporting each other.
Why am I not surprised?
They could suck each other's dick through the monitor, I swear.
Well, that's on their private chats, I'm sure they.
Yeah.
But then again, they can. There's nothing wrong with it. They can do what they want. Who am I to judge?
Yeah. Listen, at least Matt. At least about Matt, he does his homework.
Oh, what do you mean he does his homework? He knows English?
Matt knows about. Matt has read a lot of philosophy. How he interprets it, whether he interprets it in a way that is sensible, I can't say because I'm not a philosopher. And he knows much more about philosophy than I do.
Best hardware and the best prices.
But he certainly knows nothing about debating and back and forth.
Well, and he also doesn't know, has no sense of etiquette. I mean, it's just, it all gets lost in his inability to manage in a decent way with people who have different viewpoints.
He's just an idiot. I mean, like, why is rape wrong? Why is murder wrong? Murder.
That's just the Scottish.
The universe.
The universe.
And I don't think Matt's like a baby or fragile. I just think that he's a really angry person.
Well, don't forget that all these guys, I know for sure Roy and I know for sure Matt, have both had tragic marriage disappointments, etc. I know that for a fact about Roy, and I know that for a fact about Matt. Now, how this influences their delusion, I don't know, but I'm sure it has a very.
I'm sure. Yeah,
I'm pretty sure their personalities had a lot to do with that.
Yeah, that's their person. Yeah, exactly.
That's Trey. Also, Trey is the same thing. He also, unfortunately, with all of them. I mean, I'm sorry that they had bad outcomes of their marriages, but I think it's a painful point for all of them. To be honest.
Trey was married to a woman.
From what I understand.
And I think he mentioned. I talked to him. He said it's a pretty recent divorce, like last year or two.
Yeah.
I thought Christians were sort of not really into it. I thought divorce wasn't wasn't so highly thought of in the Bible.
I don't know. These women are probably like they had to get out. I mean, these
guys.
No,
but what about the men? I mean, the men.
No, but in the U.S., it's like it's just basically she probably had enough. Their personalities, aside from religion, probably drove them away. I hate to generalize, but it's probably what it is.
Yeah, no sex tonight yet. It doesn't say it's good in the Bible. It's not time yet. Give it 7 years. I'll get back to you.
Yeah, it's very. And while I don't want to say that religion is a mental illness, there are certain behaviors and almost like excuses, or I don't know, like it's a way of. I think it's a way of not challenging oneself in certain emotional areas, and I think it ends up having negative consequences overall for some people. And for other people, it could be a really good thing.
Yeah, like Joel Osteen.
Yeah, fine.
One of the guys that's pretty good on here. I'm just in my head going over like Christian anarchist. But the inevitable thing with people like him, I always want to ask is, why do you believe this stuff? You seem like you're. I don't know. It's probably a bad. Yeah. And I've been in hangouts when the fundamentalists, like I was in one where like Veckel, Christian Hillbilly, were just ganging up on Christian anarchists, right?
Yeah.
And I was like, come on. He's not telling you. He's basically saying like things like evolution aren't issues of salvation. He's like, he believes them, but in the end he doesn't. They're not issues that he believes will get you in and out of heaven. And like, why can't you guys just leave it there?
Well, you know what? And why they can't leave it there is because that makes them feel vulnerable. And healthy people that feel vulnerable often will stick with it, and they will use that as an opportunity to learn and to function within their vulnerability to grow. And these guys choose to circle the wagons and protect their preconceived notions because the vulnerability represents shame.
And yet you bring up a really good point, Eric, on that. And I'm actually going to add to that especially for the topic of evolution. I know Veckel has a severe misunderstanding of that and science, and he's admitted this. This is something that is not, unknown, and that a point to which I and several others, like Carbon Axiom, really understood how deep it was is that Veckel says that, well, evolution is not really that big of an issue, but you can't just give articles to him for him to go research, because he can go to creation.com and find an article as well. So we actually had to go through the entire process of explaining how peer review works, how things work in academia, because he was under the impression that he could get a video of a debate back and forth between a quote-unquote creation scientist and an actual like evolutionary biologist for him to make his determination.
Right.
Well, Matt Bell smacked Arcane down. I admit I enjoy it when Arcane kept feeding him Discovery Institute and YouTube clips. Matt Bell said, "Can't you give me any legitimate science?" He finally got tired of it. He's like, "Give me legitimate science." Even Matt Bell does not believe in Discovery Institute or Creation.com.
Mm-hmm.
And Arcane was like dumbfounded by that.
Well, yeah, because they're so used to just having each other co-sign without question. I mean, when someone actually questions your integrity and makes you do the diligence, then it's like, whoa, wow, I actually have to think now. I actually have to consider my sources and just not use my confirmation bias to answer all questions.
And I may have to change. It may end up leading me to go down a path that I'm afraid to go down.
Yeah, that's the scariest part.
And it is for all of us. It is for me too. There's times that somebody will say, look at this Christian website and just listen to what they're saying, and I'll be like, I don't want to. It's like I have no interest in it. Well, that's me being insecure and not wanting to expose myself to something that I assume is just gonna piss me off.
No, Eric, I've got to disagree. Because none of those Christian websites, Discovery Institute, none of them do like peer-reviewed research. If they did legitimate research, then I'd be all for it. They don't.
Right, but I don't even take the time to look and see what they have to say, so that I can actually have an argument about what they say, and I should. It's just, to me, it's a pain in the ass. I can read it and not have to believe it, just like I tell Christians, you can read about evolution and not have to accept it, but at least understand the concepts. So that's me being hypocritical, to be honest. And I accept that. And I really need to do something about that, because it would help me to offer a better argument, number one, and number two, to be able to understand exactly what is being said that these guys are seeing instead of assuming. So it's out of respect for them, I should take the time, because I'm asking them to do the same thing. So,
well, for me, go ahead, Eric.
Yeah, I wanted to go back. When you guys were talking at the very beginning, because this sort of comes full circle, you were talking about can an apologist be, what was it? Can an apologist be honest, I think. Is that what it was?
Basically.
Yeah.
Well, I think what we're sort of talking about is that, and I think an apologist can be someone in denial that thinks that they're being very honest. I think their intentions can be to offer a perspective that they believe in and that they think is right, and under scrutiny, because apologists rarely are willing to put themselves, into a position where they're vulnerable and being scrutinized, and I think that's where it starts to break down for them. But I think that they can believe it, especially when they have no opposition. Why not? Now, when you talk about Lee Strobel, I don't believe for 1 second that he was ever an atheist, and he says he was. And that's kind of what he...
Who did you say you don't think was an atheist?
Lee Strobel, Stroebel.
I don't even
recognize. Saw the frozen waterfall?
I don't know, but he's an apologist that used to he used to write for the Chicago Tribune, I think, and then he became, I think that's when he became born again. But he's the ways that a lot of the Christians that say they were atheists describe their atheism is just this cookie cutter bullshit notion of what atheism is that is self-serving to the Christian perspective of dismissing atheism. I don't believe that you're an atheist if you say based on being angry about something, or that's not what atheists aren't angry. We might be tired with the arguments of people, but I'm not an atheist because I'm mad at God. It's silly. I'm an atheist because growing up in a synagogue and around religious people whenever I was, it just didn't make sense to me.
Yes, that's right.
I think that's an honest position to take, and that's an honest take on what many of us have felt growing up. But if you have folks who have been fed misinformation most of their life and have been taught and conditioned to be averse to other, dissenting opinions, and it's going to be really hard to convey that to them, because you have to consider also that for somebody like, maybe Veckel, that understands that his Bible is a magical book that predicts the future and shit like that,
right.
Mix that with confirmation bias, he's not going to believe anything.
Well, I guess my point is, when you see a Christian and they say, I used to be an atheist, what is the foundation? What do they almost across the board say was their reasoning, was what their atheism, why they were an atheist? They never say it was because I've yet to see them say I just didn't believe.
Yeah, it was more they were just like non-practicing Christians. That's what they were.
Right, exactly.
Right, of course.
It's like they were Christian in training, essentially. They were the batter's box.
Yeah, they were the Easter Christmas Christian type. That's what they were.
Yeah, it's fascinating. It really is, and that's kind of the beauty of this, is if you can allow yourself to be fascinated, I guess.
But the thing is, with the moderates, and you try to, at the end of the day, you believe what you want to believe. But I've straight up asked Nate, do you believe the Noah story? Do you believe it? I was like, there's no sedimentary evidence of a global flood. You know that, right? Oh, well, I think it was a big flood. Oh, okay, so do you believe that Noah had all the animals? I believe he had a lot of animals on the ark.
So what Nate is saying is that there was probably an event that occurred and has been extended to be considered global, and that there could be something to that effect that is mythologized. Something happened and it was mythologized.
Well,
I don't think.
Right. Yeah, the Euphrates, it floods, right? That's
right.
known, right? But then the question then is, once that is no longer literal, why do you hold any of that book literally? Why?
Well, there's also no evidence. There's no evidence for Exodus. There's no evidence for Genesis. Where is the Garden of Eden? Where is there a talking snake? Where is there any evidence of any of this, and that's where it comes in that it's all faith. But the part about Exodus, there being no evidence, I think is especially problematic because there are historical references and locations that are, hey Nate, and that are specific, and like they're in. Nate Hariri will tell you to be wandering the desert around that area for 40 years is kind of silly because it's not a small area. But 40 years, I mean, it's not a huge area that you follow the sun and you can know where you're essentially going any time of any day to get to your destination.
Yep. I mean,
can you turn down your the sound? Yeah.
Oh yeah, sorry, I had it up from earlier. But yeah, it's interesting because he's also, I'm pretty sure he's a Bible inerrantist, however you fucking say that.
Says that the Bible is, yeah. Who are we talking about, Nate?
Yeah, I want to make sure I'm not getting him mixed up with someone else, but I think he is a Bible inerrantist.
That's so his beliefs are so weird to me. Because there's no biblical story where he'll be like, I don't agree with it. He'll couch it though, like it was a big flood, a big boat, most animals instead of world. It's I don't.
So
know.
what you're saying is he'll recognize that there's a connection between a mythology and what we're reading and considering as inerrantly true, yet he doesn't carry that concept of something being a mythology into a critical level of thinking.
Because with Adam and Eve, it's like I believe that there were two people.
God, it blows my mind.
Maybe he was like, maybe it evolved to be two people, but there were two people at some point.
It evolved to be.
He said that. I'm like, science says there was never just two humans on Earth, right?
There's nothing at all that would lead me to that conclusion logically, rationally, and intellectually. I have no idea how he can reconcile that.
I don't know.
I don't think he has much of a choice in the matter because he hinges much of his worldview on the religion. I kind of equate it to what the position my mother takes. She would technically be more of a deist than anything else that I've ever seen. But she has invested so much in Christianity that she just kind of, it's like by default, I don't have a choice in the matter.
Well, the position I take is shortstop as long as nobody else is taking it before me, because then it gets all. I like shortstop because I have a good glove and not a terrible arm.
I picture you as an outfielder, man.
Stop it! Stop it! You picture me as being left out, right? Is that what you're saying?
No, but Dragnet makes a great point. Like, I think we ask too much. I mean, think about it. We're asking people to basically change their fundamental beliefs. That's the kind of stuff that would end friendships, destroy marriages. So I guess at the end of the day, we are asking too much.
Do you really think that we're asking people to change? You know what? I really think it's asking people to explain why they're telling us to change. I very rarely, if ever, see an atheist saying, you shouldn't be a Christian. I think we're looking for explanations.
I think it's fair to ask for explanations if you hold a certain position. If I am one of the and I'll throw some of my own folks on the bus for this. If I am a person that says, well, you know what, I think we should all be separated, and that people of color need to be away from other groups because of historical discrimination, and that we shouldn't allow them in, then I need to be able to defend that position no matter how strong I hold it. The fact that it may be, what am I trying to say? It may be a bit intolerant and a controversial position to take that's just kind of icing on the cake at that point. So I don't think it's really an unfair thing to ask.
Well, I think when their job is to offer non-believers salvation, I think it's fair to say why. Why should I care? And that's when it comes into the conflict of. I rarely see atheists telling anybody what they should or shouldn't believe, as much as saying, I'm not persuaded by what you are telling me I should believe. I mean, if I saw when I have seen somebody say, you know, I want to deconvert Christians. I think that they're way off base.
They should not. I don't. What for? You know, like for what purpose? What purpose would that serve? You know, in the end, like if G-Man became an atheist, what would that do?
Well, when G-Man said he was an atheist, a lot of atheists in Hangouts were saying, you know, it's too quick. It's too much of a shift.
Yeah.
You know, he was just bullshitting everybody, but. You know,
I wouldn't want him on my side. I wouldn't want him on my side. It's just.
But it's not a side. That's the point, I think.
No. Let's be practical about this. He would be a bad reflection of our position.
Nathan, you're breaking up a little.
Oh, am I? Okay.
You're breaking up a little bit.
Is that better?
A little bit, yeah.
Is that better?
Yeah. A little better. It's a little better.
Okay.
Hey guys,
I was looking at the. Maps, Google Maps. No, I'm looking at Google Maps to assess battle damage in Aleppo, actually. No, I mean, let's be practical. He would be a bad reflection on our position. I'm sorry, there's just no other way to say it. You know, let's get real. I mean, I know we have all these wonderful philosophical ways
of... Christians. Slavery is not wrong in and of itself. I just assumed some fallacy. Figured I'm going to take the atheist experience to court.
You know, I mean, come on, you know, like, it's just, look, the reality is people would look at him and say, well, if that's what atheism is, if that's who's an atheist, I don't want to have anything to do with it.
You know, if I'm an atheist, I'm joining ISIS.
He went on a long state of entropy up until, like, could he do anything more stupid? Like he was just outdoing himself.
Yeah, you know, again, we have all these wonderful philosophical, you know, ideological ways of expressing ourselves, how we don't want to do this or that, or we don't want to, you know, fall into the trap of labeling ourselves and whatnot. But let's be real. That's not how the real world works. That's not how real people work. And so yeah, it would be an utter disaster in my mind if he became an atheist. I would just hope he shuts down his channel at least.
You know what? I don't think he'd be any worse than Raul. I really don't.
I don't know Raul. At least I don't think I know Raul.
Atheism. What is it? Atheism. What is it?
Defended.
Oh yeah, Raul.
Atheism is unstoppable.
Yeah, whatever it is. He's got like 25 sock accounts.
Is he the conspiracy theory guy?
I don't think so.
Okay.
He just is kind of a self-proclaimed, I don't know, atheism authority, and is very opinionated and just really like self-gratifying.
Yeah. Okay.
Somebody mentioned not that long ago that the Genesis and Exodus, there was no evidence.
There's no like you know, they can look at like the Bedouins, right? They can dig in the sand and find and dig the bed. There's nothing that proves an Exodus from Egypt to there's nothing.
Okay, well that's just, I'm just sort of trying to bring up another issue here. There's a huge debate. I mean, there's even in Hangouts on, you know, between atheists and non-atheists, and atheists and non-atheists will agree, blah blah blah, about the historicity of Jesus. Many opinions, many historians have written. The jury is out, etc., etc., etc. Okay. Now, being that the Genesis and Exodus stories there's no evidence of that. That would include like Moses. Okay, so there's no evidence of Moses. The historicity of Moses is Moses is fictional.
Yes.
Noah and even Adam and all those people that there's no historical evidence for. Why are we even bothering to even care about the historicity of Jesus when, because these other guys didn't exist, means Jesus didn't exist. It's quite obvious. So I just don't understand why there's a barrier of thinking.
Read Robert Price. He's an ex-evangelical, and he says a lot of it is due to the majority of New Testament scholars are like fundamentalist Christians, who not only are fundamentalist Christians, they sign like statements of faith.
Exactly.
That they can't contradict.
Yes, I
the
understand
Bible.
that, but they have to.
No,
they have to
I would
accept
disagree
the
with
Old Testament as being infallible.
No,
Moses
listen,
and Noah and everybody is true.
No, I don't. Listen, I would disagree with the premise. First of all, we have no evidence of Moses, but it doesn't mean that there wasn't at some point a character such as Moses that might have led a small band of people from Egypt to Israel. Okay, that might have happened. We just don't.
It happened last week as well. A small band.
Yeah,
it doesn't really matter. So what?
No, wait. Let me continue. Okay, but the point is that it would not have been the Exodus as we know it. It might just have been a story that essentially got retold and aggrandized as many biblical stories have been.
Climbing a mountain and bringing down the Ten Commandments.
Wait. So
I want to throw this thing out real quick. Sargon of Akkad. Like friggin' a baby in a weed basket, saved by royalty, raised.
Right. That's not what Nathaniel's saying.
Grew to become a great leader of the people. I'm just saying that appeared before Moses.
No, I know, but it doesn't mean that there wasn't some personage to whom other myths were morphed onto. That happened quite a lot.
I'm not saying it didn't. I'm not saying it didn't. I'm just saying, these stories influenced the earlier ones. That's what I'm saying.
Right, and that's fine. I mean, I can understand it in that historical context, if there is one. However, onto Jesus, there is a little bit of a difference. Now, I'm not saying that there is any evidence for Jesus. I don't think that there is. However, the context is clear that such a personage probably would have existed at that time, since there were several others who also
Marcion.
Yeah, there were several others who fit that context, who were fighting the Romans with religious fervor in this land. And
messianic ideologies.
And who were killed. I mean, Bar Kokhba is one, and there were others, and there were other later ones. So the context is very clear that such a personage probably would have existed, although, again, myths were probably attached to him and aggrandized, etc. There's no actual evidence that the Romans ever said that there was such a person. And they usually kept very good records. So I don't think that if such a person existed, it was exactly in the way that it's described in the New Testament. But it's possible. I would say it's quite probable that somebody like that existed.
Nathaniel,
or several people like that.
Nathaniel, the Romans were nowhere anywhere near the Middle East when Moses.
No, I'm talking about
when the mythical Moses was around.
I'm talking about Jesus, not Moses.
Yeah.
No, forget about Jesus. What I'm saying is, without Moses, and without Noah, and without all these prior events and people and all this, then the whole whether Jesus existed or not as a person becomes absolutely irrelevant, because it follows that all the supernatural assertions or claims that were made about Jesus or from Jesus are all crap.
It all falls apart. It does.
No, I
and that's
agree.
exactly what the Bible unearthed.
I'm not legitimizing his claims.
Yeah, but what does it matter whether there was somebody walking around saying he was Jesus? Because he obviously didn't walk on water. He obviously didn't feed 5,000 people with 12 fish. He obviously didn't all that other shit, right?
Well, I've walked on water.
Hey, but let me ask Nathaniel a question.
Yeah.
The thing is, like, the people that are like anti the Christ mythicist position, even like the Christ mythicists say, yeah, there's always a chance that we could find something that says there was a Jesus, right? But but the other end of it, Christians say it so matter of factly, like this definitely happened. Oh, it's in red letters, so Jesus definitely said it. Where the honest position is, there's really it's almost, it's probably less than 50-50, but there's a lot of doubt in the whole story. When Christians,
Well, I'll give
basically,
you an
like, there's
example.
no doubt.
Yeah, but I'll give you an example. Okay, for many, many, many years, people thought King David was a myth. In the last 20 years, there have been two artifacts, I believe, which had been unearthed, which basically proved that there was most likely a King David as referenced in the Bible. I'm just talking about the existence, the name, that's it. But there's archaeological evidence that there most likely was a King David. We have evidence from the court from King David. So just because there wasn't any evidence before doesn't mean that such a person didn't exist. That's all I'm telling you. That we didn't find any art. Okay, there is definitely not an Exodus the way it's described in the Bible. That's absolutely for sure. My professor was basically the one who said it.
Was it Finkelstein?
No, it was Professor Oren who was in charge. Finkelstein is a bit too young for when those.
Because I met Finkelstein when I was at Hebrew University. He was at Tel Aviv University.
Yeah, I know. He's still there, actually, I believe.
Finkelstein.
Yeah.
Finkelstein. Hebrew names are funny.
Well, Israel Finkelstein, yeah.
Yeah,
he wrote the Bible the Bible on Earth. It's a fantastic book, and people should read it because it basically takes apart the myths of the Bible, and it really, really, it was heralded 20 years ago as groundbreaking because it basically revealed a lot of the modern archaeological evidence, which has, when you put it together, really just changes the biblical story and the biblical narrative. But that's what I'm talking about. So essentially, in terms of archaeology, we don't know. But again, as far as the Exodus is concerned, there was no huge Exodus.
I don't get this. I mean, this analogy works well. I mean, take like the whole Spider-Man thing, and I really don't know why to get by this. I mean, sure, we accept that New York exists as far as like political and business type of goings on of the city. I'm sure that occurs. But
well,
do
you're
those
breaking
stories?
Up from me too, actually, you're Wolf. You're breaking up to me. Is it
Okay. Basically, the analogy of Spider-Man and how New York City is a real place. That doesn't mean that the people or that the stories that go along with Spider-Man are actually true. So I mean,
I agree with that.
The same with the stories in the Old Testament. Now the reason there's a distinction between the Old Testament and the New Testament with regard to defending the historicity of Jesus is because Jesus is the go-to guide. That's sort of the central theme that makes Christianity distinct from Judaism. So yeah, I mean, we could take apart Judaism, but as long as they have that Jesus historical figure that their faith is shown, I mean, that's why we see the distinction more or less.
Well, the other thing is that when we're talking about if there was a Jesus as described in the Bible and as Christians describe Jesus now, that would have an impact on all of our lives if any of that was true. So the fact that it's almost presented with such a cavalier attitude of certainty by so many people without anything that actually substantiates it, and then the people that challenge these descriptions are kind of seen as kind of outliers, is to me is a big hypocrisy. It's like a big red flag of well, I have nothing, but I'm going to tell you what the reality is, even though I've got nothing to substantiate it but my faith.
Right, but again, I'm not. Okay, I don't think it works that way necessarily when it comes to the existence of certain things or not in ancient societies. Typically, we find that they're not usually made out of whole cloth. I mean, the existence of certain people and places, they attach myths and aggrandize them over time, but there might very well have been a Israelite hero named Samson or something similar who was just happened to be a very, very, good fighter. I mean, these people do exist. They exist in our day today as well, especially in a militaristic society, etc., tribal society. Great fighters were prized. So there could have been some sort of person named Samson. Hell, there could have been some person named Achilles who was just very strong in his time, and then they embellished myths about them. So the existence of these people really isn't. It doesn't really matter to me more than the claims, whether or not those are true, and the claims are clearly fabricated and aggrandized. That's all I'm saying.
I don't think anybody would disagree with you.
But just one last thing, Nathaniel. There are cases like in Osiris and Romulus. It's called euhemerization, where you put a mythical character into like present time, into history. You insert him. You give him a family. So you can't rule it out. But the mythicists don't say it's a given. They say it's a possibility, and I think you might have a point where people on here say it's a certain thing Jesus didn't exist, and the people who even research this don't even say that. But yeah.
Right. I mean, Richard Carrier makes the claim that he didn't exist. I just wouldn't go that far. I would say that it's very unlikely that he existed, or I would say that there probably was some sort of personage that might have fit some characteristics of that description, but all the rest of the story around him is, made up over time, and that happened quite a bit. It was a mostly oral society, and we know what happens with oral societies when it comes to their stories. I mean,
I don't think
it today.
I don't think Richard Carrier says that Jesus definitely did not exist.
I think he's pretty much.
Well, he's doing it based on Bayesian theory, and that is not something that gives a definite answer. It's a probability.
Yeah. Richard Carrier said he gave a lecture on it, and he said, "Well, did Jesus exist?" And his response was, "Probably not."
Yeah. I mean, he basically. But to me, it doesn't matter whether he existed or not. To me, it matters whether the claims are real or not. And again, I think if you just take a step back, and treat it just as examine it just like any other mythology, you'll see that it doesn't make any sense mythologically speaking. I mean, or I should say, realistically speaking, mythologically speaking, it makes lots of sense to these people. So
right.
Yeah, I think the Gospels are like either 99% or 100% fiction, and if Jesus didn't start out as a cosmic being, only came about through revelation, I think it might have been like Jesus Ben Stada, who was stoned and hung up under the reign of Alexander Jannaeus in 100 BCE. I think that'd probably be most likely the candidate for the historical Jesus. But my view is, if there wasn't a Jesus that was actually crucified under Pilate, then I don't think it really matters.
Right. I agree. I mean, I can't disagree. I just won't go so far as to say no, he didn't exist in any way. You just can't say that for certainty. And again, it doesn't matter to me whether.
Well, I think you can say that he didn't exist as one person. It might be a
No,
a composite of multiple people.
That's likely, but I would say it probably was one person to whom other myths got attached.
So there's a central figure. There's a central figure that was just exaggerated over time.
Yeah, absolutely.
Oh hell yeah!
That's quite common. Yeah, that's quite common. I mean, obviously.
What is the proof? What distinguishes between a historic Jesus and, say, the actual existence of Julius Caesar?
Well, Julius Caesar, we have independent collaboration for Julius Caesar, and we have like letters written by other government officials to Caesar.
Don't we have ancient busts of Caesar as well? Sculptures.
Yeah, we do. We
Julius
do.
Caesar wrote all about how great he was.
Well, from what I
read those
understand,
writings.
We have coins with this.
right?
With
But
this figure
isn't it
on
also
it.
that? Isn't it also that there were battles that were fought that he
Well, yeah,
led?
I mean, again, the pacification of Gaul, the first invasion of Britain, these things we know actually happened. If it wasn't Julius Caesar, then who else was it? You know, pretending.
Well,
that Caesar.
right, but isn't it also though that the places that he conquered wrote about him independent of Rome writing about him? That the only way that they would have written about him.
Yeah, but in such cases it doesn't actually matter because, again, these deeds were accomplished. We know these are historical facts. We know that the Gauls were conquered. We know how they were conquered, mostly by Caesar himself writing about it. But the point is that these events happened. Now, if the Romans were just making up somebody that they called General Caesar, because he was a general at the time, that it wouldn't make any sense. I mean, it's like, imagine if the Iraq War happened, the first one, and then we just made up this Norman Schwarzkopf figure and say, that was the guy who did it, but the real person wouldn't speak up, say, wait a minute, I was the guy who did it. You know, it doesn't
Sure.
make actual sense, you know. So we know just from the accomplishments themselves, let alone the busts, the letters, you know, and all the relations that happened afterwards. I mean, we know that the Civil War happened between him and Pompey. There's actual evidence of that. There are letters. We know what happened to Rome at that time. There's actual archaeological evidence. We know, Octavian took over after killing Antony. I mean, these are. And the Egyptians wrote about this, and others wrote. The Greeks wrote about this. There's a mountain of evidence which just simply doesn't this for Jesus.
Thanks. So what about when you go back though to the Greeks, like Archimedes? How do we, is it same? Is it just?
Well, we know about Archimedes because actually the people that conquered.
They killed him.
They killed him, and to them, he was a fucking war criminal because he's the one who set their ships on fire with Greek fire. That was him,
Right.
I mean, that was.
Didn't he do it with like mirrors or something?
Yeah, I think he either used Greek fire or mirrors. I can't remember. It's either or, but yeah.
He essentially created a laser, didn't he?
Well, no, it is not a laser. A laser is a very specific thing.
But he was a physicist, right? Like he had writings.
Well, he was a mathematician, really.
Well, they found his writings. You're right. They found his writings. You're correct.
Yes, I mean we know that he was real because of his research and again had somebody else been doing this research and then somebody made up Archimedes and said, no, this guy named Archimedes you've never seen before. The real guy would have said, hey, wait a second, what the fuck are you talking about?
Archimedes created a lever that had the capacity to pick up a ship out of water, turn it upside down, and drop it back into the water.
Yeah, he also came up with the idea of buoyancy while he was in the bathtub.
Eureka!
Yeah, he was a genius. I mean, he was a bit absent-minded, but he was a genius for the time. So yeah, we know that, but we know from a lot of evidence that he existed. I mean, we were not sure, however, that Agamemnon existed until archaeology revealed that he probably did. I mean, I don't think we're still absolutely certain, but I mean, Schliemann thought he discovered Agamemnon's death mask, but it actually was a death mask from, I think, 700 years before, or 1,000 years before. He was wrong on the dates. But the fact is, people actually didn't even know that Troy existed until Schliemann came and discovered Troy. So that was actually considered mythology. That was not considered a real place until Schliemann believed in the text enough to go and just, bust his ass like in the middle of nowhere digging it up, and he found it. And so all credit to him, for, again, showing us that sometimes what we consider mythology in terms of places can be actually archaeologically proven, but that's actually very rare overall. Most places that are discovered archaeologically, we don't think are myths to begin with. But Troy was thought to be a myth, at that time. So it can happen. I'm just saying it's just very rare, but it does happen every now and then.
Right, but the case against your Jesus was just this guy is like his contemporary historians should have something on a Jesus, right? They do have it on like Tyanus. What's the guy? The Tyanus. What he was like a minor kind of Jewish kind of faith healer type guy. So there's stuff on him.
Yeah. That's right.
People like Philo was out.
Wasn't
Yeah. I mean, again,
wasn't it?
Go ahead.
Sorry,
go ahead. No, you go ahead, man.
I was going to ask, isn't it the case that there aren't any contemporary writers that wrote about Jesus?
There are none outside of the Gospels. No.
You know what the thing is?
Right.
There might have
Josephus.
been. But, no, he didn't write about.
He was
Jesus.
after. He was after, but not that long. It
No,
was like
but he
100
didn't.
years
He
after.
didn't write about Jesus. Those are forgeries. They're very clearly forgeries.
Yeah, there's two sections in Josephus. One's clear forgery because Josephus actually says he was the Messiah, which Josephus actually thought one of the Caesars was a Messiah, and then there's another.
Well, no, he told the Caesar that he was a Messiah.
Right. Yeah. Not he was the actual Jewish Messiah.
But regardless of what he wrote, he still was not contemporary. So, but he was. Right.
He wasn't contemporaneous. There's another passage where Josephus describes James of a Jesus being killed, but we think that was actually about the high priest at the time. So it's not necessarily the Jesus of Nazareth.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Well, but to be fair, Josephus was right about Vespasian. He did become emperor.
Yeah.
That. But I mean, Josephus was clearly a genius on so many levels that it's not hard to see Josephus looking at Vespasian's power and saying, you know what, you're going to be emperor next.
Yeah, he was a good butt cover.
Let's also put in there the fact that, at this time, and considering Josephus, was he Jewish? I believe.
Yeah, he was. Yeah, he was Jewish.
He was a Jewish general fighting against Rome.
Right. Mm-hmm. Right. There would be. I don't think he would speak of Jesus.
Well, he post-dates Jesus, so that's the thing. He's not a contemporary of Jesus.
Right. Well, yeah, it comes down to that. Yeah.
Right. Yeah, he fought in the Jewish war against Rome, but then he realized, they're getting their ass kicked. So he's basically a Benedict Arnold.
It was a bit more than that. He was besieged with other revolutionaries who were his friends, and Vespasian wanted him alive. Well, he wanted to take them, but he made a deal with Josephus. They called him out of the well. Basically, they were hiding in the cistern, I believe it was. So they called Josephus in a truce, and they made a deal with him. They said, "Listen, if you come out, we'll take you alive, and you'll go and meet Vespasian, and he will spare your life." But Josephus couldn't go back down there because they were zealots, literally, and they would have killed him. So he said, "Listen, there's no way out. We're going to have to commit suicide like they did at Masada, essentially." Although I don't believe Masada happened yet, but essentially they did a suicide pact. So they drew lots, and the first person would kill the second person, and etc. So it would go around and around until they all killed each other, and the last person was supposed to kill himself. Well, Josephus magically got the last lot, so he was the last one who was supposed to kill himself, but he didn't. He went back out and said, "I surrender." So yeah, it's quite clear that he tricked the lot system. I think there were like 7 or 8 of them hiding in the thing. So obviously he was just very good at sleight of hand as well as other things,
When did Masada happen? I think it would have been around the time of Josephus.
It was around the time, but I can't remember if it was before or after. I think it might have been.
If I was,
I'll look it up.
Yeah, I can't remember offhand. I mean, I've been there many times, but you know.
When was Masada?
Masada, I think it was 73 to 74 CE. So yeah, it's after Josephus, because Josephus was there in 70 when Jerusalem was burning. So yeah, so it was a few years after Josephus. But the people of Masada were zealots too. They all committed suicide. It was the exact same thing, you know. So. They were basically the Taliban of the time. You know, they were insane. To me, they were. I mean, they're revered in Judaism, etc., for never giving in. But to me, I can admire that. But they clearly were just really crazy people.
It's a cool place, though. It is such a cool place to see.
Yeah, I've been there several times. So what's really cool, actually, is the Roman rampart that they built to get up to the fort is still there, okay? And if you go, I don't know if you can go close to it anymore, but it used to be at the time you could actually go and touch it. But the really cool thing is the wood beams holding up the ramp, which is basically covered with pebbles and stones and gravel. The wood beams are still sticking out. And after all this time, they're still holding up. It's incredible. It's absolutely fucking incredible. It's like it's been 2,000 years. That's Roman construction for you right there. You know, Roman engineering. It's just amazing. You know, you'll see like the nails that they drove into the wood to keep it up. You know, it's still like in existence. So it's pretty amazing.
Yeah, the engineering was amazing, and also, I mean, I know this is off track a little bit, but when I went to Venice and I learned about the construction of Venice, to me that was also the Italian, you know, construction and knowledge of engineering was just unbelievable.
Well, can I make a quick segue though? So there was a hangout for Nate that just like I think it encapsulates like everything we face in America. It was basically three fundamentalists. There was this kid, I can't think of his name, but he was from, I want to say Jacob. He's from the UK. He's like some kind of maybe an engineering student, and he's an atheist, right? And there's these three like adults in the U.S. who are basically pining about we know what's going to happen because of biblical prophecy, and I'm like in my head going, this is why America is falling behind. It's this kind of stupidity that these adults think that the Bible's clues them in on what's going to happen in the future. And on the other end, you've got this guy in Europe who's an engineering student who's thinking these people are out of their minds. I could just sit. I saw him just sitting there quietly, but I'm like, this is why the United States is falling behind. This right here, it just blew my mind. It's like these three over 30-year-old people going, "Yep, we know what's going to happen. We know." And he was just sitting there quietly, like these people are insane.
Yeah, dude, you actually make a very good point. Anti-intellectualism is killing our fucking country, and it's not even so much about the adults. The adults can honestly go screw themselves if they're setting the waste in that. It's about making sure, you know, like people under, let's say under 30, for example, like are well informed on things, you know, like how to make their, you know, like the zeitgeist of their country, you know, they're focusing on the necessary decisions and issues that impact their lives and stuff like that. And the thing is, I mean, if we let young people like get caught up and sweep up in weird ideologies and stuff like this without challenging them, they get batshit crazy and start blowing people up, if not shooting people up in churches and shit. You know?
Yeah.
That's the problem. We need to actually focus on making sure like the younger generation is more or less informed on these issues, so you know we have the capacity to do better than in all these other countries and shit. If we're actually gonna call ourselves a superpower or a world country, right?
Yeah, I wanted to chime in on, you know, just kind of speaking on the future of this whole thing. You know, you guys were talking about how, I'm also in that position where, you know, I hear certain things like that, certain conversations like that, where, you know, you see someone that you can tell that they're listening, but you can also tell that they want to ask questions, but they're being told constantly not to ask questions. They might be on the fence. So, you know, let's say they're they're involved with a particular faith. Well, I mean, the indoctrination thing is a very strong, hold when it comes to impressionable minds, right? And I've noticed that there's a bigger resistance, I think, more so than ever, of the fundamentalists really, really, really targeting our children, making sure that they are, they tell you to get them early. You know what I mean? Well, that's because it's the best way to manipulate someone when they're right and impressionable. Which is why the biggest fandoms will be kids whenever they have a fandom. But if you can get them early, you can indoctrinate them early. You can warp their minds to make it whatever that you're trying to tell to them a normality, and therefore they grow up with it and it's perfectly normal. Which is why sometimes you talk to someone and they can't conceive someone speaking of the opposite view. You know what I mean? But I think the biggest thing and the reason why a lot of this is turning around is because, a lot of, the biggest influence is the internet. And on top of that, with the information that's able to be obtained in seconds, people are learning, kids are learning, and therefore we're developing a society that's more tech savvy, that's more educated, and so like every other religion that came before us, it's going to die, and it is dying. The stronghold religious faith is dying, and I think that's someone asked me if I have faith in that's the kind of future that we're gonna have. Well, just like Matt Dillahunty put it out there, I have reasonable expectation based on observation. What I'm observing is an uproar, from the society, and also an increase of education.
I hope you're right, Alexander. I really do. I really do. And maybe I'm jaded because I see so many people, and I just assume that what I see as a representation of the population. And a lot of it's what I see here. But I am amazed at the lack of intellectualism that so many people demonstrate when they have access to so much information and so much technology and so many other people that I think a lot of the atheists like yourself, I think Floyd does this really great. I think I think there's people that are atheists that explain their viewpoint from a perspective that isn't dismissing the alternative viewpoints, but invites people to consider, and that invitation is just disregarded because of, like you're saying, the influence of other people, and it's tragic.
Yeah, but it really is. And when I was younger, when I was in the church, the concept of logic and reason was a thing that I was very careful to make sure that I kill it right from the start. I wasn't capable at the time to really consider actual information, because the information that I was raised to believe in was all that was available. I can't say that it was all available. It was all that I was actively taught, all that I was actively introduced to, and all that I actively studied. And
were you taught that anything that contradicted what you were being taught at the time was like from the devil?
Absolutely.
That blows my mind. That is
so
wild.
Yeah, and so now you have a thing where we're telling kids that demons and all this other stuff exist, and that they must obey out of fear, and that they must not ask questions, and that they must repress their logic and reason, that they must adopt faith as a virtue. All of these things are demonstrably harmful. And I know that there's some people that have their faith and it makes them comfortable. And I actually talked to a gentleman who was the epitome of anti-intellectualism. When I asked him, does it make sense for you to not believe that the boogeyman lives in your closet? and to hold that belief until evidence is presented, or does it make sense to believe that what I just told you was the truth and not to ask questions? And he purposely told me that, well, there may be a monster in the closet, maybe the boogeyman in there.
That's
Now, I can't even. You hear things like that today. You're like, I can't take you seriously. You know what I mean?
Well, so
But
you guys,
that's exactly what it is.
have you all guys interacted with Peripheral Pro? He's a big biblical prophecy guy on here. Have you?
not me. No.
Okay.
I actually
So-
had a debate with him.
Okay.
Oh my God, yeah.
So I asked him. I said, "Do you think you're gonna die?" And you know what his answer was? He said, "I'm not sure." Most of the requirements. Yeah, he said most of the the requirements for Jesus' return have been fulfilled, so it might happen in his lifetime. And I knew he was going to say that. I knew he was going to say that. That's what we face here in the United States.
I don't know. I'm gonna go off tangent a little bit here and say I'm glad people like that believe the things that they do. I really don't know if they're fit to think rationally. It's a good way of keeping them down, and that's fine with me in some ways. I don't.
But the problem is that they influence other people that are.
Yes, but it won't last. I mean, politicians will play up to it but I think politicians tend to be smarter than that overall. I think that it's fine. Leave the peasants to believe their little stories, but we all know what really makes the world go round. And let's just leave it at that.
There's when I used to work with the Minneapolis Mad Dads here, I've been exposed to a lot of politicians, and the one thing that I'm starting to really, really, really recognize or really starting to pay attention to is that these people would actually be for the things that whatever person that's funding them is trying. So, like, you might have a Democrat, just a hypothetical. Let's say you have a Democrat and he needs funding for his campaign, and now you get someone that's willing to give him money, but they're also, hey, we want you to really go against this global warming thing. You know what I mean? And a lot of these people don't really believe what they're told. There's people in the church that don't really believe it. Hell, there's pastors that don't really believe it. Hell, I didn't believe it for a long time, even when I was still in the church, and I still had questions that I wanted to ask, and I was sick of the what I call the okie doke, the very simplistic non-answer, make you feel good answer. It's
I'll give you guys two
How is
examples.
it that we have evidence for evolution, but none for creation?
Right, I'll give you two examples.
Say things like, well, it's something you want to pray about. Are you kidding me?
I'll give you two examples which deal with George W. Bush, which most liberals still don't realize. Okay, and I understand this because George W. Bush was hated by liberals in no uncertain terms, but I think liberals should be smarter than to just take dogma on the liberal side at face value in the same way that religious people or conservatives take their own dogma. All right, two examples. George W. Bush, he proposed the same-sex marriage amendment, okay? Much to the detriment and the outrage of gay couples everywhere. I mean, I was pissed because I had been supporting gay marriage for God knows fucking how long, but since high school. So George Bush presented this as an amendment to be passed, and what did he actually do with it? Nothing. They let it drop like a hot potato. They couldn't have cared less if they got it through. They essentially paid lip service to it, and that was it. Okay. George Bush was not anti-gay. It was clear from the tapes revealed in the New York Times when he was elected that were secretly recorded that he was not anti-gay. In fact, he went against the preachers on this privately. So he was not anti-gay, but he was paying lip service. Now, the second thing was evolution. Okay, George Bush is like touted as the creationist president, but was he? Actually, no.
Yes.
No,
he
no.
was.
In his last interview he gave to ABC, before leaving office. They asked him straight out. They asked him about his fundamentalism and his beliefs, and liberals completely ignored this. And he was crucified by conservatives for his quote unquote blasphemous answers. He was asked, I believe by Diane Sawyer, if he believed in creationism, and he said no. He said, do I think God had something to do with it? Yeah, but do I think that it was all done in 6 days, etc.? He said no. And she asked him, do you take the Bible literally? He said, no, you can't take the Bible literally. And she asked, do you have to be a Christian to go to heaven? He said, no. He said there are truths to every religion, etc. My faith happens to be Christianity, but he was crucified by the conservatives for answering this way. He didn't have to answer this way, but he felt absolutely no political compunction to answer any other way than he felt, because he was out of office at that point. It was like his last week in office. He had no
but when he was,
to,
but earlier when he was asked if he accepted evolution, he said it's only a theory. So it's not like it's not like, but it's Nathaniel. But it's not like this was a president that was open-minded about that. He also said about going to Iraq that every night he prays to God and gets guidance and direction from God.
Oh, I believe that. He definitely believes that.
So it's what you're saying to me isn't that he was somehow not an evangelical born again. He may not have been at the far end of the spectrum, but I think that his principles were very narrow when it comes to utilizing critical thinking to make decisions that are in the best interest of everybody.
I'm not saying he wasn't a fundamentalist. He is. The difference, however, is he was far more the politician than the fundamentalist. He knew how to cater to the base.
Yeah,
okay.
I get that.
I guess it's more. So. I mean, at least we know what position is when it comes to those particular.
Oh, you're fading, man. I can't hear you.
Sorry. There's a big ass truck behind me. Sorry.
Okay.
At least, I mean, it just sounds like to me we know his position when it comes to those particular things. But I mean, I talked to many Christians that were, maybe slightly funny, but they understood evolution fine, and and they believed it fine, but they still have this, this faith in whatever God, and so I mean, that's also evidence too of a lot of of the winds changing, so to speak, because there was a point in time, and it was still like that depending on where you are. Within the U.S. or whatever part of the world, but you're starting to notice that a lot more of the fundamentalists, or just a small amount, at least at this point, you'll notice that they will adopt a lot of scientific information, scientifically sound information. And
that's encouraging.
It really is. It really is.
I agree.
Because even myself, when I was behind the pulpit, I understood evolution quite clearly, and when I was learning it, I knew I couldn't deny it, so I had to compartmentalized and and just kind of switch things up and put things up into this particular. Well, God did it, but I don't know how He did it. But I know that He did it with evolution or something like that. That kind of mindset, almost a Catholic type. You know what I mean? When it came to that, but it really is.
I think there's, but there's obviously I mean, it's obviously two camps in the religious evangelical section. There's people who understand it, just refuse to admit it. And then there's clearly people who do not understand it. So you fell into one camp. There's many others who just don't accept it and they don't understand it, let alone accept it. But I think it depends on the person. Yeah.
And I call hell too. I mean, people.
Yeah.
I bet.
One of the things that kind of annoys me again about the like evangelicals you run into here is this constant pessimism, whether it's the world or the United States, and it's like, what is that about? Why are they like so? Why are they?
I may be able to answer that. I think a lot of it has, if they're in the United States, it's propaganda. As far as the outlook toward the world and toward the nation, but a big component in Christianity is self-loathing. So you tie that in with the propaganda, they're not going to have a very good outlook on much of anything, and that's what kind of drives that end times rhetoric.
That was actually one of my biggest issues: the self-loathing, the being told that I was born sick.
Yeah.
Pretty much. I never. Let me tell you, when I was a Christian, I was really a Christian, but I still had, and this is how I know other people at some degree go through this as a believer. But I had a big issue with this whole thing about me being born, evil.
Mm-hmm.
I
So
never
bad.
felt like that. And that was something that I wanted to be intellectually honest, especially with, the particular, God at my time, when I believed in God. I wanted to be intellectually honest with God, and I even prayed and was like, why am I born evil? I've done nothing,
When you say that, though, you have to put your pinky to the edge of your mouth when you say that, though.
Right. Stroke a bald cat. Yeah, no, I never got behind that, and for a lot of people at my church, they felt like I wasn't the, quote unquote real Christian or the regular Christian, and it's one of those things where it's like, why do I have to agree with this? I don't necessarily agree with this, and I still believe,
Yeah, that's
but it's damaging. It's damaging. What kind of? I mean, you're instilling this in the children, which is the part that gets me angry about.
I have to run, you guys. I just wanted to wish everybody a happy 4th, and just be safe and enjoy.
Oh, thank you, man. Thanks for stopping by.
Oh, yeah.
man.
Alexander, it was good to see you. It's been a while.
You too, Eric.
Yeah, man.
Yeah,
Have a
take
good
care,
one.
you guys. Ciao.
Yeah, I was gonna say, no, the self-loathing has really got me, especially as a teen. How awkward is it as a young child growing up, hearing that you're a sinful. You hear it, but you really don't understand it too much. You just accept it. Just say, okay, whatever. I'm bad. I want the cookies, and I shouldn't have the cookies. That bullshit. But as a teen growing up, being cognizant of who you are and who you are becoming, this is why I want to have the conversation with a bunch of moderates to see if they honestly think that this mindset is healthy for a young child to have.
Yeah, I just can't relate to that. That's Judaism doesn't preach that at all, and my parents were not religious. I wasn't brought up religion. But even if I had been brought up religious, that is not something you get in Judaism at all. It's a bizarre sort of concept to me. It's totally out of the realm of my experience in a sense.
What does Judaism teach us as in contrast to that?
It doesn't. It's not a religion like Christianity. It's a very different sort of concept.
Well, is there no sin, or is there a different concept of sin?
There are sins, but there are also blessings, and if you perform blessings, every year during Yom Kippur you atone for your sins, and during Rosh Hashanah, a week later, your sins are tallied up against your blessings, and God writes you into the book of life if you've done good. But
so
it doesn't. Yeah. In Judaism, you atone for your sins on Yom Kippur, but you're supposed to do a good action every day, a good deed. They don't talk about your sins every day. They talk about, have you done a blessing? So helping a little old lady across the street it's like a Boy Scout thing in a sense. It's a religious equivalent of a Boy Scout thing. It's like a good action,
I still do that. I am that guy. I am the guy that will walk a old lady across the street.
I actually just did that for a little old lady about a week ago in my area. There's construction, and she was having trouble getting around it, so I held her arm and took her around. Anyway, but like that would be considered a blessing. But like the thing is, in Judaism, like other things can be blessings too, like getting somebody to daven with you, which means to pray with you or something. That's considered a blessing. Or just even saying like, bless you today or something is good, but there are like minor good deeds, and then there are major good deeds, and they break it down if you're really religious. But essentially, they don't talk about the sins you've committed every day. They talk about your blessings you've committed, like you've done every day, that sort of thing. So it's a totally different concept, and they don't go around obsessing with sin. It's just not done.
I see. I think that would be a much healthier, and I'd never heard of this. I've, just being around so many Christians and hearing this language of self-depreciation all my life, that actually seems like a breath of fresh air, to tell you the truth.
You can talk to Gav about, Gav, I think. You could talk to Gav. Yeah, Gabriel.
Yeah.
He could tell you more. I mean, he's religious, but. He'll tell you more and stuff, but he and I mean, I'm an atheist and he's religious, but he and I both agree fundamentally about, how Judaism is not like Christianity, and the fact that Judaism is a much broader sort of history and set of rules and identity and tribal affiliation, etc. So it's a little bit. Well, I'd say it's a lot different than Christianity. I've gone into this so many times, but the fact is that the whole concept of the Christian idea of like going on about your sinful nature, etc., it doesn't come up in Judaism really. Like I said, I mean, yeah, you atone for your sins on Yom Kippur, but that's the Day of Atonement. It's not like every day you're going around saying, I've sinned, I'm doing sins, I'm born flawed, etc. It doesn't focus on that, I mean, Christianity does get these ideas typically in part from Judaism. It's clear, but it was some sort of weird, mixed up, zealous spiritual Judaism, which just was not the Judaism practiced by most people at the time, or even by the high priest at the time. It was a much more materialistic, in a sense, identity of Judaism than the Christians later created it to be. So they were seen as heretics for many reasons. That was definitely one of them.
So to me, it seems almost like Wahhabi Islam that just kind of took over. And that's kind of on the forefront, and that was an offshoot of.
No, because here's the difference, though, and I just argued this with Fabio and others, Rocky, like 3 days ago. We had a big debate about this, not a formal one, but it just ended up being a big. But Islam is actually different, also, from Christianity and Judaism. That it's different in many ways. So Wahhabism would not have been a corruption of the original Islam. It's much more a return to the roots. Christianity was not a return to the roots of Judaism, even though that's what they said they were. That's never what Judaism was. Wahhabism is, in fact, pretty much what you would have seen practiced and preached by Muhammad in a lot of ways. Okay, so it was just pure zealous Islam. So it was the Wahhabis were basically a counter movement to the liberality which had come out from the cosmopolitan sort of Islam practiced for centuries. And they said, this is corrupting us, let's get back to basics. And when they said get back to basics, they meant it. So it was the basics of Islam that they were talking about, and still talk about today. And they're absolutely correct that this was what Muhammad did and preached. This was not the case with Christianity. The Christians said, let's get back to basics, but they weren't talking about the basics of what the Judaism preached 1,000 years before, because that was a very different sort of Judaism, and wouldn't have taken. They were talking about a spiritual back to basics. And this was seen as kind of insane because Judaism had never been that. Okay, so they created something new, and they said the real basic is spirituality, which was not really part of Judaism at that time, Judaism proper. So they created something, called it the basics, and claimed that that was the basics, and people said, no, that's not the basics, and then they went off and started their own religion. So it's not really equal to Wahhabism in that sense.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
I wanted to say this before I leave. Um, like, okay, I've been gone for a little bit, right? For doing hangouts,
Yeah, I haven't seen you in a
hangouts
while,
and
man.
stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah, man.
But I do that too. I do that too.
Yeah, that's good for a little bit. You get burnt out. But I while I was gone, I watched a lot of hangouts with the theists or with predominantly theists. I noticed one thing.
They start
Almost
fighting.
well, besides that, I was gonna get to that too. But I noticed that almost every time I watch these hangouts with theists, most of the time, it is it's almost like a roast of someone that like. I always talk about people I can't stand, but there's always a good reason why I can't stand a particular person. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But never have I been in a hangout and talk about someone for no reason or no good reason and dog them and say, terrible things about an individual. I sat there and watched a hangout with Vekul and who else was in this hangout? I
The one where
forget the
Veckel,
kids.
G-Man, and a bunch of them a few weeks ago.
Yeah, and it was just there's
Oh,
a big difference between the conversations we have here and then the conversations you hear there. It is moronic. It is moronic, it's like there lies the caliber, the difference within calibers of our intellectualism. The way we come across, the way the message that we're trying to get. Almost every time I watch these hangouts, it's always something off the wall, bizarre. It's not funny half the time, even though they think they are. It's usually very, mean and mean spirited. And then here we are. I guess I was. Is most of us are we atheists in there? Most of us, or everyone?
Mm-hmm.
And it's not trying to. I'm not trying to say atheists are smart and Christians are dumb or anything. I'm saying that most of the time, you kind of get the real characteristics of why, like this particular doctrine would appeal to a particular person. Like for example, Rand is homophobic. I was very homophobic when I was a Christian, and I can almost guarantee that if you talk to who they really are, they couldn't agree with half of the shit they say. I don't believe. I mean, the one thing I can credit Gary for is I don't know if the man's homophobic or not, but he doesn't seem to come across as a homophobe. But that's a very small and very minute thing about him against a ton of other wacky shit about him. But
I just spent $20 on him.
Yeah. Did you? What for what?
I just sent the money. Well, I got money for Patreon, so I said, I don't need it. So I'm going to send it to somebody, and I was like, well, I'll send it to G-Man. And I contacted him, and he gave me his phone number and address, and I just sent it to him on Western Union.
Why?
Right. So now I'm
Get his computer fixed.
Why?
Now,
it would be good for him to have time off.
Oh, he's been around, though. He can see it on his phone. He's been sulking.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, he does that shit.
Well, I didn't know he was offline, so.
He can't make hangouts.
Yeah, because I found out, okay, so when you were telling me that, right, when you telling me that he got in trouble, or, no, you told me something, you told me about him almost being homeless or something, which is unfortunate.
Who G-Man bitches?
Yeah, G-Man.
No, that's he. When I called him and talked to him, he said that's somebody just spread that rumor. It's not true.
Right, but
okay.
I have heard that he got in trouble with the DMCA thing with YouTube.
Oh yeah.
For streaming the Drunken Peasants illegally on his channel. And which I don't know if he probably didn't know that he's not supposed to.
No, that experience thing, not the Drunken Peasants.
Oh, I mean, okay, is that what that was? Okay. Yeah, I knew he got in trouble streaming illegally, something like that. Which was funny because I was poking fun at him a few days ago, and I did a post, and I was like, big announcement coming up later. And I never did send that announcement. I planned on to, but stuff kind of got in the way. I was saying big announcement later on, but the beautiful reality channel, yada yada yada. And I'm like, oh, Gary, man, what's up with you being in big trouble? I just left it like that, just purposely like that, right? Because almost no time does Gary actually respond to what I say, at least not that immediately. But immediately after I posted that, the man, chimes in. It's like there's a lot of people doing false, rumors around me, which I'm sure he probably assumed that I meant the homeless thing or whatever. And I was like, well, it's not the homeless thing, whatever, but you know what I'm talking about, because he knows damn well what I'm talking about. And I wasn't going to post it out there or, put his business out or whatever, but I noticed that he responded on those posts, so, I must be on to something.
Mm-hmm.
He gives himself away all the time, he's very predictable.
Well, he's good at getting attention is what he's good at, really. And that's his main thing. And so if he doesn't really have to care if people insinuate things about him, etc. That all plays into what he wants anyway. So
right.
Yeah.
I think he knew damn well that what he did though was not something.
Yeah. Well, I think he knows a lot of things that he's doing wrong, and he thrives on it, and that's just what makes him tick, frankly.
Recently, I don't know. I just don't know about him now. I swear he's a Poe now, and I never used to. I always joke that he must be a Poe, but I'm starting to seriously think that he may be a Poe. Oh my goodness.
I mean, it might be. It's so hard to tell these days, but I just don't really. I don't see it. I mean, he's been through the grinder so many times. I mean, if he's a Poe, and he's lasted this long as a Poe, through all the shit that people have put him through for his stupid backward beliefs, then he's got to be essentially, I mean, he's got to be clearly insane on another level to want to go this level with it. I just it's possible, but clearly then he's got some psychological problems that go far beyond his stupid beliefs.
Yeah.
He's got a masochistic, or I don't know. He just doesn't empathize with people or something. I don't know.
It's that and his insecurities. I'd be willing to guess, and it's just a guess. I am not officially a psychologist. I'm not going to even finish that anyway.
Mm-hmm.
But I can guess that he probably didn't have strong leadership growing up.
Yeah, I would probably. I mean, I don't want to psychoanalyze him, but I'm just
right.
My analysis of his mental stability would only really apply if he was actually a Poe after all these years, after all the public humiliation and risible, reactions that he's gotten. Yeah. You have to be some sort of not a psychopath, but you basically have to be completely outside of the norm in terms of social, norms.
Almost as like an intellectual masochist.
Yeah. I mean, and it would be a Herculean feat, I think, to keep a straight face after all this time.
Right.
Or to just not break down and say, guys, I really am sorry, blah blah blah.
Right. Which is more like how Ran Cam is. But hey, I'm glad that I joined and talked to you guys for a while. That was awesome.
Yeah, man. It's good seeing you again.
Definitely, man. Good seeing you guys. Have a good one.
Oh, happy 4th.
Oh, you too. You too.
I'll be seeing you.
Let's talk about something else. Let's talk about polar bears.
Polar bears.
There we go. How awesome polar bears are. No, I don't know. I mean, I'm tired of talking about religion all the time, or Jews, or Christians, or Muslims, or the Middle East. Let's try something else.
I think that's personal profit what still has to take place before Jesus can return?
I don't care.
Is here? I'm all tabbed. I can't see who's in the chat.
Oh, there's a few of us, but some of us seem to be AFK or something. I don't know.
If you want to give the link out to your favorite theist, go for it.
Nah,
Well,
I almost never.
there's a couple here now.
Yeah, Sid can do that. He's into that. I'm never into. I never do that.
No, there's Peripheral Prophet. He's here.
Oh, he is here?
Yeah.
Okay, it's like I said, I can't see the screen right now.
Yeah, he has joined.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. What's going on, Peripheral? Oh, shit.
Yeah, it's kind of loud here. I got a kid screaming in the background.
Yeah, Profile, I thought you could go over what still has to happen before Jesus returns.
I'm waiting for peace in Israel right now, currently.
Yeah, it's not going to happen. Sorry.
Nathaniel, could you get on that, please?
But, yeah, that's one. But doesn't
I'm
the
sorry. I'm
doesn't
sorry. I
the
got
temple
behind
need to be
my
rebuilt?
mail.
Yeah, we believe there will be another temple.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Where does that say that? I'm drawing a blank where that is. Do you know where
Well, that's Messianic Judaism, really.
Well,
is
even
it Jeremiah or is that a Revelation? I don't think it's not a Revelation, is it?
Well, in Revelation, it talks about the temple, but like specifically, like Ezekiel's temple has to be built at some point. I believe that's the millennial temple, because it says in Zechariah after Christ returns that all the nations that are left after Christ comes will go up and keep the Feast of Tabernacles and stuff. And that the temple in Ezekiel doesn't really fit either of the first temples. It's huge. It's bigger than the area of Temple Mount currently. So it'd be a complex. But I don't see the Jews building that.
It would be a bigger complex because the first temple and the second temple was a big complex. So yeah, it would have to be absolutely huge. Yeah. People don't realize how big Temple Mount is. It's enormous.
Yeah, the third temple regarding Ezekiel's temple would have like these giant pillars that you walk through on like all four sides, just entering into the center complex, and then there would be an actual temple with like this. I don't know. It would be huge. It'd be like the size of like 4 Temple Mounts. I
Is
think.
it going to be on the site of the Temple Mount, or do we know?
I think so. I don't really know exactly where it'll.
So if it is going to be on the site of the Temple Mount, this is going to involve the removal somehow of the Muslim.
The Dome of the Rock. Yeah.
This would be after
And
Christ
Al-Aqsa
returns,
Mosque,
so
yeah.
This would be after Jerusalem gets.
I'm just wondering if you think if there's a plan or contingency plan perhaps for the opposition to this building of the temple and stuff that you might expect from the Muslims.
Well, again, it assumes that the Messiah has returned. So
yeah, there wouldn't
fair
be
enough, but the Messiah is not the Messiah to the Muslims.
Yeah, but there wouldn't be Muslims left as far
Yeah,
as.
that'd be taken care of.
Right.
Awesome.
They would all.
They
They would all become our slaves or something like that. God.
Oh, so slavery is going to return?
Yeah, I'm sure it would.
Well, Peripheral, what do you say?
Well, apparently God is okay with slavery.
Hold on a second. Is slavery going to return?
So the return of the temple is after. So we don't have to worry about that, right? It's after.
Well, I'm still looking like if there's peace in Israel, I still think there will be a temple. I just don't think it'll be acknowledged by God because I think the Jews will start sacrificing again, which is obviously that would be an abomination.
The Jews will start sacrificing again.
But there was a temple.
Sacrificing what?
If the Jews start sacrificing again, it's like an official.
Sacrificing what? Like themselves?
Animals.
The virgin daughters? What?
No, animals. What they were sacrificing before.
Yeah, based on what, New Testament?
I sacrifice every day animals. But I sacrifice in the bank.
You're not doing it in a kosher way. You have to sacrifice in a certain way on the altar of God. No, it's very simple.
No.
There were actual rituals, just like the Romans had sacrifice rituals for animals. So they would burn it on the altar of God.
I know. Well, that's
so
fine.
what's hard to comprehend with that?
It's fine. I just do the modern Reformed Judaism form of sacrificing, in which I go to the store, I buy a piece of sacrificial meat, I put it into the sacrificial oven, and I bake it sacrificially for, say, 20 minutes. Which numerically there's some kind of a significance.
Just one thing. When you guys do this, you know this just feeds into his. It just feeds into what his belief says, because he thinks he's bringing you guys the truth, and you guys are just laughing at it. So.
No,
we're trying to understand. I just want to
have our version of the truth. Why can't we also have the truth?
What I'm saying is,
I'm just seeing what your reaction just reinforces his beliefs. I'm just.
No, I'm laughing at what Sid's saying, but what I'm clearly saying is, if you believe in the actual the temple coming back, you then believe that there is no Reformed Judaism or Orthodox Judaism. There's only the Judaism of the temple as represented from before.
How do the Catholics stand on this? Are they going to be part of this? I
don't know. I don't think that they.
Because as far as I understand, every Christian that I've ever met who's not a Catholic says that the Catholics are not a Christian, or that they kind of on the fence on the issue or whatever. So it's gonna be a huge mess at the end. Peripheral prophet, if really what you say is gonna come about.
But peripheral, you're a premillennialist, right?
Yeah, premillennial.
Yeah.
What does that mean?
It means that, well, and I've talked to some Jews apparently who are premillennial as well regarding, like they're waiting for I think what they call the first coming of the Messiah is what we call the second coming of Christ. Either way, like there's a lot of things in the Old Testament that still haven't been fulfilled. Like they talk about things that don't really make sense unless you place it in the millennium.
Yeah, but here's the thing. Jews real religious Jews can't believe in the millennium, because the millennium is based on the birth date of Christ. It's got nothing to do with the ways the Jews count time.
Well, it's not. They don't believe in Christ. I'm talking about when the Messiah comes and destroys the nations and rules.
Right, but they wouldn't use the Christian calendar for that at all.
I'm not using a calendar. I don't know when it would start. It would start whenever Christ returns.
Oh, so you don't mean actually a millennium according to the calendar, is essentially what you're saying.
What do you mean, what calendar?
Well, you don't mean like the year 1000 or 2000.
Well, the Julian calendar has got nothing to do with the Bible.
Well, no, but it starts.
Yeah,
it
does
the
that.
Julian?
Sure.
Yeah, the Julian. Yeah, but the Julian calendar starts with essentially the
with the estimated or assumed.
Yeah, exactly. But that's why
it gives it a starting date so everybody universally can have
right. And I personally have no problem with that because I'm secular, so I don't give a damn. But the point is that if you're a religious Jew, that wouldn't mean anything to you in terms of dates that you believe in.
Yeah, but if you're a secular Chinese, peasant, it wouldn't mean anything either. January the 1st is January the 1st, whatever. Everybody knows January the 1st.
Right, but it would be. But what I'm saying, it would be akin to if you say that religious Jews are millennialists in a sense, that doesn't make any sense because it's akin to saying a Chinese peasant would be calculating his holidays by the secular Julian calendar or Gregorian calendar. It doesn't make any sense. They calculate it by their own personal calendar. Jews calculate it by the Jewish calendar. They don't determine the days.
Every Jew, no matter what calendar they set their vacations to or their holidays to, they still have a secular. Everybody has a secular.
I like what you said.
Attraction.
There, because that's
a secular
what
connection to the Julian calendar. Everybody does.
Yeah, that's fine, and that's fine. But I like what you said when you said vacations instead of holidays, because that's exactly what it is to me. That's all it is.
Yeah,
it's a vacation. That's all it is.
Which is fine. There's no everybody's look. As far as I'm concerned, the pursuit of happiness for me is to do as little as possible.
To enjoy life.
To enjoy life.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm cool with that.
So it doesn't say in the Constitution that the pursuit of happiness is this is rule 1 and this is rule 2 and rule 3 of everybody's happiness. No, it doesn't work that way. At least I don't think it does. I haven't read that.
No, but it doesn't matter. You're Canadian. Who cares? You shouldn't care. You
Life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness is not an American thing. It's a universal, global human right.
That's what the Americans said, but it doesn't actually mean that it's true.
Well, we make it true. That's what it's all about. That's what the United Nations is there for. It makes it true.
I agree, but you don't have to take that line because you're not actually American.
Well, there's a Canadian equivalent, but I just love life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness.
It is very nicely phrased, I do have to admit. Yeah, I agree. I absolutely agree. So what is a millennial Jew? Tell us.
Who?
I'm not entirely sure how their doctrine works. I've gotten a couple different explanations. I don't even know how they draw a millennium without the New Testament from the Old Testament.
Right.
The one Jew I talked to was I don't know if you guys know him. He's a friend. He's a friend of Rev News, and he had a different explanation too. Not Geo. No. It was this guy was. Sorry if it's loud here, guys. This guy was basically saying that there's two messiahs have to come. One's Messiah ben Joseph, and then that Messiah is going to be killed, and then Messiah ben David is going to come and reign for 1,000 years or something like that after he returns. I don't really understand
the Thor hammer as an avatar sort of thing. That guy?
No.
That's cartoon hammer.
No. No, not that I can think of. He usually comes on camera.
All right, I have to ask you something.
He's a Jew who's getting ready to go back to Israel.
Oh yes, he didn't like what I had to say.
Who is that? What's his name?
I forgot his name.
His name's Philip. I think it's Philip.
I think that's the guy that I spoke to like 8 or 9 months ago, and he just didn't like what I had to say about secular people in Israel and that Israel is a secular state, etc.
Can I ask you, when I lived there 30-something years ago, it was a 70% secular and 30% religious split.
Yeah.
What's it now?
I don't know, but the religious, I mean, I know that the religious are growing, and it's a problem. It's a big problem, just like it's a problem in America, yeah. However, the majority is still secular. The majority still don't want the religious having
the vast majority,
power.
right?
Yeah, absolutely.
It's weird because in Zechariah's prophecy, the majority of the Jews are killed. It says the majority of the Jews are killed prior to the arrival of Christ, which is interesting. If they are in fact majority secular, I wonder if that has anything to do with it. Because he talks about cutting off the idols from the land and all that stuff. So
no, but I got a question for you, man. I'm curious, and please don't take this as a personal insult, okay? I'm just really curious. These are stories that are, 3 to 2,000 years old. What makes you think that they're real as opposed to other stories that are 3 or 2,000 years old?
Well, I'm a Christian, and I've my experience in Christ is something that I can't, I would have to be disingenuous to say, I don't know if God exists. When I say I know God exists, that to me is a reality that I couldn't possibly deny.
Okay. All right. Let me ask you this then. If you read the Bible, it's clearly an alien society from what you live in today. Okay. In fact, it's clearly an alien society to other societies that were around it at the time. It is so incredible, huh?
Regarding Judaism, you mean?
Just traditions and names and places, and I mean it doesn't fall into your realm of experience on any sort of level in an everyday sense in any way whatsoever. Why is it that God would speak through such an alien society to you about the truth of the entire universe?
Well, if you've read the Bible, then you understand that God works through. He uses foolishness, or what we would perceive something to be foolish, to bring about correction, things like that. Like, why did he choose Israel? Is it because the Jews are genetically superior to every other race? No, it has nothing to do with that. He chose Israel because at the time, the people, they were the smallest group of people. And
they weren't the smallest group. I mean, there were other tribes that were
we're talking like, well, I'm just saying this is what Scripture tells us, that he chose them because they were a small group of people, and using that to demonstrate his will, he could have chose the greatest group of people, right? But he chose the smallest, and you see that theme throughout Scripture with, like, instead of using like a giant Israelite warrior to defeat the giant, he goes one step further to shame them and uses a small kid to kill the giant, you know.
But why didn't he choose a smaller tribe then, like a tribe in the Philippines or something on some remote island? Why didn't he choose like a really, really small tribe, let's say, like,
you'd have to ask God. I don't know if maybe there's like a 3-man tribe somewhere at the time. I
well,
don't know.
the Jews were clearly more than 3 men. You could have chosen a tribe of 100 people on like some, Polynesian island or something. Yeah. I mean, they were clearly around.
It started with 12 sons, right? Started with Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, right, in succession. So I don't really know why how we get this idea that they were some great nation or something like that.
Well, because it said so in the Bible.
Relatively small group of people, all of the Jews are descended from.
Right. Historically, Yahweh was just the God of the Jews, and El Elyon gave Yahweh Israel as his inheritance, and according to your Uritic text, there were 70 sons of El Elyon, and but Yahweh was just the God of the Jews, but later he was promoted to top God, and eventually like around the Babylonian exile, it became the only God of Judaism.
Judaism isn't even the first first group of people to observe God in the Bible. That came later in Scripture, like after other people had already had experiences with God. Then Judaism shows up on the scene in the Bible. So if you could go back to before Abraham, for example, there wouldn't have been a Judaism. There wouldn't have been Jews or anything like that. That didn't come till later in the Bible. Same with Christianity. It's like when people say, like, well, Christianity is only 2,000 years old. Well, yeah, it's supposed to be. It wasn't supposed to be, Christianity from the beginning, right? That doesn't make any sense. Even according to the biblical narrative, Christianity had to come later because Christ was prophesied to come at a certain time, and that time was fixed.
Yeah, but I mean, biblically, when did the Jews start with Abraham?
Well, I guess technically with the 12 tribes. Abraham, or with Jacob's sons, I guess technically, if you want to, like, a Jew is a term that doesn't really show up till later in Scripture.
Yeah, but
like Israelites, basically.
But God promised Abraham that through him a great nation would be built.
Right.
Yes. And when was that ever fulfilled?
Yeah, I mean, was Israel or Judah really ever a great nation compared to other other nations? I mean, it's relatively small, right? And how long did the unified kingdom
live here? It's the size of New Jersey, and that's not even, I mean, come on, it's tiny.
When you look at modern Israel today, I mean, they're smaller than Florida with half the population, but they're a world superpower.
No, they're not, and we're not a world superpower. How are we a world superpower?
Well, your economy is much better than
one of the most advanced militaries in the world. One of the best air forces in the world, I would say.
Right, but according, yes, I mean, and there's this whole mythology about it, but regionally speaking, I mean, it's not like the Russian military or the American military. Israel couldn't take over Europe the way that the U.S. could technically do or Russia could technically do. Israel could defend itself against Arab neighbors, and they're wonderfully proficient at that. I mean, I saw it in the military here, but it's not a superpower. I mean, it's not even close to being a superpower in those terms. I mean, the military in North Korea, in terms of manpower, outdoes us by leaps and bounds, and they have shitty technology. So I would say that it's all relative when you're speaking about Israel. We're not a world superpower.
Is Israel undefeated?
Yeah, so what? So is I guess so is America in terms of they've never actually lost on their country. So yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it's only been around since 1944, right?
1948.
48. Okay, yeah.
Yeah, we're not. Look, we have an incredible economy, especially in technology. We have an incredible military, but relative to our area, we don't rule the world in any sense whatsoever.
That's not kind of the direction I was going with when I say that they're superpower. I mean, you guys are also, I think, the number 3 exporter in produce in the world.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, something like that. But yeah, I mean, it depends really. It's actually a lot less now because of the technology sector. But it's not. No, it's not a world super. I mean, there are plenty of other countries that have far bigger GNPs than we do. I mean, America for one.
Couldn't we say that modern Israel actually holds more land than like the ancient Israel and Judah ever did?
No, actually, it's really kind of difficult to put a quantifier on that because the borders of the ancient kingdoms of Israel kept fluctuating. So it's really it's kind of like trying to determine the actual size of the Roman Empire. It's really it's dubious at best. There are certain kind of limits that you can put onto it, but depending on the year, etc.
Yeah, because I mean, the United Monarchy only lasted under like 2 reigns, as David and Solomon. Assuming we'll assume David was a historical character, but I think secular archaeologists say that actually David's influence really didn't spread in the north that much at all, really.
No, but like Gaza, for example, where Gaza is, would be actually technically biblical Israel. We don't own it. We pulled out. The Gazans own it completely. There's no Israeli soldiers in Gaza since 2005. So we don't technically own that. And there are the West Bank isn't owned by us really. I mean, it's quote unquote occupied in certain areas, but it has its own government. It's got its own police force. It's got its own military in a sense. They're all technically police, but there's like 38 divisions of the Palestinian police or something. It's ridiculous. So, they have their own state of affairs, and we don't actually own Ramallah, or we don't own Nablus, etc. We have soldiers in Nablus to protect the settlers there, but we don't actually run the place. So you can't call it Israel proper. No. So there's limits to all this stuff, really, and there are clearly political limits, and there's clearly practical limits on what Israel can and cannot do, and can or cannot claim to own or to run. So it just doesn't work out that way. So no, Israel's not really completely like the Israel of ancient times, but it was never meant to be. The modern state of Israel was never meant to be a recreation of the biblical Israel. I mean, they considered Uganda, for God's sakes, as a serious contender for where to go. This was actually considered, and other places as well. But Uganda was the one that was second in running to Palestine at the time, and then they settled on Palestine just basically because historic reasons. I mean, it just clearly made sense. But it was never. Herzl hated religion. He did not want anything to do with religious people. He hated them. He couldn't stand religion. He had screeds against religious people. So he never wanted to recreate biblical Israel. That was not his intention.
Yeah, and it's interesting because a lot of the eschatology in the Old Testament regarding Israel seems to be more focused on Jerusalem specifically, and not necessarily on Israel according to the ancient borders or whatever. Because I think you guys would be wouldn't you guys be running into Iran and parts of parts of Assyria or Syria if you were to go by
No, Iran. So to get to Iran, you'd have to go through Jordan and Iraq first. Israel never reached anywhere close to this.
I don't know what the exact borders are, and I don't know if it's prophesied that those are going to be like expanded on or something like after the Messiah returns or not. I don't really think that that's something that's contingent on. I don't think it would even matter if Christ returned.
Well,
but
I can guarantee you, Israel never got so far. Not even close. Not even close. Yeah, I mean, it's like 2 time zones away. You know, it's huge. I mean, that would encompass literally the entirety of Jordan and the entirety of Iraq just to get to the westernmost border of Iran. It just wouldn't. It wouldn't. It's never. You know, that was never Israel. No.
Okay, yeah, it goes like it's like into Iraq, parts of Saudi Arabia, into Turkey, parts of Syria.
Yeah, Israel was not even close to being that big.
Yeah, that would be.
There were other empires in the way at the time.
Yeah, it goes all the way to like the border of Iraq and Iran, and then parts of Egypt, parts of Saudi Arabia, parts of Syria, and a little bit of Turkey. I don't know. All these maps show a little bit kind of like a different depiction of the borders, but.
Of the borders of Israel, of Judea?
Let me pull up one of these pictures. They're kind of hard to see. Because it shows like the border of like the furthest east it goes is on the border of Iraq and like what would be Persia.
No. No.
No, I'm not saying that's now. I'm saying like what the ancient borders, I guess, are thought to be like.
No. No. What is this from? Wait a minute. What is this from?
Hey, what's going on?
Where's this map from here? What's this, KurtLandry.com?
I don't think there's like an exact, just because like the ancient maps would be kind of probably hard to understand. I think this is like the best that they can come up with or something. I'd have to research the actual dimensions of the border.
This would go right into the Persian Empire. I think he would have had something to say about it. And Egypt? When did Israel ever control Egypt in ancient times? It didn't. It didn't control the Sinai in ancient times. It certainly didn't control Egypt. It certainly didn't control parts of Saudi Arabia. I mean, parts of Jordan, possibly, yeah. Some of the biblical landmarks are in the western parts of Jordan. That's true. Perhaps parts of southern Syria. I'm not sure. Iraq, no. Iran, no. I mean, this would have conflicted right up against the Egyptian Empire. The Saudis didn't exist as an empire yet, but they certainly had a native population that was not in any way Jewish whatsoever at that point. Later, yes, but not at that point. And the Persian Empire, and then it would have. I mean, the Carpathians. The Cappadocians would have had something to say about the Turkey thing here, right here. I think the Cappadocians were right there. That didn't. That wouldn't have sat well with them. No, I don't think that this. How's this guy come up with this map?
In the Jewish Tanakh, it says. It says, on that day the Lord made a covenant with Abraham, saying, to your offspring I give this land from the river of Egypt to the great river, the river Euphrates. Which would
but they never controlled that. But that's assuming that Abraham came from Ur, which is in Iraq. But they didn't control that. He went to, quote unquote, Israel, which is all the way across. He never. The Jews, the Judeans, never set up shop here. They never got that far. Not even close. I don't know how this guy comes up with this map. I really don't. It's not based on any reality whatsoever. I mean, it doesn't even claim it in the Bible. It doesn't claim that the kings control this much land. Who is this guy?
Yeah, I don't know if this is supposed to be like a future prophecy or what.
Well, I can tell you it's not based on reality whatsoever.
I'd have to study it out and see. It says I would bring judgment on the nation.
Look, it doesn't matter what the reason is. I can tell you it's just not true.
Well, if it was a future prophecy, you wouldn't know. You wouldn't know if it was true or not. You would have to wait to see that if it ever happened.
The map clearly says ancient borders of Israel.
Yeah, I don't know. I'd have to, like I said, this isn't something that I honestly care that much about. I'd have to study it out and see where he's coming up with this.
Can I ask a dumb question, Peripheral?
Sure.
Why does God need prophecy?
It's kind of like a gift, really. I mean, it's insight into the future for those that follow God. I mean,
I'll be right back.
Prophecy's also not something that's like detailed specifically for a reason. Which I'm not, I don't want to say that if it was detailed specifically that we could change it or alter it, but I think that's kind of the point in given most of the prophecies are given in allegories and things like that. But even prophecies for believers don't entirely make sense until or aren't verified until the prophecy is actually fulfilled. That's why like a lot of the Jews didn't understand the prophecies concerning Christ. I mean, there were Jews that believed in the Messiah, but they didn't really like this idea that the Messiah would come the way that he did. They didn't understand that.
Is God bound by prophecy? Can he like not do the prophecy that? I mean, he's God, right?
He's already said it's going to happen, so I mean, there's not really. If
he can't change his mind.
Well, I'm not saying he can't change his mind, but he has decreed what is going to happen. He's declared it already, so it's a matter of as it unfolds for us, we're just observing it essentially. But even the prophecies, like if you read like the Olivet Discourse, it's not. It seems kind of like, well, he talks about earthquakes, right? Like, in diverse places. Well, that could never have made sense before we were able to perceive earthquakes happening in different locations. I mean, prior to modern technology, none of those prophecies would make sense because how would somebody that's cut off in a remote area know about earthquakes in places far away? You know what I'm saying? It doesn't make any sense.
Trying to help G-Man with this money thing.
Oh yeah, I talked to G-Man. I think I don't know where that idea about him being homeless or something like that. At least he said he was, and I don't know what's going on with him, but he said everything was fine or something. I don't know that he wasn't.
Yeah, no, he talked to me and he said, yeah, somebody's just spreading a rumor. I'm guessing somebody just kind of took the opportunity to just maybe just shit on him, honestly.
Yeah, I asked him if he needed help, and he didn't seem very receptive. So.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, I wasn't doing nothing with the money other than spending it on fishing stuff. So it's like, well, if you put it towards, getting a new computer or whatever, money's yours. So I mean, because the money from my Patreon wasn't all that much, so I was like, well, I'll just match it with some of my money, because I'll end up spending more money to send them money than more money that I would have, sent anyway. So.
Yeah, I mean, I would have sent him a computer, but I had 2 laptops that I wasn't using, but I gave them away, and then he said, like, they found out he needed one. I'm like, oh, sorry, dude. They called me sooner.
I may
hang on. Let me show you a better map of what the ancient borders of Israel was. You see that? That's much more in tune with the ancient borders of Israel. You see Dan, Ephraim, Simeon down there. Reuben is east of the Jordan, so it was actually in Jordan. Gad, Manasseh is see, that would reach up into essentially Lebanon, Syria. So this would be essentially a map of ancient Israel at, pretty much the height, I would think. nowhere clear do we get close to most of Jordan, Iraq, and to Iran, and we don't get into Saudi Arabia because Moab and Edom are down here, and that's still Jordan down here. That's by the Dead Sea, and Saudi Arabia is much further south. So no, it just doesn't jive, and we just certainly don't go into Sinai, and we certainly don't go past that into Egypt. So it just doesn't make sense. That map does not make sense. The one that you showed me. I mean, that's almost like a conspiracy theory map of what Arabs believe that Israel's trying to gain, but it's just not true. It never was Israel, and it's never represented Israel. Ever, you know.
Yeah, I don't know if, like I said, I don't know if he's referring to this as like something that's already happened. Because I would probably agree with you. I don't see like every map that I have showing Israel and all of the nations mentioned is exactly what you have. Referring to Genesis 15:18, I don't know if if this is being like regarded as like the ultimate fulfillment or a future prophecy. Because if you start like at the river in Egypt and go to the river Euphrates, I mean that's a lot bigger than the map you're showing, obviously. So it would have to
friggin' huge. It's like half of the Middle East.
It would have to be like a future. I don't know. Like I haven't really searched this out. I'm just kind of going off of what I've heard.
I'm gonna play devil's advocate for a moment.
Oh, hey, Happy. How are you doing?
Hey, Nathaniel. How are you doing?
I'm all right, but sorry I didn't see you in here. When did you get in here?
Oh, I snuck in.
I just heard your voice and I knew it was you, so...
But I'm going to play devil's advocate here for a little bit. Isn't it interesting and maybe slightly disturbing that the Christian religion has hijacked the Hebrew Bible to make itself sound legit? I'm pretty sure there's a lot of Jewish people that really don't appreciate that.
Yeah, well, that was the whole point, really, with them rejecting.
Hey, Nathaniel, real quick, on that website, he does mark this as a future fulfillment, a future prophecy.
Well,
so he is looking to this. He says, these facts add unfathomable dimensions to the land promised by God to Abraham's descendants, a land currently occupied by other nations. So he is in fact referring to this, I guess, as a future prophecy.
Well, he should change the title of that graphic from Israel's ancient borders to Israel's future borders, and then he should put himself in the camp with all the conspiracy theorists in the Arab world who think that's what Israel wants.
Well, I think that I think when he says ancient, he's referring to the ancient decree. But then again, I don't know the guy. I'm going off of like the borders that are being described, I guess, by Genesis 15:18, because there's like it also encompasses the land of the Kenites, the Kenizzites, the Cadmonites, the Hittites, and it goes on and on. It's got all these other nations.
I know,
These other peoples mentioned.
It's just not based in reality. I really, it would be hard for me to believe that not only Israel ever wanting that today, but let alone that it would ever be able to get it. It just doesn't jive with reality. We can't even control the West Bank, for heaven's sake. Why would we want to try to control Jordan, Iraq, and parts of Iran and Egypt to boot? Not to mention Syria and Lebanon. I mean, it's insanity.
Well, if you don't believe in the Tanakh, for example, or if you don't think it has any authority, I can see why you feel that way.
No, I'm just talking about realistically speaking. I mean, unless you're saying that God is going to impose this on everybody, which, fine, that's your weird belief or whatever, but it doesn't jive with the reality that we see today. I mean, Israel would have to become a global superpower to have those kind of borders, and it's just not in that position, nor does it want to be.
Well, that's kind of the end game result for Israel in Bible prophecies. They do become a global, empire essentially, but not in the sense that the Jews are going to be like this military superpower, but God Himself is going to reign from Israel.
Yeah,
that's a Christian belief as well. But
right, I just got to tell you, it just doesn't have anything to do with reality. I mean,
that's fine. So what Heavy Holler was saying, like how do Jews feel about Christians hijacking Bible prophecy, right? Or the Tanakh, for example, like I want him to realize it was the Jews that gave us the New Testament. It was the Jews that gave us this.
Yeah, it was. In my view, it was zealous Jews who basically were, you know, the equivalent of the Mau Mau in the 1950s to Kenya, essentially, is what we're talking about.
Sure, but right, we wouldn't have the New Testament if it wasn't for the Jews. Christianity wouldn't exist if it wasn't for the Jews. So I mean,
yeah, no, I recognize.
It's not like a Gentile creation. I hope that's not what was being proposed.
Right, I recognize it, but in a sense, you know what it would be like? It's the way that Christians regard the Mormons. That's how Jews regard the Christians. I hate to break it to you, but that's exactly what we're talking about.
Oh no, I understand that they think that we're crazy and all that stuff. That's fine. I mean, the Old Testament prophesied Israel as a light to the Gentiles, that they may be salvation unto the ends of the earth.
Okay, but let me ask you this then: how has, I mean, I'm not going to cast aspersions on, or I'm going to try not to cast aspersions on, let's say the military, etc. But how exactly has Israel been a light unto other nations in most respects? Most nations see Israel as a pariah. I mean, that's just a fact. It's something that we fight against here all the time. So how exactly has it been a light unto other nations?
Well, you guys gave us Jesus Christ. I mean, you know, I don't really know how else to say that.
I would say that makes us even more of a pariah in the eyes of many people in the world.
Well, sure.
My impression is that it wasn't the Jews that gave y'all all this. It was maybe a small sect somewhere.
Yeah, it was a small.
So it wasn't the majority of the Jews.
These were not Jews that were holding, you know, positions as rabbis and all these things, unless you count Paul, sure. But these were regular Jews, and you know, they would have been, you know, Torah-keeping Jews. When Christ came, he developed followers within Judaism. I mean, Christ was a rabbi. He taught in the temple himself. You know, so this is all from Judaism. It comes 100% from the Jews. You know, whether you could say it's an like if you say it's an offshoot or kind of like a sect of Judaism that kind of broke off, whatever, I can see how you come to that conclusion. But you know, when
that's the way it looks to me. That's what it is.
Right, I mean, that's kind of what it's supposed to be. I mean, it's not supposed to be like, you know, Christians are supposed to be keeping Jewish laws and observing the 600 something commandments and stuff.
Well, they did at first.
If they were Jewish. But that's kind of like what the whole New Testament is kind of about. It's you know, reminding people not to fall back into the trying to keep the law to maintain righteousness and all that.
I understand that, but at the beginning, you clearly see the evolution of Christianity throughout the years. At the very beginning, when they were keeping the laws and they did think that they were still Jews, they did still call themselves Jewish, and then it was only later that they stopped calling themselves Jews and stopped keeping the commandments, etc., with other, you know, revelations and other you know, philosophical arguments, etc. There's clearly an evolution there. So it wasn't like that at first, and so obviously. The original Christians, if you believe that Jesus was real, if you believe that his followers were following him around just like it says they were in the New Testament, then you also have to believe that the original Christians, the first ones who quote-unquote knew Jesus, would not have agreed with the later Christians who came around and said, oh, we don't have to do this stuff. They would have disagreed because they themselves thought that following the law was actually very important, and that's what they actually did. It was only later, and we know this from the Christian religion themselves.
Right. That's pretty much in line with what the Bible teaches. I don't challenge that. I mean, like for example, when Christians are, you know, they're saying, you know, God, if the Jews build a temple, it's going to be unholy, and I'm like, wait a minute, the first Christians were worshiping in the temple of God before it was destroyed in 70 AD. The Bible says they were continuously in the temple. So I mean, you know, and the first Christians being Jewish, they would have still observed Jewish tradition, Jewish customs, things like that. When the gospel went to the Gentiles, the Jews were trying to take the Christian Jews were trying to essentially, they called them Judaizers, right? They were trying to get the Gentiles who never had those the Mosaic laws, right? So they were never bound by those laws, and they were trying to take those Christian converts and convert them to kind of like Jewish tradition, kind of like you see in Christianity, where certain churches will try to convert people to Christianity and then try to get them to follow like more tradition instead of actually what the faith is about, which is very simple. It's accepting and believing in Christ and sharing the gospel. It's not about, you know, trying to do like, okay, yeah, I've got a list of works I need to do for the day, or I've got to observe these things or traditions. That's kind of what Christ came to get rid of.
So if Christ came to get rid of that, why did he observe the Passover Seder?
Well, Christ himself was a Jew. I mean, there was a transition. So he would have been he would have kept the laws. He would have been circumcised. He would have, you know, all of these things as an example, as the fulfillment of the law. He would have kept the law. But he had insight. Obviously, we believe Jesus Christ is God incarnate. So when he's giving us, you know, deeper understanding, I mean, Christ is a lot more strict than the Torah. You know, the Torah is based on physical actions. You know, don't you know,
right, I accept that.
Cheat on your wife or something. Christ says, you know, if you look at a woman with lust, you've gone one step further. You haven't even actually physically done the act. So I mean,
right, I accept that fully, but you recognize that after Christ, right after Christ, his followers were still keeping Jewish traditions, so they too thought that he wanted them to keep the Passover Seder, to fast on Rosh Hashanah, and all that. They were doing that themselves. So did they misinterpret the message of the man that they knew, or
like for example, when you know, they were still keeping the dietary restrictions, right? Until God, you know, God essentially says no more with that, you know. So I mean, there's like you see the transition, but it's not really until you get to the New Testament where you see that transition from the Mosaic laws and stuff to the law of Christ.
Well, the whole thing.
Which ultimately, when the gospel went to the Gentiles, there would have, you know, I mean, the Christianity is 99.9% non-Jews, right? So we've never had any of those laws. So we don't follow Jewish tradition in that sense because, well, we were never Jewish.
No, but the original Christians did follow that after Christ's death.
The Jewish Christians, not the Gentile Christians. But the Jews were trying to get the Gentile Christians to convert to Jewish traditions.
Right, but there were no Gentile Christians until long after Christ's death.
Well, I mean, Paul took the gospel to the Gentiles specifically, and one of the commandments Christ gave is to take the gospel into the world and preach it to everyone.
Right,
so there would have been Christians that were. How long after? What are you talking like first century, second century, third century? This all happened during the time of the disciples.
Yeah, but but we're talking about decades after.
Sure. Yeah.
For decades, there were only Jewish Christians in a sense.
Well, I don't know if it would have been decades, but it would have definitely been like, you know, Acts. The book of Acts isn't set, you know, decades after. You know, it's set pretty soon after Christ's death.
No,
they're already converting Gentiles to Christianity.
Yeah, but it's already a while afterwards. Christianity at that point had spread enough that, you know, Paul had to go out and persecute them.
I've got a question regarding the Gentiles that you're speaking of. Who exactly are they, and what religion were they?
It just means non-Jew. Anybody.
I understand that, but what religion would they have been?
Anybody. They could have been, you know,
pagans. They could have been Romans. They could have been anybody. That wasn't
anybody.
Okay, anybody.
Yeah, anybody. Any non.
So they didn't necessarily not have a religion. They could have been pagan.
Yeah, they were most pagan. Actually, they were probably most likely they were pagan because almost everybody else was pagan at that time. So
yeah, the Jews would have been the only true religion. Yahweh would have been the only correct God, the one and true God.
No, it was the only monotheist religion.
Yeah, because all the Gentiles would have, like, you know, like the Romans in the New Testament that converted to Christianity. They would have held to like Roman ideologies regarding the different gods that whatever the Romans believed in at the time. So yeah, we call anybody who was not a Jew a Gentile. I think that still kind of goes for today too. Until the time
I
of
think that's kind of, I find it derogatory to be called a Gentile.
Why is that? I think it just means
I just think
nations
it's a
essentially
disgusting
that
word.
aren't Israel.
Imagine being just called a Gentile. It just doesn't. It just sounds.
I don't know. It sounds
horrible.
kind of upper class to me. It always
Sounds horrible.
But to me, it always meant upper class.
Oh no.
It always meant like the elite, like the people who run England, for example. That was, to me, that's what I was raised to see, like what Gentiles were. Like anybody was a Gentile, basically had power, prestige, money. It didn't mean the lower classes, and that, to me, it always actually meant the upper classes for some reason. I mean, I know it's not supposed to mean that. It just means you're not Jewish. But to me, having grown up in England when I was very, very young, it always meant to me the upper class, the people who run the show, the dukes, the counts, the queen. They were the Gentiles to me. It just. In fact, I could say that in a sense it was something
at the same time,
inspired to me.
At the same time, they're the kind of ruling class.
Well, that's what I'm talking about.
So it's kind of you're confusing Gentiles with the ruling class.
Well, that's what I mean. Having grown up in England.
Right, but that's your own personal subjective view.
Right. But so for me, it never was actually a dirty word in any way whatsoever, and it was never presented to be a dirty word. I wouldn't have gotten that.
I'm not saying it's a dirty word. I just think it's kind of
No, but what I'm saying is I wouldn't have gotten that impression had it been like a curse word or something.
I just find it a gross insult.
It just means non-Jew.
Yeah, but as much as somebody saying to me you're a Jew, I find that a gross insult as well. So it's not.
No, because that could be a self-identifying label.
No, it's not. I'm not.
Yeah,
a Jew. I'm an atheist.
To you, but if somebody says
okay, to me, who else is more important to me than me?
Well, Christians don't even if a Jewish person, if a person's a Jew, right, but they call themselves like a secular Jew or an atheist, for example, like they don't have a belief in God, then according to Christian theology, that's not a Jew, right?
Yeah, but that's wrong because according to Jewish theology, it's according to Jewish.
That's wrong because according to Jewish.
No, because you don't get to call somebody out on what makes them part of that tribe if you're not part of that tribe.
We have a clash of theologies here.
No, it's very simple. I don't go around telling people what a Messiah truly is or isn't.
Yeah, but
that's up to the Messiah to decide. So for Christians to say, well, that's not really a Jew, when the Jews say, yes, he is, it's really not the place of the Christians to say whether or not he's a Jew.
I'm not talking about the Christians. I'm really not talking about the. I'm talking about those like halachic Jews like Gabriel will always say and always claim that I am a halachic Jew, which
and me too. Yeah, they'll say that about me.
I identify as one, and that's what counts to me.
No, that's fine, and I agree. They really shouldn't. But the point is, according to their own laws, they see you as a Jew, and it's not for a Christian to tell them that they're wrong. You can tell them that they're wrong, but that's not for somebody outside of that tribe to tell them that they're wrong. It's somebody from inside of that tribe to say, "Hey, wait a minute, I don't agree with you." But a Christian can't come along and say that's not the way you're supposed to do the tribal rules because they're not part of the tribe. They willingly gave that up. So
tell me something. In Israel, would I be allowed to go up to the Temple Mount and offer a boiled offering to?
You're not allowed to go to Temple Mount right now because you're Jewish.
No, I'm not. I'm not gonna. I wouldn't ever admit it. But I'm gonna go there and offer a boiled offering to the flying spaghetti monster.
It's against the law to go up there right now if you're not a Muslim.
I'm a Muslim.
It's not. You wouldn't get so far as to being arrested by the Arabs. You would get so far as being arrested by the Jews before you got to the Arabs.
Please. I could identify as a Muslim for a day. I could go up and say, "Look, I'm here as a Christian.
They probably would
I'm really interested Islamic learning shit. So let me in, and they'll say, yes, come on in, come on, so come.
No, I mean you
come in.
can't. You could actually do. I mean, there are Jews that do it, but it's against the law. Sorry, it's just
Against the law. You know what I'm smoking is against the law too.
Right, but Sid, it's against the law for a good reason. I think that it's
What is
wrong that it's against the law. Well, we all know what the reason is, because it would start a fucking war. But
So I don't. But you see, you don't know that. You know, you're not a prophet. You can't predict the future, and you think you can. And I think that is absolutely the wrong thing. That you can never say it will start a war. You can just not say that, because you know what? It just might not. You cannot.
How? Okay, let's be realistic here. Let's be absolutely
Who's
realistic.
gonna? Who? Tell me something. The enemy that they start the war with, would they all of a sudden stop fighting each other, and join together as brothers against the conquerors of Jerusalem and shit like that? Come on.
Do you know your history? It's happened before. That's what actually launched.
Oh, really? And in the age of modern weaponry, it's never happened.
Yeah, it launched the second Intifada.
And how well did that go?
Yeah, but it took hundreds of people dying in suicide bombings before it died down. I would rather.
No, it took the wall. Remember that wall they built, and all of a sudden,
I know, but that's what stopped the dying with the suicide bombers. Before the wall came about, there were people dying in suicide bombers
every day, almost.
Yeah, and so I would rather not have to go through that just to prove a point about religious
Why would you
freedom.
go through that at all?
Because if you did it, they would have
You
a
don't
riot.
know. You don't know how they're going to get over the wall this time. Tell me.
What do you think Hamas is doing with launching its rockets?
Okay, well, if Israel had an air force, hypothetically speaking, they might be able to attack those.
But they
launches,
were
right?
attacked. We went through that last summer. Don't you remember? I think I
Okay,
was
so
in the
there was
hangout with you
Operation
when we had an
didn't
air
finish.
raid siren and I had to go take
Right.
cover.
There
Don't
was
you
Operation
remember?
I didn't finish by the IDF, and the next time it'll be Operation.
Right,
Okay,
right,
now
but-
we finish. So
Right, but
what is your
again,
point?
what's your point is what I'm asking. What would that? I think if you want
The
to know
point
what
is
I
that
personally
the point is that the Temple Mount and all of the West Bank and everything east of the Jordan River is owned by Israel. No matter what you say, it's
I
under
agree.
Israel's sovereignty.
Well-
It should be under Israel's sovereignty. It isn't, but it should be. Okay, let's assume that
Right.
it is.
Right.
Okay, for the sake of this argument, Israel is all the territory from the Jordan River east. Okay.
Right.
Not including the Gaza Strip, because that's a separate country. Let's say that's Palestine. Okay, we'll say
Right.
the Gaza Strip is Palestine, and
Right.
Israel is Israel as it is, plus the West Bank and plus Judea and Samaria. Okay,
Right.
that's it.
Right.
Let's have that as our premise.
Okay. So go ahead.
Now, it's an internal matter.
Right.
Okay,
You realize.
Now,
you realize
hold on a second. Let me finish. You never
Right.
ever let me. You're kind of bad that way.
Okay.
Okay, so now it's Israel. It's all no big deal. Now you open the Temple Mount to everybody as if it's because it's like an ancient museum almost. It's part of history. So you open it to everybody. Everybody comes in. You get rid of the Waqf. Fuck them. And then you go and you explore what's in it, so you can actually have some historical context to any of your arguments that you make. Because right now you're not allowed to go in there. You're not allowed to.
Yeah, I
Who
know.
knows what's in there that could shine some light on historical controversies.
Right.
And I'm not saying you go take it off, take it over, because of the Islamic part of it. It's part of Israel. It's part of any other historical
Right.
monument or historical place, and it should be open to everybody, just like a museum, just like any other public place. So to say that there's a law to stop Jews going on there because they'll start a war, I think that's fantastic thinking. That would never happen.
But did they let Christians go up to Temple Mount though?
Wait. Okay, but first of all, here's the thing. I didn't tell you what I think. You interrupted me when I said, listen, it's very simple. I believe in religious freedom, even though I think religions are insane and stupid. But I think anyone who wants to go and pray up on Temple Mount should be allowed to do so. But my beef isn't with the Israeli Authority for stopping it, because they have legitimate concerns of what would happen should such a thing occur. This is not hypothesis. This has been proven several times over. There have been many riots on Temple Mount because just of perceived people, the perception that somebody was praying there that wasn't Muslim, that they might not even have been praying. There were riots started because people thought that, or there was a rumor that somebody was praying on Temple Mount who was not a Muslim.
I can't believe I'm hearing this. There was a rumor that somebody was praying and it started a fucking riot. What are you?
People
talking
died.
about stuff that's like written.
No.
You talking about stuff
listen,
that's
okay, so they're fucking savages. What can I say? I've said this many times. They are fucking barbaric savages. I'll say it openly. We're recording right now. They are fucking savages.
Who's they? Can you be a little bit more elaborative?
The people who run the Temple Mount and who pray up there and who believe in their fucking sand god. They're fucking savages.
Okay, now where do they
those
live?
Muslims. Period. End of sentence. But they're a real concern. If I was serving in the military, I would not want to have to deal with another riot on a weekly basis just because somebody felt entitled to pray up there right now when it could endanger my life, when it could endanger the lives of people praying down at the Kotel, the Western Wall, and when it could endanger the lives of tourists who are just going to visit there who are Christian and have nothing to do with this, or Muslims who are just going there and have nothing to do with this. It's not worth the blood spilt. And this has happened many times.
You're making prophecies that are I think I don't see how you back them up. I just don't understand how you back them up.
Wait, no, this is not a prophecy. This is just common sense. I mean, this is like saying if we put NATO troops in eastern Ukraine, Russia isn't going to respond because how can you predict the future? I think that's a ridiculous.
Well, that's like you're saying. It's like you're saying. A couple of years ago, listen, if Russia occupies the Crimea, it's going to start World War III. Can you imagine Russia going to the Crimea and actually annexing it? Oh my God!
No, because that's all. No, I would never have said that. I would never have said that because Crimea, there's no NATO troops in Crimea. But if you take NATO troops and put them into the equation, then that becomes a real concern. Whether or not it happens, it's not worth the risk. There are certain. I mean, if I adopt.
Why was it worth the risk to Russia then?
If I adopt your philosophy, I cannot actually make any sort of military predictions or plans whatsoever because anything could happen. That's not how militaries assess risk.
That's an absolutely a totally untruthful statement. The military's always ready for anything to happen.
Right, but they have certain calculations which are based far more on reality and the perceived notion of what's going to happen because of the political realities on the ground than other things. Okay, so yes, theoretically, a flock of geese misread on the radar could start World War III, but we know from practical realities on the ground that's not actually what happens. There are too many checks and balances. Okay, there are certain things that you could say if Jews start going up to pray at the Temple Mount, it will at the very least start a riot.
What if not you let the Muslims pray at the Kotel?
Well, they don't.
I know, but what if you let that? Don't come back to me with that silly. But they don't. What if you let them? I'm sure you'd have Muslims going down there. Let me finish. I am sure you will have Muslims. Some going down to pray with their Jewish friends at the Kotel. I'm 100% sure of that. And if that's a fact, then there's no one's going to throw stones at the Jews if there's Muslims down there. You know what I'm understanding? I'm not. You're looking at it from an absolutely kind of a tunnel vision point of view. I'm trying to be inclusive of everybody everywhere. I'm not saying you know, only the Temple Mount should be free and open to everybody. So should the Kotel. So should everything. You know, so that there's no tension.
Okay,
And the whole thing is to get rid of the tension.
All right, let me give you another way of looking at this.
Yeah.
You're into evidence, right? Right.
Well, I'm not. I'm into evidence, but you can't provide me evidence for what's going to happen. You cannot provide me with evidence of what's going to happen in the future.
Okay, you accept experimental evidence, correct?
I never said I did.
Oh, you say you don't.
You sound like Roy now.
No, I'm curious if you do or you don't.
Experimental evidence on what? On war games?
All right, so no. Please cite to me an example in modern history where people who were non-Muslim going up to the Temple Mount to pray did not spark riots which ended up in bloodshed.
Please cite for me one instance in history where history went the way as was predicted prior to events happening.
I'm just telling you that it was
just one.
Sharon going to the tunnel at the Temple Mount. Boom. Started the Second Intifada. Boom. That was it. All right. That the whole Second Intifada started because of the
that's a
Temple
period
Mount.
in history that's what you're coming up with. That's it. That's
I
your whole
would say
in
that
all
the
of history. In all of history, that's the only prediction you can come up with.
What do you mean the only?
I asked you in all of history, what outcome came? What was the outcome? At least what event had an outcome that was absolutely predicted?
All I'm predicting is bloodshed. I'm not predicting the dissolution of the state. I'm not predicting the conquering of the state. I'm predicting bloodshed. That's what I'm predicting. Is it worth bloodshed to you to prove a point about religious freedom?
You do know that there will be blood. Blood has been shed before without the Muslims coming up to the temple. I mean, without the Jews going to the temple. I think that's all red herring shit, man. To me, it's more the rockets that the Gazans fired on Israel for like a year before they went in.
I know that.
Is more, is milder than somebody walking up the steps of the Temple Mount who is identified as a Jew to the Waqf. That is insane.
I don't get your point at all. Try saying it again.
Well, you're saying that if you walked up to the Temple Mount and started praying, it would start a war.
No, well, I meant that. Okay, it would start bloodshed.
It would start bloodshed, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Now, a year of of rockets raining on Israel happened to also climax in bloodshed. A lot of bloodshed.
Right, but who didn't predict that?
Well,
everyone here was predicting.
I predicted that Israel would take advantage and get rid of the problem for the last time.
And you were wrong. Nobody here was
absolutely wrong. Of course, I was wrong.
Yeah, I wasn't predicting.
The thing is, I was only wrong because of what the outcome was. If my prediction had been that Netanyahu had decided yes to militarize Hamas or whatever, get rid of them, I would have been right.
Shit, you're talking bullshit because you're blasting me for making wrong predictions.
Exactly.
When you're
I'm saying I'm not blasting you for making. I am for making wrong predictions, but I'm saying you cannot make a prediction and say your prediction is correct. There's nothing. There's no way.
So you think that there is a realistic possibility that people won't be killed, the riots won't start if Jews go up to Temple Mount and pray?
If that's the only thing that's allowed to happen, then very likely your riots will ensue. But I'm talking about across the country. Let's just chill out and visit each other's culture.
I agree, but I'm not the person you have to convince.
Let me finish. Jesus fucking Christ! I hate that when you do that. But let me finish. As any synagogue is open to anybody to come in and be a friend. And there are times when they go and they do some praying, and the whole situation changes for 10 minutes, and then they go back to doing whatever. Why can't the mosques and the Temple Mount and everything else in religious Middle East be exactly the same thing? Just open to everybody. Come and check us out. The fear will subside. We're all friends. That's all that needs to happen.
I answered your question already.
Bloodshed. Yeah, you said bloodshed.
No. That wasn't my answer.
That was your prediction.
No, yeah, that's the prediction, but that's not the answer to your question right now. The answer to your question right now is that I'm not the one you have to convince. If you want that to happen, go convince the other side. I said I believe in religious freedom, and I think that we should be able to go up there and...
Well, I tell you what.
Wait, I wasn't finished.
I apologize. I fucked up.
Right. It's not the first time.
It's not the first time.
No. So, I believe in religious freedom. We should be able to go up there and worship if we want to. I mean, I would never do it, but I would go up there and enjoy the sights. I have done before they closed it off. I've been to the Temple Mount. But is it worth having the risk of riots and world condemnation and all sorts of crap that comes from such an action right now? That's not worth it to me. There are other things that we could be better spending our time on. And if you want to convince somebody that this is a good idea, it's not this side you have to convince. It's the other side. Israel's only doing it because the other side said, we don't want that. Okay, if the other side said, yeah, that's a good idea, then Israel would open up the gates. But the other side said it's not a good idea because we're going to come down and kill you all. And they take that very seriously, as well they should. So you're barking up the wrong tree.
Take the initiative and open up the Kotel to those friendly Arabs who want to come down and pray there.
There's no rule against praying at the Kotel for Muslims that I know of.
Oh yeah? Okay, then why don't you let Zawabi, what's her name? That Muslim Zionist Zawabi. You've got a Zawabi in Parliament, an MK who's really who's really pro-Palestinian. But anyway, the other part of the family is Zawabi. They're very Zionist, very pro-Israel, and they're Muslim. I'm sure they'd be more than happy to go and pray down there if they could, and I'm sure they would if they could, and they don't.
I don't know if they would, but you would have to ask them.
I would indeed. Could you just get them on here now?
Yeah, I could try to call.
I've got to run soon because I've got to go to work. But
well, I could try to call them up, but unfortunately, I don't have their number.
Ah, damn. Well, Israel's a small country. You just said.
It's very small country, but not that small.
You said the size of New Jersey.
Power is a very, very tall mountain, my friend, and I am not at the top.
No, I understand. I'm just kidding you.
Right, I'm sorry we ostracized everyone else in this conversation, and I really wanted to talk about polar bears. I feel slighted almost.
Oh, I'm into talking about polar bears because I just found out that they are starting to be restricted to a very small area of the North Pole of the Arctic.
They are. They're. Yeah. Well, it's getting smaller and smaller is the problem.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, but anyway, I know not everybody wants to talk about polar bears, so please. And it's not even my hangout; it's Dragnot. Is he even still here?
He's probably had a nap while we went at it.
Yeah, I think everybody else is like dead or something.
They're just waiting for our testosterone levels to drop.
Man, I'm sorry we hijacked your hangout. You know.
No, you didn't hijack anything. This is an open discussion. I'm trying to have this, to be like a more controlled open hangout than other hangouts that won't be mentioned.
Say some fucking thing though. Say something.
Y'all were having such an interesting conversation. I was learning, so I mean, I'm not sure how you got from there.
It wasn't. It was like two old Jews bickering. That's what it was.
No, it was great. I was enjoying it.
Yeah, see, I wasn't really. When I was trying to actually look up some of the stuff as y'all were talking about it.
It's a very Jewish conversation.
I know, wasn't it?
Yes. Oh man, I was gonna say, Sid, what is this with the suppose? Always do the suppose with you.
I lived in Israel for too long, man.
Yeah. Oh
And
man.
the other children, they were very nasty to me about that. They said bad, hurtful things to me. They called me tasty cakes. They would beat me and stick pine cones in my ass. Those were very bad times.
All right, Greg. Now say something. Show you're in control at least.
Yeah, eject us both.
Be nice to each other. Don't argue.
You sound like
God
Christ,
damn it, Matt Bell.
We don't argue. We're not. There's no acrimony. There's no animosity.
No,
He's just
no.
wrong.
Yeah.
He's welcome to be wrong.
No, I'm just.
Roy loves
very
the
well
D.
be right.
Hey, drag. Roy loves the D.
What?
Yeah. I remember that shit.
You said Roy. Oh no, yeah. There was a time when Roy had that fake hangout where he pretended he was concerned about what people think about him. He wanted to try and I guess break the ice, and he's like, "Oh, I don't want to call you Dragnet. What can I call you?" And I told him, I said, "Hey, yeah, just call me the D." Oh yeah, the D. That sounds cool. I like that. I like the D. And I was like, I bet you do. And he still doesn't get the joke to this day. If you go and look on that channel, it's there, and somebody should take a capture of that and just replay it over and over and over again. Because I knew he wouldn't get it, but it's just part of the fun.
It's funny.
Roy's a barrel of laughs.
Isn't he?
Yeah, definitely. Well, I think I said my piece with Prophet, so for now, I guess I don't know. I kind of nudged him out of the conversation. So, sorry, Prophet. I apologize.
I was actually enjoying the exchange. I'm like,
Yeah,
you read the Bible,
and
like,
the next thing you'll hear something like this. I'll say something like, "Hey, Nathaniel, the shul on the corner there, they're looking for a minion, and they've only got 8 people." It's just.
Oh man, yeah, they wouldn't know what a minion is, though.
I know, but just because we qualify to help out, we could sort of do it.
Yeah, we do. See,
Yeah,
see,
absolutely.
they label you as Jewish, even though you don't label yourself as Jewish.
That's my dilemma.
You're in for life, my friend. You're in for life. That's it.
For what it's worth,
I'm in for life. I can never get out.
For what it's worth, I was kind of on Nathaniel's side regarding what would happen if people started going up and praying on Temple
Well,
Mount.
I'll tell you why. Okay, several months ago, there was a famous rabbi here who was shot and wounded, almost killed. Right, and he's actually a proponent of people worshiping together. People called him an extremist outside of Israel, but he's not. He's nothing of the sort. He's actually for religious freedom for everybody. He thinks that Jews and Muslims should pray. Gabriel knows him, I think. But he's a religious freedom proponent for like everybody to go up there and pray together. But he was shot and seriously wounded for his outspokenness of trying to take away this law, and it really shocked the entire country here. And it did actually start riots, etc. It was pretty ugly. That's what started the Jerusalem riots in September. It was literally like 2 days after I'd been visiting Jerusalem for a couple of days just for fun, and 2 days after I left, it started, and it was pretty bad.
I'm gonna stop you right there. Who the hell visits Jerusalem for fun? I go fishing for fun. I don't go to freaking countries.
No,
Let's just throw that out there.
I live in Israel. I live in Israel.
I'm gonna go vacation to the most contested piece of property on planet
No.
Earth.
I love the history. I love the sites. I'm an atheist, but I love the history. And I studied the Crusades, so I really love Jerusalem for the history and the sites, etc. It's just a very cool place to go to. But and like I said, I'm a local here. I live like very close to Jerusalem.
I'm just giving you shit.
Yeah, I know, I know, but like I don't know. Some people might not know when watching this right now. So I live here right now, and I went there, and 2 days later, the riots erupted, etc. And people were actually literally calling it.
Started it all?
Yeah, it was me. No, I had left a little early for that. But
the seeds for it all to start.
I couldn't have shot him all the way from Haifa, even as good of a shot as I am. But it's a small country, but not that small. But you know, the fact is that they were going around at the time calling it possibly the Third Intifada, and people were very afraid that it might turn into the Third Intifada, especially it was literally a month after the Summer War. So it was a very bad time in which it could have evolved into something a lot worse. And fortunately it didn't, but it did last a while. It did last a month or so. And I mean, it was all over the news worldwide, etc. There were, you know, that's where you had the Palestinians who were driving into people with their cars at bus stops and killing people, etc. So it was a very serious situation, and it stemmed exactly from this law. I think his name was Rabbi Glickman or something. I can't remember exactly, but I think Gabrielle knows him if you want to ask about him.
Talking about Yehuda Glick?
Huh?
Are you talking about Yehuda Glick?
Yeah, Yehuda Glick.
Yeah, Christians are, I mean, well, I don't know, I want to say every church, but in Christianity right now, we're watching very, very closely what's going on in Jerusalem, very closely.
I know,
So
but
all these little spats that break out and things, and you know, like with the Temple Institute, trying to move towards being able to worship again on Temple Mount and things like that. We're waiting for that to happen.
Right, but again, you know, if you want to look at it in sort of Armageddon terms, I really don't know what I would say about that.
Well, basically what we're looking for is peace in Israel, like a kind of like you know, we're looking for this political figure essentially, you know, because the peace has to be the peace is going to come through mediation from outside of Israel. There's going to be a third party involved to kind of bring peace and balance to that region, especially Jerusalem. But it'll be kind of like for the purposes of gaining world popularity, for bringing, you know, doing the impossible, which is, you know, bridging the gap between the tension between the Jews and the Muslims in the Middle East, and then using that platform to say, like, you know, look what I just did. I just created peace in the Middle East between, you know, the Jews and the and the Muslims, and from that platform go on to essentially gain more authority and power throughout the world and be seen as kind of like this savior type figure. So.
How do you think that's going to happen right now, though?
I think that there would be there's probably going to have to be another like a major conflict. I don't necessarily know if Psalm 83 is truly unfulfilled, and that is a future prophecy, then that would be the perfect platform for the kind of chaos that would kind of come, and then to bring peace after that chaos that happens. So.
No, I mean, realistically, how do you think that's going to happen right now with no party on the other side willing, or not just willing, but unable to make peace?
Are you talking about from the Muslim perspective?
Yeah, from the Palestinian side, yeah.
Oh, well, like I said, I think that there would have to be a conflict of some sort big enough for everyone to realize, okay, this isn't working, we need to come up with something, and then there would be a mediated covenant regarding this peace deal. I don't know. I'm still waiting for that. I'm watching very, very closely to what's going on in Jerusalem right now.
Right, but again, so you think you're hoping for some sort of world war that would ensue?
Well, I'm not hoping. I don't want that to happen, but you know, when it comes to Bible prophecy, it's not what I want. It's just more of, you know, as it's being fulfilled, I'm just kind of observing it. I don't want, you know, because what happens to Israel during the last days is not going to be good. I mean, 2/3 of the Jews are going to be essentially wiped out if Bible prophecy is true. So I don't want that to happen. But at the same time, if it's written, what you know, what can I do about it? It's not got anything to do with me.
I just have to say again, I'm not going to try to be offensive, but that just sounds totally crazy to me. I'm sorry.
Well, I can understand that from a non-believer. I would say that probably sounds really crazy.
It sounds completely nuts.
Yeah. I mean, Jewish prophecy states all nations will come against Israel, essentially, and that hasn't happened before, where we've seen this kind of like world scale incursion into Israel. It's we see like Babylon and like these different nations that attack Israel, but never like a full on invasion or an attempt to wipe the Jews out completely.
Well, what do you think 1948?
ISIS is coming, Israel. ISIS is coming.
I don't think it's ISIS. I don't think ISIS is going to really have much to do with it, to be honest.
What do you think 1948 was? They tried to wipe out Israel. It was several Arab armies, literally.
Right. No, I knew that, and that's why I wonder because all of the nations mentioned in Psalm 83 actually came against Israel in 1948. It's interesting. But there was 3 more on top of the prophecy that the prophecy doesn't mention. It was all 10 of those areas, but then it was also 3 other nations, I believe, on top of those 10 for like a total of 13 regions. So it may not be consistent with that being the fulfillment of prophecy. If the Psalm 80 war or Psalm 83 war is future, I think that would be the platform that peace would be built on. I think that war would spark the required interest in the conflict regarding bringing peace to that region, because it would be so bad. It's basically all the bordering Muslim nations would come against Israel that immediately border Israel, and then you have like Ezekiel 38, all of the nations that are outside of the nations that border Israel, what we would call Armageddon, all of the remaining nations coming against Israel in the end times, and that would ultimately usher in the Messiah.
It just sounds like complete gobbledygook to me, frankly. It really does. I'm sorry. Look, I don't take any of it seriously, so if you mention a Jewish prophecy that says something, I'm not going to take that any more seriously than I would take a Christian prophecy about it.
Right, I understand.
Okay, all right, just so we're clear.
If it happens, you're there. You'll know. You'll see it happen firsthand. So.
Well, actually, I might be in D.C. at that point. I don't know. I might move back. But the point is that, it's not something that I really live my life by, and nor do I want to. And the majority of people here don't want to, and seem to try to avoid having more wars than they can handle. So, I just don't see that really happening so easily. Plus, it's a nuclear power.
There's only 2 options. There is the possibility that peace in that region could come without a conflict. I don't necessarily know if that's how it's going to happen. I'm just saying, that is a possibility. But either way, we need to see something happen in order for the Jews to kind of resume temple services and things like that, build their temple. You guys do have the Temple Institute. You do have Jews campaigning for the rebuilding of the temple. I mean, it may not be a large percentage of your population, but you do have the Jews that are advocating for that. And that's what they want. They want to resume temple services. They've got Levitical priests, that they're training and all that stuff. And that's essentially what they want. And I guess that would be more orthodox, but yeah,
right.
We're watching intently to what's going on over there, because
Glick actually believes in worshiping together, not just having Jews on Temple Mount.
Well, right. That's what Revelations. That's what it tells us. And I'll give you. It says, "Rise and measure the temple of the God and the altar, and them that worship therein. But the court which is without the temple leave out, and measure it not, for it is given unto the Gentiles. And the holy city shall they tread underfoot for 40 and 2 months." That's the final 3.5 years. But the temple itself would be for the Jews, but everything outside of the temple, like the Dome of the Rock and the Al-Aqsa Mosque, would be for the Gentiles. Christians would be there too, obviously, but Christians don't really care about a Jewish temple. There's nostalgia in Jerusalem for Christians, but that's really about it. We don't, sacrifice, all that stuff doesn't make any sense to us.
Right, and nor does it make sense to most Jews.
Well, right, yeah, unless they're, Orthodox, trying to keep the Mosaic law and stuff like that.
Yeah, but even most of them would be kind of dubious about going back to temple sacrifice. I can assure you of that.
I don't know. They're trying to buy up all these red heifers, and
Yeah, the ultra Orthodox, not like the main Orthodox population of Israel. there's like varying degrees of orthodox in Judaism, and most of them, if you ask the question straight out, do you think we should be sacrificing again? Would you sacrifice? They would actually pause for a moment, and tell you they're not sure. They're not sure if that's actually what they want. If the Messiah comes, they would feel compelled to, but if that's what they actually want to see, they would probably pause before giving you an answer. I'm going on a little bit of experience, not too much. I haven't asked too many of them, but a lot of them I have asked have been sort of dubious of it, telling me things like, yeah, in some cases, yeah, but in some cases it's been more like, well, Judaism has evolved since then, and we're not really sure if that's actually what Judaism is anymore, and the Messiah would have to be here before we actually did that, etc. You get equivocations in some cases, and I would say most cases.
Yeah, I think it's consistent that most Jews are not Orthodox, at least from the picture I get from Scripture after what I'm seeing, anyways. But what was I gonna say? Hang on 1 second. I'm sorry, it's kind of loud here.
Kids come first, always. Wolf, you have controls, by the way.
Wolf's dead, man.
Yeah, he's AFK, probably fapping. But anyway, if anyone knows any theists that want to come in,
that's so mean.
we'll come back in a minute.
I don't think that's Wolf at all. He's a very reserved kind of individual. Very serious, conservative in his thought, not in his thought process, but in his formulation. I rather enjoy listening to conservative Mr. Wolf.
He probably went to go get a sandwich. He's saying, I'm not contributing, so I guess I might as well listen. It's going to come back pissed. I heard you motherfuckers from the kitchen.
I called him a conservative. He's going to be like, what?
How could you call anyone a conservative? That's just...
I know, D. I'm sorry, I know. That's like a bad word in your book, I realize that. But remember, I admire Margaret Thatcher, D. Remember that.
I try not to. I try very hard not to remember that. I mean, if you want to worship Satan, that's up to you, but I don't want to know about it.
Okay, do you remember Coupling? Do you remember the first episode of Coupling when Patrick is in the bar in the pub and he's telling what's her name that he's a Tory, and she still wants to screw him because he has this huge penis, but she doesn't want to screw him because he's a Tory.
Well, yeah.
that episode was friggin' brilliant. I have the whole thing, so it was a great show. Great show.
It was a good show, actually.
It really was, yeah. It was classically brilliant. Way better than Friends ever was.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah, especially with, what's his name, Jeffrey, or Jeff, the crazy friend with the crazy hair, Jeff, where he's always like...
Oh, gosh, yeah. He was just weird. Even by English standards, he was weird.
Oh, but he was hilarious. I love the word naked. Naked.
Just a hot chap, he was.
That seemed brilliant. It's such a great show. That was a great.
It was a great show. Wish I'd seen more of it. Actually, I didn't see a lot of it, but.
Oh, I have the whole thing. You should get it. You definitely download the whole. The third season is a bit different because Jeff leaves and doesn't come back. Yeah, he's gone in the third season. It only lasted 3 seasons. Well, they're shorter seasons on the BBC, but
yeah.
But so the third season he's not in it, and so it falls a little bit, but it's still really funny. It's still really good.
It is a good series, yeah.
I had a crush on what's her name, the blonde. I forgot what her name is. She's in a lot of stuff too.
I'm hopeless with names. I'm hopeless with names.
Yeah. But she was in what was it? The other really funny one, Spank the Horse or something. I can't remember.
Spank the Monkey?
Spain.
Oh no, there was
Yeah.
monkey. No, I don't know actually. No.
Yeah, it was. I have it. Hang on. Let's see.
I don't recall any. Yeah.
I'll find it. I'll find it. Hang on. It's TV series, comedy. Smack the Pony.
Oh, Smack
Yeah.
the Pony.
Yeah, she was in that.
I was thinking of Drop the Dead Donkey for a second there, which is
Yeah, no, she was in that. I forgot her name.
Smack the Pony doesn't ring a bell.
Oh no, it was a very funny show actually. Let me see her name.
Did you ever see Drop the Dead Donkey?
No. No, I didn't. Sarah Alexander. Sarah Alexander. I had a major crush on her.
Smack the Pony.
Oh, she was fucking brilliant. She's beautiful and she's hilariously funny.
I'm pretty sure. I would be surprised if you wouldn't love Dead Donkey.
I'll have to look it up.
Absolutely, yeah. It's set in a news TV studio. Was it made in the 80s? There's a Linky Poos.
Hang on, let me click on that. Let me click on that. It came up on my Mac. So, Drop the Dead Donkey. Yeah, I don't know it. I have a lot of the classics. I told you I have so many.
Oh yeah, no, that's why I was surprised when you said you hadn't heard of Drop the Dead Donkey.
Yeah, no, I haven't heard
So
that one.
you're a reporter. I don't know. You're a newspaper reporter, aren't you, rather than a TV news?
Yeah, I wasn't in TV news. Yeah.
Yeah, but I'd say that's about TV news reporters. But it's
Yeah, I was in the wire services and print basically. Yeah. I mean, we had like Home and Garden, and we had a couple of others broadcasting every week, literally 5 feet from my desk. It was kind of funny, it just happened to be that way, but because they needed a newsroom background, and so we were it. But
yeah, as I say, you might not like it, but I will be surprised if you don't like it, given your taste in humour.
I'll have to check it out.
Your knowledge on that, so even though it's a TV show. I mean, it's a TV news. It's about TV news.
Yeah, but I mean, I love stuff about TV. Here.
Yeah. But it's and anyone else, I highly recommend it. It's very. The only thing is, mind you, we've all got these mobiles now, haven't we?
Yeah.
Because it's a newsroom, the phone's ringing, and the amount of times I've sat there thinking, "That the TV show? Is that my phone ringing?" It's terrible for making you think.
That was actually something I used to live with. Jesus, it was just insane.
I can imagine,
often, yeah, geez, it was. We all had cell phones, and this was in the 90s, so like very few people still had cell phones, but we all had cell phones. In fact, I had two. One paid for by the wire service, and the other paid for by the Hill, conglomeration of reporters, etc. Because I used to go cover for like certain organizations every now and then, because you as a wire service you switch in the pools and the press pools, so you had to essentially be in touch all the time. And I had like 2 cell phones at one point, which was crazy. Is like nobody had a cell phone back then. It was really expensive. I mean, they weren't mine. They were belonged to the company and all, but it was kind of funny. Yeah, I couldn't have afforded it, frankly. It was just outrageously expensive back then.
Mm-hmm.
But another great one is Only Fools and Horses was one of my favorites. Oh, it's classic. Classic, I grew up with that. So.
Yeah.
And Porridge. Porridge is great.
Porridge.
Classic.
Ronnie Barker.
Yeah, Ronnie Barker was brilliant.
He's quite a phenomenal actor, actually.
Yeah. Well, I mean, he died a while ago. Now he died in the 80s, didn't he? I think. Passed away after. I have the Going Straight one, which came out after. It wasn't as good, but I think he died.
I don't think I saw that one.
Yeah, I have it. It's not. It's like after he gets out and he tries to go straight for like six episodes.
When is the new Luther coming out?
Huh?
Luther.
Oh, Luther, the TV. Yeah, that's a good TV series as well. I don't know. Is there going to be a new one out?
Yeah, my wife and I are a big fan of the show. That's where we really fell in love with Idris Elba, and we had looked it up a while back, and it was supposed to be out sometime this year.
Well, I haven't seen it, so if you recommend it.
Oh yes,
Yeah, it's
definitely,
good,
definitely.
Is it on Netflix or?
It's on Hulu, isn't it? Yeah.
Oh, I don't know. I don't have
I don't know.
Hulu.
I'm
checking right now. It's on one of them.
I think it might be. I've never had Hulu, so I imagine it must have been on Netflix.
You
So I
know
used
what?
to have
You know what
Netflix.
series from the '90s I actually really liked, even though it could be really cheesy at times and kind of overdone, but was Chef. You remember that one?
Did they have more than one series?
I have. Yes, they had 3 seasons again, and I have them all.
Right.
But that was a really funny. What's his name? Lenny Henry or something?
Lenny Henry, yeah.
Yeah. He was. It was brilliant. It was just his expression of outrage every now and then. It was just.
I
beyond
enjoyed
compare.
that. Yeah.
Yeah, that was a good series. I have that
seemed
one.
to sort of, that seemed to just sort of come and go, didn't it? I got
Well,
the impression it wasn't very
again,
popular.
Yeah, the third season kind of not as nearly as good as the first two. And
Perhaps
the first one's brilliant. The first one's definitely brilliant.
Yeah.
But it's very, very 90s, like all the clothes they wear, etc. It's like screams 1990s.
Oh gosh, yeah.
Yeah.
I think the same with Drop the Dead. I think Drop the Dead Donkey's the 90s.
Well, I'm definitely gonna watch that.
Yeah. I would be surprised if you don't like it. I mean, it's possible you might not, but.
Well, I'll check it out soon. But the other one, of course, classic that I have the entire series of is Dad's Army. Brilliant.
Oh yeah, Jean
Brilliant.
Lemessurier.
Yeah, absolutely
And, Ian
brilliant.
Lavender.
Yep.
Oh, what
yeah,
a pretty boy.
yeah.
Well, every now and again you'll hear me saying to somebody, and it's not racist, I hasten to add, you stupid boy. He's not saying, it's got nothing to do with racism. In the UK, generally, if somebody addresses you as a boy, they're implying a very immature or childish.
I know. Totally. Oh, that was such a great line, though. The way he said it, the way he would say, "Stupid boy."
Don't tell him your name, Pike.
Yeah. Oh, it's classic. I haven't seen it in like 2 years after we watched it, but it was absolutely brilliant. I gave it to my parents when they came visiting, and my mom was so happy because we used to watch that when I was living in England in the 1970s. It was on TV.
Yeah, because I remember it being on in the 70s when I was, when I was a kid, and I didn't particularly find it that funny. And it's only when I've watched reruns that I've thought this is funny.
Yeah, well, it is much more mature humor than.
Yeah.
It wasn't for kids, obviously. I mean, it wasn't gross, oversexed humor. It's just that kids wouldn't have gotten a lot of the jokes,
Yeah, I agreed.
And what's his name? The Scottish guy. I forgot his name. Oh, he was brilliant. Yeah, absolutely brilliant.
Every now and again, I might say that in a hangout. I tried to find a clip of that on YouTube, but I can't find it.
Oh, it's such a brilliant series. Yeah. Yeah. I have the original movie too from it. The whole thing. I got the whole thing.
I didn't know there was I've seen the movie.
Yeah, they made the movie. It's essentially the first episode, but longer.
Right.
Yeah. But yeah, it was brilliant. It was such a shame that the grifter guy dies in real life, and he's written out. Obviously, I mean, they couldn't do anything about it. But remember in the beginning of the series, there was this grifter guy. I forgot what his name was, but he was brilliant. It was always like getting stuff on the black market for them.
Yeah.
What was his name? Captain.
Bit of a stiff, wasn't he?
Yeah.
Captain Mannering.
Mannering. Captain Mannering's always looking at him like sideways, like, I don't want to know about this. You're a really disreputable chap, etc. But he was absolutely brilliant. But he died in real life, like really suddenly, and they had to write him out, obviously. So
yeah, I remember.
Yeah, it was a shame because he was a great character, great actor.
Apparently, I forget the guy who's second in command. I forget what his name, but his real name is John Le Mesurier.
Yeah.
Apparently, he really was stoned. I mean, when you watch it, I mean, obviously at the time I didn't know.
Yeah.
He's very sort of languid, isn't he? Very laid back and that. And apparently, he really was quite the toker back in.
Oh yeah, no, he's always.
Feed, our own Rocket Ronnie has been nominated for Dim Bulb of the Week by Wildwood Claire.
Oh really?
Oh.
Yeah, she did it a few hours ago, and it's one of his older videos where he's referring to the fossil record as not being I guess as not having any evidence towards something. I haven't really watched that video because I have a hard time listening to him for extended periods of time. But I am going to watch it.
Jag, are you quite a distance from the mic? Because
there we go. Is that better?
Yeah. I mean, we could hear you, but it was a bit of a strain.
Yeah, I was saying that Wild Coffee with Claire, the geologist, evidently she went back and watched one of Rocket Ronnie's older videos from back from like May. I say older, it's back in May. But it's something about lack of evidence in the fossil record. And that's her area, geology and paleontology. So she nominated him for Dim Bulb of the Week. So her weekly video is going to be on Rocket Ronnie.
Wow. Yeah, I watched her. I'm since a while actually. I think like 2 years now. I've been watching her on and off. She took a hiatus for a while, like a year ago or something. I think it was. I can't remember. She took like a month. But her videos are very good usually,
I think she put a video up recently saying she hadn't actually gone away, but she wasn't making much content.
Yeah.
I think she put a video up saying she's going to start making more content recently, hasn't she?
Yeah, she's gotten busy a couple of times, but she always comes back to make more great stuff. It's fairly consistent, so.
Yeah, I do like her.
Yeah.
She's so funny.
And then there's Father Ted.
Oh gosh, Father Ted.
Ted! What now, Beagle? Oh, that was actually one of the best shows ever made, I think. Father Ted. Absolutely brilliant.
Step away for a second. Did I tell you all about the idea that I was posing? I think this is the second or third day I'm mentioning it, but I'm planning on having a live hangout with nothing but like moderate Christians discussing, the dynamics between them and really rabid anti-theists and some of their fundamentalist counterparts.
Yeah,
well, we've heard what they've had to say about them several times over. We know what they're saying.
Yeah, but we don't necessarily get to hear what the moderates feel about it.
Wait, what? You were breaking up? What?
But we don't often get to hear what the moderates' response is, though, do we?
No, we do. I've talked to them about. Yeah, I've talked to them about.
I mean, not so much on long. Oh yeah, I've talked to some people in off-air hangouts and that.
Well, I'm not saying don't do it. I'm just saying it's not. Their answers won't be a surprise to me. I've heard it from them before. I think you should do something controversial, like get moderate Muslims and see what they try to say. But we don't appear to have any in these hangouts, except for Green Soul. But he is considered a heretic by most Muslim communities. So,
is he a Sufi?
Yeah, he's a Sufi. Yeah, and so that's considered to be an absolute blasphemy by most Muslim communities. I mean, there's no getting around that. But he's the only one in the hangouts that I know of, frankly. I mean, unless I've missed some people that I'm perfectly willing to admit that I don't know everybody. In fact, I know very few people, so maybe I have missed a few, but I haven't heard anybody talk about any really. They don't seem to engage in the same way in this community as Christians do. I mean, I see them on Google Plus. They write to me and stuff. So it's not like they're not out there. They are, but I don't see them in Hangouts. I don't know why that is.
Well, I see people with what I can only assume is Arabic symbols who subscribe and like stuff. So I really don't know.
Yeah, I get that all the time, but I've actually interacted with some of them. We've debated, we've discussed. some we've even agreed on some things together, but and some are totally fucking crazy. But it's just like any other person on the internet. But
Yeah.
no, it's just like anybody else, frankly, on the internet. There's no difference. But I just don't see them in the Hangouts for some reason, even though they seem to be subscribed to a lot of us. Like I see in other comments and stuff from other people from these Hangouts. So I don't know why.
I don't know. Oh, hey, it's Fabio, the Italian.
Hey.
Oh, is Fabio in here? Hey, Fabio.
Yeah. Hey. How's it going?
That'll be why I said hi, Fabio, about 5 minutes ago.
Oh,
Yeah.
I didn't hear that. I mean,
Well, yeah, no, I saw him in the chat, and then my wife was talking. I got distracted, and then so I was look, the Italian.
So yeah, I'm looking at my PC, so I wasn't looking at my Mac, but the window on my Mac is covered up anyway. I still can't see you, Fabio. I can just hear you. Sorry. But
I told my wife that every time I see Fabio, he has a cigarette or a drink, and I'm always right.
Yeah.
So.
Oh, I had a Cohiba today, by the way.
There you go.
Yeah, in fact, I have another one, and it's 1:30 in the morning, but it's tempting me, my friend, tempting me.
Yeah, go ahead.
No, because I got to work tomorrow. I got to actually get up and do stuff. Although tomorrow I decided I'm not going to work from home. I'm just going to go to a nice hotel down the beach and sit on the beach and order like a coffee or something and sit there and work on my laptop just to get some nice sun and just change the pace. There's no reason I should work at home. So I think I might do that.
Oh boy. Is it that hot to you too? I mean, here it's unbelievable.
No, here it's not. It was warm. I mean, it's very warm today, but hang on. In Haifa, I could look on my phone, but I would have to actually stretch. So no, it's nighttime now, so it's 21. But it's typically highs of 28 recently. It seems like. 10-day weather forecast. Let's see what it'll say. So yeah. So okay, this will be in Fahrenheit because it's at weather.com. But so highs of basically today is going to be 87, but then 84, 82, 83. It's not that hot now.
Listen, I mean, I've got 29 degrees right now in my home with 85% of humidity. Yeah.
Oh.
Well, it sucks to be you.
I am sweating my balls. I think there are some forms of life developing over there. If you think about a primordial soup, I think this is what's happening in my underwear. I'm fucking disgusted by myself. I mean, but I can't. I mean, actually, I think my blood pressure is so low that if I pinch my vein, actually air will get into the vein. Yeah.
And people think Israel is hot. It's the Middle East and everything, but
I have no fucking idea what the fuck they're talking about. I mean, around here it's hot enough for me. I don't want to live anywhere hotter. It's actually too hot.
Isn't it dry heat there, though, which is far more bearable in my opinion than
I'm in the north. No, I'm in the north, so there's high humidity here. I'm around the sea. But if you go to Vermont, like if you go to the desert where I went diving last year, and I'll be going again probably in August, there it's a dry heat because it's the desert. But here, yeah, it's like 67, 70% humidity, depends. But yeah, it's really fucking humid, sucks.
Yeah.
So, but it's not nearly as hot right now as it is in Europe. I mean, you guys are really getting the shit.
No. Hold on a second. I mean, the temperature I told you before, 29 and 85% of humidity, are right now in my house. I've got an hygrometer and
barometer. Yeah.
Over there, which I just checked. So I have no idea what happened during the day. I have no idea. I just, came back home and it's like, what the fuck is going on here?
No, but I know it's really hot because my parents have been calling me every day, telling me how crazy hot it is and how they're suffering because they don't have air conditioning. They have a fan. They live in Paris, and most of the time in Paris you don't need air conditioning. You just need a fan for a couple of months out of the year, like 1 or 2 months, and you're fine.
No,
So
no, I know. It's the same situation where I live. I mean, I don't have AC, but because it would be just a waste of of money. It would be just for 3 months, 2 months at least, 3 months. But it's but when it comes, it's like
Yeah, I know. I mean, you're getting the shit slammed out of you in Europe. That's for sure. I mean, we're hearing about on the news here, so it's making the news definitely.
Yeah. Anyway,
this too shall pass, my friend. This too shall pass.
Yeah.
Just bear with it. But yeah, I mean, here it hasn't been that terrible yet. So I don't know what's coming in August. It might be worse. I've been pretty lucky this year so far. I mean, in fact, I haven't had the air conditioning on at night, except for once. I think I just have the window open and the fan on, and I'm fine. So yeah. Yeah, if I was in a lot, it would be a little different, though. It's the fucking desert. It's hot as shit right now. There's no question about that. But again, it's a dry heat, so it's a little bit different.
Yep.
Yeah.
There's nothing dry here. Let me tell you, nothing is dry.
Thanks for that image, sweetie.
Yeah, but you told us you're going through it as well right now.
It's Wednesday was pretty bad. Today's not been quite so bad. It's been close.
I was
let's have a
talking
look.
to you on Wednesday. That's right. You said you didn't have
That'll be why, yeah.
or pants, for that matter.
Pants? I had my knickers on.
You said something about being fairly undressed or something like that at the time.
No, I've seen what deep is hot.
Yeah, you remember that.
Very familiar image.
I had knickers on. Okay. Well, I had more than just knickers on. I was
gonna say.
I wasn't gonna say anything.
I was just waiting. Because
I had a dress on as well, but yeah.
That's optional.
It's okay. She takes it all off after they start paying the 1-900 charges.
Oh my gosh.
But you see what happens when it gets hot when I'm around. I get naked and say fuck it.
Yeah. That would be a very specialized
I never come to a hangout naked. I'm never naked at home ever. I mean, unless I'm like showering. It just doesn't happen. I'm sorry. I'm far too.
Well, I mean, in certain cases, I would have to be wasted. At that point, I've been lost my pants.
Holy shit! Where'd you come from?
I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. Look at all your face.
No, I mean, where you been, man? You said naked. Yeah, we were wondering where you were before.
I don't know.
Welcome back. I called you conservative.
No.
I reject that label, sir.
I said you had a conservative thought process.
With regard to what exactly?
I just meant that you're a reserved sort of fellow. That's all I meant.
Conservative with a small c.
Yeah, I just meant that he's a reserved sort of fellow. That's all I meant. But it is fun to tease.
Yeah, I'm probably fairly conservative with a small c.
Yeah, I've never seen you blow up. You radical leftist, you. I bet he still has one of her Che Guevara T-shirts from her university days. I'm sure her university days. She has a military jacket and a Che T-shirt.
Well, I'm flattered that you think I had university days.
Could you imagine being in college? Hello, dear. Care for a shag and a fag?
Did you used to smoke back then, yeah?
Oh my god.
Oh dear.
Yeah, y'all talking conservative, y'all feel we got here in Texas. That's conservative.
Just a smidgeroo.
Yeah, I was looking up houses in or that's just homes in Austin near the water, and like the closer I got to the city, the more millions of dollars I would have had to pay for the house.
Oh, of course. Yeah.
Yeah,
I've heard Austin's not too. Sorry.
Yeah, I'm about 100 miles from there, and pricing in this area is getting close to what Austin is.
Yeah, Austin's like in the like toward the center of the, well, I say near the airport, and the main airport, I should say. I think the houses over there are going for like $5 million.
It doesn't surprise me though, because Austin is not metropolitan.
It is, but
Yeah.
if you go right outside the city, not even like 15 minutes, there's houses for $239,000.
Yeah, but it's not in Austin.
What the fuck is there in Austin?
Oh, it's a very metropolitan place, actually.
Yeah. It's supposed to be quite normal considering it's in Texas.
Yeah, it's like the only Texas city that basically is livable for like liberals, essentially.
No, I understand that, but still, I know it's a metropolitan area, but I don't think it's the only metropolitan area in the world, you know.
No, I know, but if you're a liberal living in Texas, you want to be near or around Austin.
Okay, it's a reserve. That's what you're telling me.
Okay. Well, let me explain that why. Because right now I'm in Maryland, and I don't really like being up north. I grew up in the South, and I know there's a lot of ignorance and hate in the South, but it's just in certain areas. Generally, the people who are very open-minded and progressive, they tend to form smaller communities and hubs. Mm-hmm. And after talking to Aaron Raw and Aaron Raw and Matt Dillahunty and 13 Heathens and a lot of other people, I've decided that I want to kind of concentrate my focus on Austin rather than San Antonio. And Texas has a similar environment that Louisiana has, since they're right next to each other. So I'm familiar with the climate, similar culture, similar food, and I can be also near some of my better family members. So it's just it's a better choice for my family and I. One of the main reasons.
Where in Maryland are you? Just curious.
I'm on the far eastern side, right on the border between Maryland and Delaware.
Oh, okay, yeah. I never lived there. I lived in Maryland, but close to D.C., Germantown.
Germantown. Oh, okay, yeah. You're way over there.
Yeah, and I lived in Virginia and D.C., so yeah, I know the area.
Yes,
but,
San Antonio's a lot cheaper, but it's a little bit cheaper, but rather conservative.
Yeah, and I saw that. I was like, I really don't want my son to grow up around that. I want my son to grow up around people who are very progressive-minded, very open-minded, and I hated that growing up as a child. So I want better for him, and that's what it's really about.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean,
I totally understand that. Yeah.
Capital of Texas.
Yeah, I had to take. I mean, raising my daughter in San Antonio a little bit, and on the outskirts, smaller towns around it and stuff. I had to make sure she knew how to think and just. I mean, she saw me when she was younger. She saw me kind of run off some jobbies and stuff like that. Not outrageously, but I mean, I just tried talking to them, and they can't handle it and leave. But I never tried to directly tell her what to think, kind of thing either. She just figured it out, and she gets along fine down there in San Antonio.
Yeah, I actually spent some time there while I was training, and I enjoyed the environment. It was my first time that I'd ever been to a movie theater with leather seats that that reclined and had a waitress come to take my order, and I was like, man, this is luxury. I like this.
Yeah.
What nice movie theaters? Come to Dallas. Austin started it, but Dallas is getting good at it.
I can barely hear you, but
Groovy's at work.
It's probably my
Okay.
not today.
I think she said Dallas has nice movie theaters compared to
Yeah.
Austin. Is that correct, Ruby?
Yeah, I said Austin had the good idea, and Dallas is capitalizing on it.
Ah, see.
She should be coming through a little bit better now because I just turned her volume all the way up.
Yeah, she is. I was about to say.
Charger was blocking my mic.
The parakeet was blocking your mic, did you just say?
Yes.
Oh, she did actually say. I assumed I'd misheard. I thought, no, I couldn't.
So you work in an animal shop or something. Where else would they keep a parakeet at work?
I don't know. You never know. I mean, she might have a weird taste for boyfriends.
Oh my gosh.
Okay, we don't judge.
Yeah.
Yeah, we do.
Dee's putting on her judging glasses.
I judge all the time. I don't believe in not judging things or people. I judge all the time. I judge things every day, and so do the rest of us, or we can't survive. I just don't see the. Yeah, I don't believe in prejudging or judging without enough information. Although you can have to make a judgment without enough information just by force of circumstance. But I try to avoid that. But not judging, I think, is really stupid. We all have to judge.
So anyway, I was just looking from Maryland to Austin. It's 1,558 miles according to the old Google's map.
Yeah, it's very far.
Yeah. Yeah.
I've been to Texas a couple times, but I've never been to San Antonio, any of the big cities. I lived in Arizona for 5 years, so I lived in Phoenix.
No. I've got a further point to make here. From Land's End, which is like the very, very literally is the peninsula of the south of England, to John O'Groats, which is the most northern point of Scotland, is 840 miles. And yet, I was just doing the comparison.
Yes, England is much smaller than the States, yes.
I know, but I'm just saying it's like...
Yeah.
Yeah, from where I'm at it, I have to drive 600 miles to get out of Texas.
Sheesh.
Unless
600 miles to get out of Texas.
Unless I want to go to Mexico, it's only, under 200 miles.
All right.
Yeah, shit, Mexico was really close to me. I was in Phoenix, so, you could spit and hit Mexico almost.
Yeah.
Well, if you want to go see a donkey show, it's shorter distance than, go visiting relatives.
Donkey what?
I don't even ask. I don't know what that is.
He doesn't know what a donkey show is.
I have no idea.
I just think I want to know. I'm scared.
So remember when we were talking about Dee's days in college?
Okay.
Which never happened.
Okay.
But I appreciate the fact that you thought I went there.
Yeah, but I think I get the picture now.
You get the picture? Okay.
It's kind of disturbing picture, but I get the picture.
Oh, thank you.
Hey, if we want to see a donkey show, we could just watch G-Man live in New York.
Anyway, you were saying...
Wait, G-Man's in New York? Since when?
He's in New Jersey.
Yeah, but does he broadcast from New York now or something? Or
well, he went there for I'm calling it a vacation. He went there to go yell at people on the street.
Oh yeah,
did they?
Yeah. But I thought he was done doing that. He's not there anymore, right? I mean,
no, he's in New Jersey.
Okay. Yeah.
I'm pretty sure he won't mind me telling people that.
No, I've heard that before. I know he's from Jersey.
No, I can guarantee you he's in New Jersey right now.
Okay. At least that's what I've heard. I don't know him, so but that's what I've heard.
I mean, one of these days I'll go up and when I go visit Joe from the Skeptic Fence show, I'll let G-Man know and we'll have some coffee.
I don't know. I think I believe there's an ideological difference between like non-theists and just African American Christians, I believe. Like that, there's more of a bent with that. It's like we speak 2 different languages or some shit.
There's a huge gap. I think I was actually going to screen share a forum that I'm in on Facebook, and somebody linked G-Man's call into the atheist experience, and they are just ripping his ass apart left and right. Horrible. Like he thinks the stuff that people put on YouTube is bad. He should see what black atheists think about him.
Dude, he said there's nothing wrong with slavery in and of itself. I mean, what the? I mean,
yeah. The second that happened, because I'm in like 5 or 6 groups, and they ate his ass up left and right.
Yeah, but it wasn't just him; it was Veckel too.
Yeah, I know. Well, they don't really care about Veckel. It's the G-Man. He speaks the loudest, so I mean they're pretty much the same person.
Veckel is not that. He's not that stupid to where he would fight this tooth and nail. He would make an ass out of himself to prove a point.
Yeah.
Maybe Ken Jones, but that's only because he was more or less like the sidekick that was grooming up to be the next up. Bash Crazy Fundy on YouTube. But the only difference is that between him and G-Man is that he lacks the energetic, Chris Tucker like form of evangelism he tends to do. He's more calm.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, Veckel can make pretty stupid comments, but he knows when to stop. He takes a step back. While G-Man is
he's unhinged.
He's all in every time. Yeah.
You can't tell that motherfucker. You can't tell that motherfucker anything. Like you can't tell him a damn thing. That's he'll basically will go down with the ship, even if he knows that like there are holes around it. He will still say it's floating.
Yeah. Yeah, he's a captain of the Titanic, basically. No, he is. I mean, come on, let's all admit it.
Yeah, I mean, he's proud of the ship. The problem is he doesn't know it's going down.
Yeah.
And the thing is, the way he phrased that just made no sense. To be a slave in of itself, as though that doesn't make you property.
Well, he's trying to separate the connotation from it. Like he's just like the term or the idea itself is just pure, without any positive or negative connotation. You could say that about anything.
Yeah.
Oh, I don't think it's that deep. I mean, the guy said that he would have no problems being a slave of someone if that someone paid him, which makes no sense if you're talking about slavery. You know what I mean? So if that's his idea of slavery, I can be a slave if you pay me. Yeah, hold on a second. I think we're talking about different things here. So.
Well, wasn't it? It was Beautiful Reality. You called him an Uncle Tom for that, just straight out, and caused quite a stir.
Something else, actually.
Oh yeah, that's right. That's right. Oh yeah, that's right. Oh yeah, I remember now. Well, but he was right. I mean, I'm sorry, but he was right to.
He was right. Yeah.
Absolutely. I mean, for G-Man to say what he did and to defend it is just inexcusable. I'm sorry. It's like a Jew defending capos or something in concentration camps. The blowback you're gonna get, even if you can make a rational or logical argument, the blowback you're going to get from it is just, there's no sense in thinking that you're not going to get eviscerated for it. And he should have known. I think he probably did know, but, for him to act shocked that he got called that afterwards, I think it was just a bit over.
The insane part is that he actually called that racist. How the fuck is that racist? They're both black.
Yeah. No, I mean, I know. It's just,
that was to detract from the fact that he was talking such crap. So, instead of listening to me saying it's okay for slavery, let's Beautiful Reality, racist.
Yeah, I know. That was just.
We're not looking at what I did anymore.
No, look, I think anybody who it doesn't matter your skin color on this subject. If anybody who will confront, believes in humanity would just call him insane for thinking what he believes, frankly, about slavery.
Can y'all see this?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I see it.
Okay, can you make out what the comments are?
Let me see here. Wait, I lost you just a second here.
Okay, let me just present.
Yeah, I see it. Yeah, an African American calls and the atheist. Yeah. And then gets fucking owned. Yeah, I see it.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah.
I'm just seeing your icon right now.
Huh?
I'm just seeing your icon right now.
Oh, I see it. I see him presenting it.
Have you got your have you lowered your bandwidth usage? Because that can affect what you see.
It's on audio only at this point.
Yeah, if it's on audio only, you're not going to see what I'm presenting.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Who's Lamont Allen?
Okay, there we go.
Say something again, Wolf.
I think Groovy just said.
Oh, I didn't hear.
Lamont. Is Lamont what? Sorry.
I was just wondering who Lamont Allen is.
Oh, isn't that?
Oh no, that's somebody else. That was somebody who was in the group that's not in there. They were trying to tag him to show him.
I know he went by the name of Levant or something, didn't he, when he joined the cause?
That's a slave name, Lamont.
It's a what, sorry?
Like, that's dreaming a slave name right there, Lamont.
A slave name?
Nah, it was a joke. Like, that was a name he called it under.
Oh, I was just checking with him. I thought for an awful minute he'd been so tasteless as to actually use a traditional slave name or something that I wasn't familiar with.
Well, it kind of was.
That's how stupid I think he is.
Yeah, but it used to actually be a traditional slave name, Lamont.
Did it?
Yeah, it used to be, apparently, yeah. Well, a lot of the whole, African name thing that started in the 70s and 80s, or really kind of the late 60s, was a counter-revolution against slave names that had been propagated since, hundreds of years at that point, and, the whole, Malcolm X thing, etc., and then later return to African names in the from the late 60s to the 80s, I figure, or even into the early 90s was a movement to kind of retake their identities back, which made a lot of sense, frankly. But you had a lot of slaves were named like Brown, for example. Their last name was Brown. Let's be honest. We know where that comes from. It's just people rejected that at that time during the civil rights movement, and rightly so. But there were a lot of other names that were given, because they used to tag them in groups, essentially. Like, you're known as. If you see Roots, that's it's like a whole scene about that, and that's. That was very prevalent at that time of doing that to people. So that was, so there were certain names that were tagged as essentially slave names, and there was that whole movement basically was a counter revolution to that in a sense.
Right.
Kind of a strange thing that we're still living with today down here. Well, it's not to the extent. When slavery was predominant throughout the South, so was indentured servitude, and more of those white Southerners were in indentured servitude than people realized as well. This wasn't just about slavery, it was the whole thing. So anyone who says in the Bible indentured servitude is a good thing, got a problem.
Well, I just was surprised that I'd heard the slavery argument before. I'd never talked to religious people who were black to ask them what they thought of it, just because I'd never really used the argument all that much. But when G-Man came out and defended it, I was just surprised that he did. I was not expecting that.
Well, I can actually add some surprise on that to you because here's what I was personally taught growing up is that, and I'm going to quote my stepfather from this. Our ancestors were enslaved for practicing voodoo in the jungle.
Okay, yeah.
I wonder where he got that shit from.
Sounds totally legit.
Yeah.
Hey guys.
Yeah.
Look at these black folks.
Oh,
Yeah,
whoa,
yeah,
Drake.
They're doing voodoo. Let's take them to America. I would love for us.
Drake, don't call me Sokka. That's my slave name. No, I'm just saying. Listen, I want you guys to refer to me as Sokka Lakato, Count of Lakadon. Okay.
Counter what? Counter Locadon?
No,
I didn't even know Sokka was in here.
Yeah, Sokka Lakato, Count of Lakadon.
I got a better one. Sokka Zulu.
Sokka Zulu.
Sokka Zulu.
Sokka Zulu.
Sokka-chan. Can't we call it Sokka-chan?
I do like Sokka Lakato though.
I like that.
Locado.
Whatever, that's fine.
Okay.
You guys can call me. I don't care.
I'll call you
What you like.
Sukka-Kinti, and that's it.
Oh, wow.
Just crossing the line.
There's a line right here. Fabio's well on the other side of it right now.
Bloody clothes, what they like.
Yeah.
What's the topic anyway? I kind of jumped in and.
I didn't even know you were in here, man. I'm surprised. Hey, it's been a long time.
Stuck in here like 10 minutes. But no,
Like
there's
a
not really a topic. I honestly just made this. Like I was playing Star Wars for the first few hours, but I just said, okay, I need to actually work on my homework. So my wife's gone to the store to get ice cream, and my son's asleep. So I made this. I noticed Nadia didn't have a hangout today. I guess she's taking the day off.
What?
From the rig? Yeah, she hasn't been on all day.
Is there a comment about the strike or something? Or is this the end of the day?
Her last hangout, the room's still open. I'm not sure if she started a new one.
Has she gone all French on us?
But I jumped in there earlier, and I don't think she was feeling well. So I think that's why.
Wait, I know we're live, but I don't give a shit because I've been drinking. Well, not drinking, but you know me.
Very drunk.
No, not drunk.
You've not seen the first show.
So you're drinking, but you're not drunk.
Nicely pitched. Okay, I've got a question. It's been how many months now since she moved there? Wasn't the whole point supposed to be about her getting a new life and a new job? And when is she not online?
Oh, she's
way behind. So she moved from where she was. I have no idea where she is now, but she moved from where she was.
Well, I thought she's still in Detroit. She's not still
She moved to New Hampshire. Hampshire, yeah.
She's in New Hampshire? Since when?
Yeah.
She's living with a friend or something, isn't she?
See, Nate, this is the problem. You're way behind right now.
Yeah.
Come on.
She's living with the Jew.
Don't you subscribe to my? Don't you subscribe?
She's living with a Jew. Did you just say?
When was the last time I actually looked at my screen?
Okay, yeah, you got to subscribe to my Google Plus community newsletter. We keep all these things up to date. All right.
Just assuming that I have time, but okay.
Yeah, no, I'm actually it was a joke, but now that I mention it, I think I'm going to start doing a Google Plus community newsletter.
Awesome. I thought you actually I thought you meant it. I thought you actually might have one.
There is actually a new website. There is NORAD Treks Nadia, which is a spin-off of NORAD Treks Santa, which is going on right now. Wow, I'm going to hell.
Wait, what about all the people?
If you're going to hell, it can be hotter than what it is right now, so it's okay.
But it'll be drier. It'll be a dry heat, I reckon.
Wait, I remember all these people funding her moving there and like getting her an apartment and stuff. What happened to all these people?
She was living in a mobile home, wasn't she?
Aren't they pissed or something that she basically squandered thousands of their dollars?
I might be wrong about that. I don't know. But I think that at least a couple of people which are heavily involved in moving her are royally pissed.
Wow.
But I might be wrong on that. And honestly, I don't give a flying fuck. But
yeah, I mean, I did want some people, so I did warn people, and Carlton did as well. But nobody listened to people like us. I guess.
And rightly so, I must say. Yeah.
Yeah. Except for the one fact that we were correct. So But
but they're broken watch being correct twice a day.
Barring that, yeah, I agree.
You're just a pair of old men grunting.
I can't actually, find them guilty for not listening to people like us. I would do the same. I never listen to myself either, so.
Yeah, except when I'm right.
I'm always right, but I don't listen to myself.
I'm not always right. I'm sometimes wrong. I'm man enough to admit it. There we go.
Oh, you're not right about that.
I was waiting for you to say something.
For the 20-something people still watching this, share. Let some of the theists know that we're in here having a jolly good time. We had Peripheral Prophet in here, and we had an excellent discussion with him. Well, excuse me, Nathaniel had an excellent discussion with him earlier, and Winston, and everybody else. So that's not any craziness. But it was antagonistic. But it was a good conversation.
Sydney had a good conversation with him as well, with me. So
Sydney was taking the piss with him for like 30 minutes, and then they had a conversation.
Yeah, but that's what I love about Sydney. I really do love it about that. Just for that, he's able to do that. I can't do that. I genuinely think that they sound completely insane. I do.
Who's this?
No,
everybody.
Not everybody. I think that the end times people just literally just sound insane. They don't need a theological discussion. What they need is a psychologist. I'm not kidding. Look, if somebody told you that the end times are coming because the aliens told them so, and the blue rods from outer space will appear and will all ascend to green spheres and the outer planes of Xanadu, you would think they're fucking morons. Okay, I'm sorry. There's no difference in my mind, and I've never heard anybody really give me a reason why this is any different than that would be. As Hitchens said, they should be selling pencils from a cup, on the street corner. That's what we're talking about. So, I think they need a good psychologist, really.
To put this into perspective, how about we actually present one of the topics or one of the scenarios that he posed to you?
Okay.
I'm not saying I remember what it was. I was just.
Come on.
We're all waiting.
Yeah, we thought that at least one was paying attention,
But there was so much stuff being talked about. There was a issue that Sydney had about the mountain and people not being able to go up on the mountain during a certain time, and that he's who as a Peripheral Prophet would say. Yeah, something about that. I was kind of paying attention, not really, but that was the interesting conversation was with the map, and then he had linked this crazy map that looked like something that you would make off Microsoft Paint, and it was supposed to be like a prophetic artifact from the future that exists now in the past that's supposed to predict or some I don't know.
He linked a map of quote-unquote Greater Israel from the Nile to the Euphrates, and into Iran and into Syria, etc. And he said that I asked him for what he thought the biblical lands were, what the borders of biblical Israel were, and he linked me this map, which is insane. It's like from the worst conspiracy theorists, either of like Muslims who think that the Jews are trying to take over the world, or for Christians who think essentially that God's going to come down and rule over this great land. So they're both completely insane in the same respect. But I told him that's never been biblical Israel, so he agreed with me that probably was never biblical Israel, but then turns out apparently it was a prophecy of what's to come. I'm like, it's crazy. It's just nonsensical. So there was an argument. Not an argument. I had a debate with them.
Yeah, the idea that Jews want to take over the world is just crazy. They already have.
I have my Zionist card in my back pocket. Yeah, they're a bit late on the paychecks though. I wish they were a little bit more free with the money that we're supposed to get.
Oh God.
You know,
If there's any nut job conspiracies out there, don't be following me. I don't believe that crap for 1 minute. I don't want you all following me around thinking she's one of us.
It's it. That's D. You've done yourself in. You're gonna have this.
No, I just realised that.
They're gonna post it on Stormfront. You're gonna have this whole thing like, yeah, you go, girl. You're one of us.
Okay, I'm gonna call out Mark Anoya on something. Mark Anoya, you might have to revoke your British citizenship for that image you just posted.
What's he posted?
I'm not going to put it on the feed because my channel might get flagged. Let me just say that.
Oh, the Independence Day?
Yeah, the Independence Day picture. That's the flag.
I'm not subscribed to Mark, so I wouldn't see it. But it's okay. I can live without it. I talk to Mark. I'm just not subscribed to him on Google Plus.
Yeah,
there's a lot of people I'm not subscribed to on Google Plus. So.
Yeah, my wife would like a picture like that, but I can appreciate it.
Well, there's a lot of people I don't appreciate on Google Plus, but Mark I appreciate. I have had conversations with him that are decent.
That is one impractical pair of boots, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah, the boots are a little odd. The pants, though, I'm definitely digging the pants. Welcome, Roy. By the way, so I did invite some DS here.
Mm-hmm. Hey guys.
I think the pants are spray on.
There's
I
clearly,
really don't want to see this picture now.
There's clearly no pants.
Yeah. I don't know what you're talking
Sorry,
about.
sorry, I've just been given a message of D. If you're checking Skype, there was also debt slavery in the South, especially with sharecropping and mining and some other professions, possibly the garment industry. In many places, workers could only purchase goods at the company store, and they would do so on credit. In some one-industry towns, the company store was the only one available, so they had no choice, even if they did have cash. During times when there was no work, they'd have to live on credit. As you can imagine, the goods at the store were marked up. What ended up happening is these folks were in perpetual debt and the system deliberately kept them there. Even if they tried to leave and get jobs elsewhere, the law could come after them because of the debt. I assume that's what you're referring to, Lucid?
Yeah, and
Yeah.
another thing happened in the South after we amended our Constitution to eliminate slavery and indentured servitude. There was no enforcement. So you could get pulled over by cops, arrested for some bogus local crime, and go be put in a labor camp and end up working for some company being farmed out, from the local law enforcement. So you were stuck in indentured servitude either way. It was a different form of slavery.
I have no problem with that. You have to keep the peons in their place.
Nate's got a point.
Yeah.
Yeah, just saying.
I mean, it was on. It didn't just stop. None of it did.
Yeah, D, I'm definitely going to agree with you for the second time today. Anyway, on to other news. I'm surprised we still got 20 people watching. I'm literally in my living room right now because the table that I normally sit at has a really uncomfortable chair that I just so happen to sit at for hours, and my neck hurts. So I'm going to sit somewhere where it's fairly comfortable.
Well, you have 20 people. You have 20 people watching because you have groupies. You're a popular guy.
You could say that, but I think just because they're having like Nadia hangout. Fucking withdrawal. So they're like, well, shit, we'll just watch this guy talk to people about feet and stuff. So, it's better than nothing.
Feet? Have I missed the podiatry section?
It was coming up next after the spray on pants.
Oh, okay.
Well, do I have to go back to your wonderful socks, Steve? We could talk about those.
We could. I do have very nice socks.
You've had very nice socks and looked very comfy. You look very
They
comfy.
are.
Yeah.
And the material's made from bamboo fiber.
Yeah, you told me that, actually.
Wow, this conversation's fascinating.
Wait,
Well, you don't
wait,
think
hold on. This conversation's so interesting. Oh my goodness, I can't really wait to.
Are you going to knit some socks?
Oh my goodness.
That'll be one chunky pair of socks.
Oh my goodness.
Well, somebody did bring up feet, so you know.
Yeah.
Oh,
Having
hey,
seen- having
hey
seen-
guys, I got a call. Be right back.
You're just jealous you haven't got any feet. That's what it is.
I try. Okay, no one can say I didn't try. No one can say I did not try. Right?
I'm just trying to derail the conversation. Don't mind me.
My
And you
wife
win.
heard one
And I win.
conversation.
Well, I did originally still want to talk about polar bears, but I knew that wasn't going to go anywhere. So.
Okay, so why is your picture a polar bear?
Because I love polar
shit! Don't.
Oh, obviously. That's like asking
now the
Bob if the wife
conversation's
has
really
a picture
going to unravel.
of a landmass on his wall that looks like Italy.
It's Korea, actually, isn't it?
It's
On
Korea,
the side of
yes.
his wall? Yeah, it's Korea.
Yeah.
That's Korea?
Yeah.
Looks like Florida.
Can't really see it.
Well, it looks like a dick, but it's Korea.
We can only see part of the actual.
I think I asked before, but just to clarify, why do you have a picture of Korea again?
For the name.
Oh, hey, Hefty.
No, now it's for the names. It used to be because I used to play a game called Falcon 40, and it was a flight simulator, and you were supposed to fly, to use the map as a reference point in order to fly missions.
That's dedication.
Yeah, but now it's really useful because of passwords.
Yeah.
There are a lot of weird Korean cities and beautiful passwords.
Yeah.
Pyongyang 8787 exclamation point.
Well, looks like I got to change my password now. Thank you.
Yes, dear. So, okay, dear, you remember the Italian Fabio I was telling you about? He has a picture of Korea on his wall. And so he was using it for a game, right? To as a flight simulator, as for a point of reference.
Yeah.
So now he uses it for fucking passwords. Oh, okay.
Well, what was your
I
reason on
thought
that
you'd like that. You used to live in Korea. Ooh, ice cream. Okay.
Oh, so you used to live in Korea? Nice.
I don't know what she said, but I love that tone of voice there.
Yeah. Now the problem is I got to change my mail password now. Jesus Christ.
The Pyongyang 8787 exclamation point.
I like the way he said the Fabio, and it's my
The Italian Fabio,
in Italy.
yeah.
How many other Fabios do you need? Do you know, darling?
Well, maybe.
Do you need was okay anyway?
Well,
Yeah.
there's the model
We only
Fabio.
need one Fabio. You're more than
There's
enough.
the model
darling.
Fabio, the one with the gorgeous
Oh
hair.
God!
Oh, bloody hell.
The beefcake.
La 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 la! Get that image. Oh no! Thanks. Oh.
The man has the chin of a chisel.
Yeah, he really does. He really
Oh,
does.
don't.
Okay, we'll talk about something more your speed. Okay, how about Idris Elba?
Oh, he's the guy from That's more
Yeah.
like it.
Prometheus. yeah.
You have to say your name.
Yeah, he was in Prometheus and
Luta.
Oh, I didn't see that.
Oh, Prometheus. The film,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah,
I misheard you. Not the Prometheus. The Prometheus.
What
Yeah,
other
so-
movies was he in?
With Pacific Rim.
Yeah, he was in Pacific Rim because he played the.
Yeah, he was in Pacific Rim.
He played the
Yeah.
father to the Asian girl.
Yeah.
You're not going to eat that whole tub, are you?
You
Well, not right now.
this.
Oh, good.
What
This is
flavor is
snack.
it? I'd heard a rumor or something about they was thinking about him as one of the James Bond.
Yeah.
Yeah, there was a rumor, and then they found out he was black, and then that ended real quick.
No.
Wait,
I don't know. It might work. Yeah. It might
No,
work.
that really was a controversy. But no, he said he's not doing it.
No.
Well, it's not over yet. I mean, I think what's the name of the guy who's making James Bond now? Craig something.
Daniel
Craig.
Daniel Craig. Yeah.
This is probably his last one, so.
I hope so.
I
He's
love
okay.
the guy.
But I'm just. No, we're not ending James Bond series. Get out of my house. Hell no. Enough? You know how many books there are? What? Have you even seen Octopussy? It's a book. That's the actual James. No, that is the actual.
No, I know it. Let's face it. You've seen one James Bond.
Yeah.
You've seen
Actually,
more.
Octopussy is one of my
you're right.
favorite books, but favorite James Bond. I love that story. It's a great story. Classic. Classic.
Okay. Does anybody know who Blase Blah is?
No idea, but I
No.
do like
Then
the
they're going to
picture
stay
they've
hidden
got.
from the fucking broadcast.
Until you fess up who you are, blah, blah.
Somebody better
Nice
vouch for you, or I'm going to just keep you there and eat my ice
Yeah.
cream and laugh at you like this.
Nice image, though. Do like
Hi,
the
Roy.
image.
Welcome back.
Hey, Drag. Thank you. Yeah, I had to take this call.
Wow.
Oh, remember Felix Snyder was played by, I forgot the guy's name, in the old James Bond movies. He was on Voyage to the Bottom of the Sea. But he played a CIA agent that would hook up with Bond and some of the older movies with Sean Connery.
Yeah, he's a CIA agent. Yeah.
Yeah, and then they changed him from the white guy to, Bernie Wright, Bernie.
I was just about to ask if he went by any other
black
name,
guy.
but he left.
Wait, I thought he was black at first, and then they changed him to a white
No,
guy.
I think he was white guy. And then he changed to the black guy, and I think his name was Bernie something. He was in Gargoyles.
Rubble?
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, and I'm like, they switched from one to the other, but he did it so good. I mean, this guy, I forget, he was such a good actor anyway.
Yeah, no, I agree. I thought it was the other way around, but yeah, I guess I was mistaken. It's been a while since I've seen the old ones anyway, like in consecutive order and stuff.
Yeah.
So.
Have you guys seen Kingsman?
Yeah.
No.
Wait, sounds familiar.
No, you have to see that.
Oh yes, the movie about MI5.
No.
It's a movie about the Kingsman.
Yeah, it's like James Bond, but with like a younger.
On steroids. Yeah.
Oh, yeah, no, I haven't seen that. Oh, yeah, I'll definitely have to see it.
There is, in my opinion, the best fight scene ever filmed on movies.
Is it
And
the one
it
in
has
the
Samuel Jackson with a lisp.
Is it the one in the church?
Oh yeah, of course it's one in
Yeah.
church. It's one action sequence, meaning that the camera never stops, and it's fucking insane. It's beyond. I mean, you're looking at it and say, "Okay, this is weird. This is weird." And when you get to the end of it, you say, "What the fuck I just seen? I want to watch it again." And you rewatch it again because it's that good. It's really good.
I mean, it was an okay movie. I really, it was like, oh, all right. They're kind of making fun of the whole, international spy series, and it took itself seriously, and then it kind of drew itself back. So I'm kind of torn in between. Is it like a satire, or what is it? But
No, you're right. I mean, the movie is okay, but there's some things which are so over the top that I think they're actually the best ones. Like the secret base of the really evil guy in the middle of the mountain, or the pipe which goes from London to God knows where, for the secret headquarters. I mean, there's some things the best things are the ones which are just boom. They're really good.
No, I listen. The best fight scene I've ever seen was in Children of Men, and the uprising in the camp. It was one shot. I still don't know how they fucking did it. It's credited to be the most brilliant shot, one single take of any fight scene in cinematic history.
No. You got to watch that. Believe me, you got to watch that.
It's like 7 minutes long without a single flaw.
Go watch that, and then you
Is
get
that
back.
the film about infertility?
Yeah, and then they have
That's
this. They
awesome
go into.
film.
They go
Very
into.
gritty, though.
It's
They're
incredible.
going to the Fuji camp. Oh, and for all the Fujis.
Yeah, you saw it. So okay, so but the camp scene is what? It's like 7 minutes uninterrupted. I still don't know how they did that. I still don't know how they did it in one single take, and that's fucking genius. It's never been done.
Who says that it was just all like their first time go? They could have done it like 3 or 4 times and just at their fourth time they were like.
I believe
it was a British film. They only had a budget of threepence.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
Yeah.
I don't know. I just made that up.
No, it was. I believe it was done in one take because they didn't have the budget to do it in more than one take. It was a very expensive scene. It's a whole uprising that's happening while the camera's following him into the camp, while they're going into the house by house, etc. Never breaking. I don't know how they coordinated that.
They would have rehearsed it many times, I'm sure.
Oh, they rehearsed it,
Yeah.
but it was one take basically. They didn't, and it's an incredible scene.
It is a good film in general.
It's a really good film, but that scene just alone, people should see it for that scene alone, whether or not they like the movie, just to see an example of flawless filmmaking.
I could have told you if just be lucky Michael Bay didn't direct it, because as soon as the group would have been snuck into the camp, the entrance would have exploded, and then as they pressed in toward the center, everything around it would have exploded, and then the first and second house, those would have exploded, and then as they were exiting and heading, I think it was like toward the shore or whatever it was, everything would have exploded, and then the sun would have exploded.
Yeah.
And a giant robot probably would have risen from the sea and exploded. But
You're right.
Giant. Oh my gosh! I don't know.
No,
who
you're
that is,
absolutely right. You're absolutely correct.
And then lens flares.
Yeah, lens
everywhere.
flares.
Everywhere.
Oh, lens flare.
Have you seen my my Michael Bay animations yet?
Yeah,
No.
that's where I got that joke from.
Yeah. Okay.
No, but show us.
No, well,
Show us your animation.
if I go and try to show that, Mark Anoya's post is going to show up, and the thing is going to get flagged.
Oh, okay, I got you.
Yeah. So, anyway, Roy, you're just sitting here quiet, man. This is the longest I've heard you quiet, like ever.
Well, then, thank you for that.
Okay.
No,
I just
thank
wanted
you.
to say, this is an open area where we can talk and have a good time. We had Peripheral Prophet had a nice discussion about prophecies in Israel, and I don't know how you feel about that topic, but Peripheral Prophet seemed to be indicating that a lot of Christians, such as yourself, were actually watching Israel for certain signs.
Yeah, he's more into the end times than I am, but I certainly am into it more than the average person, and not detailed, but just connecting the dots. For example, for me personally, I like to know where I'm going so I know when I'm going to get there. A lot of people like to, walk through life, run through life, skip through life aimlessly and have no idea when they're even, seeing any kind of signposts or not. So if that's what you mean, then yes, I'm pretty much into that as well. So for example, guys, and I know you guys will disagree, but this doesn't have to be, anything deep. Let me just lay it out. So when the Bible says, in the beginning God created, to the last verse in Revelation where it says, Amen, that's 7,000 years. And the millennial reign of Christ on earth is yet to come. So there's a lot of people who I've met here on Google Plus who believe, that that's already happened or is happening. And I don't know how deep you guys got into it with Peripheral, but yeah, I always like to set the stage that way. So if you guys are with me on that, we're right at that 6,000 year mark, and pretty soon, all hell literally is going to break out on planet Earth, and Christ comes back, and then the millennial reign. So that's the way I see it, as far as a box of puzzle pieces and the picture on the box. We're about the timeline of, the second coming of Christ is almost here.
I disagree. I think the Terminator will happen before that. I think it's quite clear from the movie that the Terminator is definitely going to take over. I mean, it's going to be more than one, as we know,
Yeah.
but there'll be one that develops more of a consciousness later. But I think it's clear from the prophecy itself that represents really the apocalypse that is to come.
Okay, Nathaniel, you might want to preface the fact that you are, for one, a Jew, and that you work for Skynet. Just throw it out there.
Who says I don't? Has it ever denied? I neither confirm nor deny this. Okay.
If he told us the truth, he'd have to kill us. So.
Yeah, I neither confirm nor deny this this claim. So,
That's not. Yeah.
You confess up to can you fess up to being a Jew?
No, I'm an atheist. But Jews would consider me being a Jew.
Are you a cultural Jew?
No, I have absolutely nothing in common. Well, no, I
It's
really,
like 20
I really.
questions.
No, that's fine. No, that's fine. I don't mind.
No, because there are a lot of Jews that are cultural Jews. They're
Yeah, no, I know, but I don't.
And all that.
Yeah, I don't celebrate any of it. I'll tell you, my limits of cultural identity in Judaism is on Yom Kippur at night after not fasting all day. I typically like to have a glass of wine and enjoy Bruch's Kol Nidre on cello 2 or 3 times because it's such a beautiful piece, and that's my cultural identity to Judaism, really. So I'm a snob more than anything else.
Oh, okay, that makes more sense.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm an elitist snob, and that's fine.
So like most
With pretensions of grandeur as well. Throw that into
delusions, grandeur, delusions.
I would say pretensions of grandeur.
He's a dedicated follower of his own success.
So what about so you're saying that the Terminator is more is more appropriate in this day and age than like biblical revelation.
Well, you don't have to agree with me, but I don't know what other crazy stuff other people believe. But I think the Terminator truly is the revelation of the technology that is to come.
We don't have to agree with him, but if we don't, he'll set his cabal upon us.
Yes, because it's all the signs are there. We have satellites in the sky. They can track us where we are. We have maps, etc. There is a Skynet developing. I mean, that's quite clear. So I think that's the prophecy of the apocalypse to come. Now, I don't know what else you guys believe, and we don't have to agree, but that's the way I see it.
Maybe there'll be a showdown between the
I think years ago, Arthur C. Clarke did a short story. It was about, I think, when all the phone systems across the world were connected with by satellite, and and they're sitting in the bar talking about it's getting ready to happen. They're getting ready to throw the switch to do this, and they're talking about someone brought up a fact about you have all these connections all over the world and all these things connected up. It could lead to intelligence of some kind. Well, of course, at the end of the short story, it did. Mm-hmm. But it was kind of interesting. This was Nathaniel. You sounded familiar with that, right?
Yeah. At the very end, the phone rings in the bar, and it's the intelligence talking to them or something. I think it is.
Or somebody said, or someone answered and heard some kind of weird noise.
Yeah, that's right. That's right.
That was probably like a cry. It's cry of a baby when it's born.
Right, that's right. I remember that actually.
But that story was from the late 50s, early 60s.
Yeah, I remember. I remember we read about it. I mean, we read the story. I think it was.
Oh gosh.
It was in middle school or something. We read the story actually.
And I do want to say it was Arthur C. Clarke because he, as well as being a science fiction writer, he was a scientist and he did a lot for the Royal Air Force.
But didn't they make like a short movie out of that or something?
I don't know.
or like a Twilight Zone sort of type of episode. I think I remember something. I mean, we're talking about 30-some years ago, so I don't remember completely. But yeah, I'm familiar with the story. I remember the end part where the phone rings in the bar and like everybody's like looking at each other, and then one guy picks it up. Yeah.
And I cannot remember the name of the story.
Well, clearly that's a prophecy. You know. Who else but from Arthur C. Clarke's own words would we get such revelation? You know, the man who invented radar, in a sense.
Yeah, I think that's what he was. One of the things he was working on.
Clearly, he was inspired by the machines.
Is Fabio's mic keying without him being there, or does he have a wireless headset?
Yeah, he's got a wireless.
Oh, okay. Yeah. I'm not the only one. Okay, it was just we were talking about computer boards and his is keying, and I'm like, okay, that's it.
Yeah. Yeah, I think there's either wireless or a really, really long wire. So, because I've seen him go out a few times before in other hangouts that I've been in. And
I'm tempted to go get my catfish out of the freezer and like hold it at the screen and scare him.
Are you going to start stroking your catfish?
Well, it's not thawed out yet. I have to wait till it's thawed, then I stroke.
Oh man! Oh, Fabio's back. You can ask him. Fabio, you have a wireless headset, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Nice.
Okay, it was King. We were wondering if it was you or the robot overlords.
Yeah.
No, it was me. Sorry about that. I thought I heard a noise outside.
Yeah. From now on, I'm checking noises from outside. Just last week, I was talking to Echo. Okay, I was talking to a girl and the rest of my guild on Star Wars, and using the voice over IP program just like this, and so. The girl here, she says, I hear something weird outside. And we're like, it's probably squirrels fucking or something. Don't worry about it. And so, we're doing a raid. We're going along. And she says, the noise is getting louder. She says, all right, guys, AFK. So let me go check out what this is. Evidently, some guy was outside her fucking window trying to take the copper out of her AC.
Oh.
And he was in the process of like breaking into her window. So. Yeah, probably going to check out.
If they wanted to do that here, they'd have to climb up a couple of stories, so I'm not that worried. But the only sound I listen for is the siren. If that goes off, then I just get out of the house. But other than that, it's either pigeons or fucking birds, other birds or something. I don't know.
Yeah. Probably birds having sex.
Yeah. There's a nest in a tree across from my terrace, and I hear them at night sometimes, and in the morning. But in the morning, they're very nice. I hear the bird song and everything. It's kind of nice, pleasant.
Yeah, the windows we have here, they're like storm windows or double pane and all that, and you don't hear a lot outside like you used to with the old windows. Like it'll be lightning striking nearby, and I hear it. It's like it's far away or something.
Yeah.
Until the house shakes, and then I go, uh-oh.
Oh no! Here, when the lightning goes off here, it's like a fucking can. Like I'm on the phone with my parents sometimes, and if it's storming out, they literally think it's like explosions happening because I have literally nothing between me and the bay, the sea. So when lightning goes over the bay, there's no absorption of sound between the lightning and my place, so it's really, really loud. Yeah, I mean it's a great view, but during a storm, you can hear it for fucking miles and miles and miles.
I was gonna say, Roy, I actually found some new Bible verses that are actually my favorite now. The first one is Proverbs 5:19. As a loving hind and graceful doe, let her breast satisfy you at all times. Be exhilarated always with her love. And the next one's from the Song of Solomon, 8:10. I was a wall, and my breasts were like towers. Then I became in his eyes as one who finds peace. The next one's from the Song of Solomon, 4:5. Two breasts are like two fawns, twins of a gazelle, which feed among the lilies.
Well, you'll find that the Bible is the greatest sex manual ever written, so bully for you. I'm on board with that.
I don't know if I call it a manual. I just call it a description. Manual would tell you how to do it.
Manual
really
implies that if you don't know what you don't know, then you go to the manual because you
Well, it
don't know
doesn't
what
tell you
don't
how
know.
to make love. It just tells you, just describes certain acts of love, but it doesn't actually tell you how to do it.
I didn't say love. I said sex manual.
Well,
Oh, welcome back, Heavy. I thought maybe the breasts had driven you away, darling.
Oh, I hit the wrong button again.
I haven't had a drink in a little while. I'll be right back. I have to get another one.
What, Drag? Why did you share that? Was that cereal, or were you just messing with this?
Well, no, Deidre actually shared a link with us last night because we were having a discussion about the Bible and its contents, and so she's like, well, there's actually a few passages about women's breasts, and I was like, you're lying. So she sent me this link, and it's just a whole bunch of times that the Bible mentions breasts explicitly, and so I was like, oh, that's pretty cool. This might actually get me. If they would have showed me this, I probably would not been an atheist. That this quick. They would have had me for a little while.
Yeah, see, the book of Proverbs is all about wisdom. The book of, or the Song of Solomon, as it's called, is basically about sex and, relationship between a man and a woman. And, so if you haven't read the book of Proverbs chapter 31, I would highly recommend that every man and woman read that, because that is the epitome of a wife, and especially if your wife is someone who also wants to, have her footing in the marketplace. So some of these ladies who say, well, the Bible says that I need to be a housewife, no, that's not what the Bible says. The Bible says if you want to go into the marketplace, have your own business and or work, absolutely, that's still quite biblical. So the Proverbs 31 woman is certainly something all women should strive to be, and all men should help them to be. So yeah, I love what you're saying, actually, because it's all about relationships, right? I can tell how happy a person is or how sad a person is in their life, so to speak, by the relationships that they have or the lack of relationships that they have. Because the happier you are in your relationships with other people, the happier your life is, and vice versa, of course. Do you guys see that correlation or no?
I don't know. Well, you mean just the relationship with their spouse, or
no, with just people in general? Of course, with your spouse, but just relationships in general. Some people are so negative that you just can't be around them, because every time you see them, they suck the life out of you. But then other people, you can't wait to get around them, because even if you're around them for 5-10 minutes, last 5-10 hours. You get so energized that you just don't want to leave them. You know what I'm saying? So whether that's one-to-one or in a group setting, relationships are very important.
Yeah, listening to "Woe Is Me" all the time is kind of a bummer,
Well, definitely, and you absolutely are the product of the average of the people that you hang out with. I mean that it rubs off on you. So I've always said, if you find out that you're the smartest person in your group, you need a new group. Not to say that you need to leave this group, but you need a new group. Otherwise, you're not going to grow. You're going to plateau.
But I am the smartest person in my group.
There's one little problem with that. There's one little problem with that.
You're the smartest polar bear here, darling.
You can be members of different groups. You don't have to leave one group of people to hang with another group that's your intellectual equivalent.
I gotta drop kick Nate.
That don't sound right. You know people that are not too bright. You know people that are way smarter than you. That's kind of a scale there. People of all kind of different things.
Yeah.
But I see in a way what you mean. Though it is sometimes good to be around people that, like, say, on your level, and y'all have chats and conversations and share information back and forth. Yeah. I agree with that. But I'm not saying leave someone in the dust because they're not as smart as you, though. That's all I'm saying.
That's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is this: is that if you don't have a personal growth plan, a daily personal growth plan, then I would highly encourage you to get one as soon as possible. Because if you're not striving to be a better version of yourself today than you were yesterday, then you're not really living to the full. And you need to also realize that you're going to still be a better version of yourself tomorrow than you are today. So you need to get around people who actually also believe that and strive to do that. You know what I'm saying? Because a lot of people are very, very content with their mediocrity. They're just mediocre, you know, and they don't want to grow.
Not mediocrity, mediocrity.
Mediocrity. Thank you.
Mediocrity.
Yeah, mediocrity was the Greek god of mediocres.
Did he hang around Bacchus, the wine god guy?
Dionysus?
Meat and wine? Never mind.
There's a Dionysus. I can't remember.
Yeah, the Dionysus. Dionysus. Yeah, it's the same. It's the same god essentially.
Yeah, my favorite Greek god is Priapus. I'm just saying.
Who?
Is it the one that had to put his dick in a wheelbarrow?
Basically. Right? Remember I told you to look up the term priapism? It comes from the Greek god Priapus.
Yes, thank you. I did look that up.
Where's Carson?
I almost spit out my whiskey when you said that.
Okay, we need Carson in here.
Well, the joke is I actually came across the term when I was doing my medical training, and as I was doing my certifications, I got to the part of the hands-on section where you have to go through each of the steps, and so I said, well, you got to sweep the priapism and you have to palpate orally, and so the guy looked at me and he just shook his head because he knew it was funny, but I passed that part even though palpating the priapism orally is equivalent to fellatio.
Okay, of course I'm running to Google.
Don't look it up. Don't look it up. I made the same mistake.
It is painful. Yes. Never mind. Okay, let's move on to something else.
Well, no. Here's the thing that I was about the relationships thing. I don't have many friends. I really don't. I for one thing, I'm an introvert. But yeah, I am an asshole. Like real life. If my wife is sitting here co-signing, evidently I'm good enough to breed with and live with. So, to some degree, I am, desirable in that respect. But
maybe she's taking one for the team. Maybe she's taking one for the team. You could commend her or something.
She was somebody's wing woman, and she's just riding this train way too far.
Possibly. She can't jump off the train now. It's going too fast.
Oh my golly gosh.
No, but I believe it's natural to want to build new relationships as often as possible and meet new people because you certainly don't want to get stagnated in your relationship.
No, I agree. People are tasty.
I disagree. But just to your point, I disagree. I think it's more important to focus on the relationships you have.
Oh, I'm not saying not to do that. I'm saying, so Dunbar's number, before the internet, this guy put together a number of around 150 and said that the average person can have about 150 people in their life and still dedicate enough time to each of those relationships to have it mean something, to have a valuable relationship.
Yeah, if you go over that, they're not real friends, essentially.
Well, essentially, you don't have enough time,
right.
To devote to them. So
the same.
It's going to be lacking.
That's also the same amount of people you need for a commune to be successful.
I don't know. I don't know if that's. Yeah, I don't know anything about that. What do you mean commune? Like a village?
A village, essentially. Yes.
Yeah. So there's enough people to keep it going, right? Outside of that, you can have a baker, a candlestick maker. You can have enough so that it is fully functional and self-sustaining.
Dee is a left-wing radical revolutionary, so she'll talk about it in terms of commune.
I had no idea.
The proletariat, but we can translate it into other things. Yeah.
I had no idea.
Dee, you wasn't a hippie, was you?
I'm telling you, she still has a military jacket with her Che Guevara T-shirt, the beret, part of the
Red Star.
Part of a liberation movement from the 70s, one of those.
Going around putting flowers in people's guns. Yeah.
So I want to ask Greg if this would fit what he is or his his evaluation of himself. So based on what you just said, I would ask you this question. Would you consider yourself emotionally distant?
Consider
My
yourself.
mother has told me that, and I agree with her.
One of a family.
I think it was either her or my wife called me emotionally constipated.
Okay. Kind of sort of the same thing, except maybe a little worse.
Yeah,
Distant
my
and
wife just said
constipated?
she thinks my mother said it.
Okay. Is there truth to that?
Yeah, of course. I'm not going to deny any of that.
He's not gonna make up stuff that his mother said, is he? Now that's just rude.
No, my
Now,
mother
okay,
watches
so-
mine. She's very honest.
So is that good, bad, or indifferent from your vantage point?
For me, it's there's good and there's bad to it. The bad is that it's harder for me to make long-term commitments to people because I naturally distrust a lot of people. On the flip side, I keep a lot of people out of my circle that I don't want to deal with, and I hear about someone's bullshit that other folks have to deal with that I don't because I have such a small circle.
How the hell did I slip through? That's what I want.
So yeah, that makes sense. That makes sense.
Well, then Nathaniel would ask that question.
It's like you have some people that are so outgoing. It's like I've known people like this. You can say about them they've never met a stranger, yeah, and it's just their personality type, I guess. You know, they just know so many people, and they just meet other people, and may not really say all that much, but they're not like real close friends. But still, they're just really wide open, you know, and making little connections here, there, yonder, you know. And then other people
Politicians are like that. Politicians are very much that kind of personality.
and then some people are a little bit more reserved, you know, in meeting new people. You know, you have a lot of differences there.
You know, the culture we have here, you know, through this type of an environment. I mean, I've been doing this for the last 4 years on Google+, and I've been on Skype since 2005, building relationships there. So, you know, I use the phone every now and then as well to stay connected and be connected and go a little deeper, to both build a relationship and nurture it, okay? And so what I found is that this environment here, there's a lot of nuances and a lot of new stuff that the average person who hasn't had this type of environment to build relationship in is completely out of their element, because we need to rewrite the relationship nurturing book, if you will. Anybody follow what I'm saying? Agree with what I'm saying?
I totally disagree. I hate people in general.
I think what Roy said, that because of the advent of technology and how easy it is to meet people, there needs to be a separate, like, dedicated field to internet relationships, because they're not that there's not much interpersonal relations and interactions with one another, but there's the potential to meet so many people from so many different backgrounds that we've never really had that happen before. This is like the first of its time in human history that, you know, Italian and a English and a polar bear and, you know, all people can get together.
Yeah, exactly. You're reading exactly what I'm saying, and because of that, you know, when you as parents are teaching your kids about interpersonal relationships, you know, my parents taught me about interpersonal relationships. I'm not sure,
And
you know, everyone's parent did. Pardon?
And it shows.
Oh, thank you. You are complimenting me, yes?
I just made a statement.
Okay. So it's not a compliment.
I just made a statement. You know.
I understand. I think Nathaniel is like in a league of his own, because when he says stuff, he doesn't even know what he means, and no one else does. And when people like me ask him, it's like,
No, I get it. I get it.
I get it.
well, is it a compliment or not?
He likes to keep people guessing.
Well, no, I mean, offense is, if you take offense to it, you take offense
Oh,
to it.
I never take offense.
Okay,
No,
then
the
then
only
it's a
reason I
compliment.
ask is because I don't know the answer, or you don't know the answer.
No,
So
if you didn't take offense by it, then it was a compliment.
that's what I asked him, and he said that it wasn't.
Yeah, he made a statement.
Mm-hmm.
And it's up to you. I mean, if you think that you know that he was snarky at all, and you choose to take offense from it, then that's on you. And if you choose,
Oh no, I always take it as a compliment. When somebody says something about me, I'm always thinking it's a compliment until they tell me
then
otherwise.
that's all you need to do. All you need to do is just take it as a compliment.
I think
Right.
the grooviest thing was trying to get a word in, but unfortunately her mic's really low.
Yeah, go ahead.
Oh, come on. I feel like I'm shouting at you guys.
Yeah,
No,
you're
I'm
right.
not making- I'm just making a snarky comment. That's it.
Oh, yeah, you are very quiet.
Yeah.
For a Dalek, especially.
Well, I mean, actually, technically, D, you're just really loud.
Yeah.
Is that what it is? I'm just so loud.
You're really, it's almost unhinged. In a
Yeah,
sense.
I just
he has like the loudest sex worker voice I've ever heard in my life. I'm just gonna say that. Darling, I'm so loud. Yes.
You gotta take all these come-ons as like serious
Stop.
compliment. Come on. I mean, let's face it.
Oh, dear.
I love you, D.
Mwah.
Okay, go ahead, Roy.
I think
Well, I listen. I don't think I'm a really good judge of people. That's why I ask a lot of questions, and the quicker I can get my question answered, the quicker I can evaluate who you are. And it seems like a lot of people who don't answer me are not willing to be known by me. Or by people in general, and that's one thing I haven't been able to figure out. So I'm quite the people person. I didn't used to be, but in the last 20 years or so of my life, ever since the mid-90s, I've been absolutely pushing myself in a good way to be more of a people person and to be able to read people better than I had in the past, because in the past I could care less. Almost like you. Not that you're caring less, but it's just if a person enters your life, it's not like, oh, a new bud, a new friend. Let me go deep. It's like, oh, well, here's the person. Whatever happens, que sera, sera. Is that kind of sort of what I'm getting from you, Jack?
That a lot of that, and even if it's my own in-laws, I will tell my own in-laws to go fuck off.
As you should, because if they're toxic, you shouldn't, not say. Because just because they're family, in-laws, outlaws, brothers, sisters, mom, dad, if they're toxic, we need to say something, and they need to make a new decision. Personally, I have had to step aside from a lot of people in my own family because they are way too toxic for me. And I get that they want a relationship with me, and I get that they want to mold me into their image, or their image of what a brother or a son or a cousin or whatever. Just let me be me. And if you can't handle that, then you need to just get away from me, because I certainly want to get away from you.
Roy, you make it sound like they wanted they jumped you for intervention or something.
Well, see,
I would. Surprise.
See, I know what's good for me when it comes to relationships. If somebody forces me to have a relationship with someone that I don't want to have a relationship with, I mean, how does that work? And you guys know me. I won't walk on eggshells. I can't do that. I just need to tell you, look, I don't like the way you treat me. I don't feel good around you, and it's best if I don't be around you. Don't talk to me. Don't have a relationship with me. It's okay. We can smile at each other when we're at the same house, but other than that, don't ask me stupid questions, because I'll say pass every single time. Oh, but Roy's so rude, and he's not he won't you know what I'm trying to say? And so, yeah, now that you mentioned in-laws, I mean, I think those are the worst, because it's like, wow, you should be like this, and you should be like that. No. How about I should be me, and how you should be you, and if you don't like me, then don't talk to me. I mean, is that bad? How many people actually suck it up? How many people here actually suck it up and go, "Hi, I'm so happy to see you," when inside you're going like, "Oh, why did I say that? I don't really mean that."
Well, I don't sugarcoat things when I'm around my in-laws. Like, my in-laws live less than 5 minutes away from me, and I see them literally every week. And if I don't want to really see them, I like today, you know, I'll talk about it with my wife, but I will let them know, hey, I got better things to do. I don't have to lie to them. But if it's, you know, I'm not going to sit and put on airs in front of somebody just because my mother wants me to play nice with my cousins.
Yes.
I will tell them to go fuck off.
Yes.
But, you know, I'm not sure if it's an issue of, you know, me changing who I am or anything. I'm not sure if anyone can really change who you are. They might say, you know what, in this situation, it may call for a different tactic. But I don't think that would be me changing anything drastic about who I am as a person.
Yeah, you mentioned something about getting to know people and asking them questions. You can also get to know people, you know, in a way by not even really talking to them. You know, just seeing how they relate to other people and what they talk about. Because I've seen quite a few people on here that it may be a good while before I actually talk to them, but I see how they interact with videos or in Hangouts, and I'm thinking to myself, you know, that'd be a pretty cool person to get to know or talk to. And eventually, I do get to talk to them and start getting to know them, and you know, I was on the right track. You know, they show a lot.
I agree with that. Absolutely.
There's different ways you can get to know people.
I think you guys think about this way too much.
Who?
All of you.
Hey, it's y'all's fault. Since I started coming into the community here, I've been learning.
Yeah, well, I don't know why people dwell on this.
I do. If you don't know, I do.
Go ahead.
You know why you dwell on it. You don't know why others do.
No, see, if a person doesn't care. See, a person. Okay, let me put this out there. See how many people agree with this. The way you treat yourself is the way you treat other people. Agree or disagree?
I totally disagree.
I
disagree.
Oh, I got to keep my hand. I don't know about that because I got if I treat other people like I do myself, I probably would be arrested for copying a field or something.
Oh man. Yeah, no, sorry, Roy. I totally disagree with that.
Okay, so
you know, some people go up here and go, "Hey, nice to meet you," and I might reach the wall. Well, never mind.
Okay, so why don't you treat other people the same way you treat yourself, in your opinion?
I treat other people better.
Wait. Okay. Because I want to answer this one. I want to answer this one.
Go ahead.
Because some people don't deserve it. I mean, the thing is that I will extend the utmost respect to somebody when I meet them. You know, the same respect to every single person. I don't come off with any, you know, preconceived notions of who they are or what they do. But if it gets to a point where I don't think that somebody is giving me respect or somebody is giving me, you know, the same thing that I'm giving them, well, then I retract it. I don't need to treat people well if they're not willing to treat other people well either.
Amen to that.
The question, there's something wrong with the question to me. It don't sound right for some reason. Do you treat other people the way you treat yourself? And I'm like, there's something not quite right with that question.
There is also the fact that I might treat myself worse than the way I treat my other people.
Yeah, see, I disagree.
I mean, if I do, for example, on an anger strike for something that I believe, I'm honestly treating myself worse than I treat the other people, but it's for a good reason. So I don't see how you can relate, you know, those two things.
I mean, it's great in theory as a bumper sticker, but in reality, it's just not how the world works.
Yeah, bumper sticker is a good term for that.
It's just like I don't assume that other people want to be treated the way I treat myself. They don't believe the same things either.
I don't see myself treating myself in any particular way. I'm just me. I think if I start examining myself from an outside point of view as how to treat myself, I think I would define that as having some serious psychological problems. Sorry.
As well, we often treat ourselves differently on different days, depending on how we feel.
That means. No, but I don't even know what that means. How do you treat yourself? To treat yourself as something, you would have to see yourself from an outside point of view in your interaction with yourself. I just don't see how it's really possible.
Do you see how you guys are answering this? Okay, let me you know.
What, realistically?
Let me ask Drag this question. Let me ask Drag this question, and then after Drag answers, the rest of you guys, I want to know your answer as well.
Wow.
So I'm going to put a statement out there. You tell me if you agree or disagree?
Yes or no?
The way you treat, Drag, the way you see a person is the way you treat that person. Is that true?
Well, that qualifies something. When you say see, you mean as far as just their visual appearance, or how I see them as a culmination of their behaviors and everything else?
Correct. So let me give you a for instance before you answer. If you see someone as a jerk, you'll treat them as a jerk. If you see someone that is worthy of your time, you'll treat them as if they're worthy of your time. However you view them, their whole entire essence, is this person worth my time? Is this person not worth my time? Is this person a jerk? Is this person intelligent? That kind of thing. So the way you see that person, even before you meet them, even before they open their mouth, as well as after they open their mouth, it's in complete alignment. So when I see someone treating someone a certain way, I already know how they view them. That's what I'm trying to say. Would you agree? Or disagree with that?
I would generally agree. That's not the case 100% of the time, but generally, yes.
Well, see, I would disagree with this because I don't mirror what somebody's doing. Okay, so if somebody's a jerk, I'm not going to be automatically a jerk towards them. If someone's nice, I'm not going to be automatically nice towards them.
That's not what I'm saying.
Well, that's what you said. How you view the person is how you treat them. So are you saying that?
Correct.
Okay, so if I view them as a jerk, I treat them like a jerk, and that was the example that we brought. So okay, yeah, great. So going on that, because that's exactly what I just said, is that if I view
it's not what you just said.
I said
that's what I heard him say. I don't know.
No. I'll explain it as soon as he's done. Go ahead.
If I view somebody,
explain what he said, because he doesn't know what he said.
Yeah, if I view somebody as a jerk, I'm not going to treat him like a jerk. If I view somebody,
Okay, wait a second. Okay, you said if you don't view somebody as a jerk, you're not going to treat him as a jerk. Is that correct?
Roy, are you talking about first impressions?
Hold on.
I think hold on.
Hold on.
Yeah. No.
Hold on.
What? Hold on. I'm just asking.
Let me explain. Let me explain.
Hold on.
Let's asking for clarification.
Let's
Roy,
finish.
It's just Roy and Sokka right now. Just Roy and Sokka.
Please, thank you. So here's what Sokka is saying.
Love you too, dude.
I think this is what Sokka is saying. So Sokka, correct me if I'm wrong. What you're saying is, if you and other people know person A is a jerk, then you're not necessarily going to treat that person as a jerk, even though said person is a jerk, because you don't see him as a jerk, therefore you're not going to treat him as a jerk, even though he is a jerk.
Okay.
He's been having a civil conversation with you this entire time.
Yeah. So again, your initial statement is okay. Correct me if I'm wrong. You said the way you view somebody is how you treat them. Did you say that?
That's correct.
Okay. From that, what I draw is that if I view somebody as a jerk, the question is, would I treat them as a jerk?
You will treat him as a jerk if you view him as a jerk. Correct.
Okay.
No.
Hold on. Are you saying that I will be a jerk to them? Or that I will treat them as if that they are somebody who is a jerk.
Correct. If you see that person as a jerk, you will treat them as a jerk. Now, if that person is a jerk, but you don't see him as a jerk, then you won't treat them as a jerk. Do you understand?
Yeah. Okay. So essentially,
because you see him differently than everybody else does.
Yeah. Right. Okay. So yeah, your question is malformed. In this sense, here is the way that you perceive somebody. And is how we interact with people. Okay, you've created this as two separate things, which I don't agree with here. Essentially, okay, if I view somebody, that's like saying if I believe this person is this way, then I will treat them within the way that I believe that they are.
No, the way you view them.
Yeah, but what does it mean to view? It's the same thing.
I'm explaining it to you. No,
okay, Roy, hold on a second, okay? You've asked this incredibly malformed question with so many layers that need to be peeled back on this. Essentially, it makes no sense. You know what? I will interact with.
Why are you even entertaining this if it makes no sense to you?
Well, because I'm hoping to correct you.
No, you need to listen to me explain it to someone else. So if you'd like to wait, Heavy asked me a quick question. Let me unpack this.
You know what? Roy, just stop. Just take 3 minutes, think about the question, okay, and then come back.
Okay, let me unpack this with Heavy, and you'll understand a little bit better. Go ahead, Heavy.
You're dragging down the entire IQ of the room right now.
Okay, so that's how you view me, right?
As somebody that's dragging down the entire IQ of the room?
Right, that's how you view me right now, so that's how you're going to treat me. So that's my point.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, your point is that...
So don't see me that way, and then the IQ of the room
I can't help it, Roy.
What has been seen cannot be unseen.
Yes, you can.
No, actually,
yes, you can, because that's not true. Okay, let me talk to Heavy, because this doesn't make any sense.
Okay, I don't want to talk to you. You know what's going to happen? I'm going to talk to the room. Okay?
Go ahead. So, let Heavy ask me the question. You said at the beginning when we first meet them. Is that what you said?
Yeah, the way when you first started with it, it sounded like it's like your first impression of the person by maybe the way they appear or look to you. You make like a judgment about that person, maybe their personality or something like that, without having really talked to them or anything. There's a word for that, and I can't think of what it was. It was something I brought up before.
Right. So if you haven't yet met a person and you're about to meet them, or you're having some sort of a engagement with them in a group setting like this, as I mentioned earlier, this is a brand new culture for the human race. So there's a lot of people who haven't yet analyzed this to the max to understand how we can best interact in these situations and give us advice. So my statement is very simple. The way you see a person is the way you treat that person each and every time. And I will now add, which I didn't before, even and especially if that person is yourself. You treat yourself the way you view yourself.
I don't think. Let's drop that last part because I can't. That don't sound right. But when I first meet somebody, I can't make. It would be unfair to them for me to make a judgment about them.
Right, but you do.
I actually talk to them or something.
Right.
On a subconscious level, you might just do that. You could meet someone on the street, and they got these shabby clothes on, and they're dirty, and you think they're a bum, when actually they're working hard on the construction site.
Absolutely.
So see, that's what I'm saying. You can't make a snap judgment.
Okay.
By the way they look,
you're missing the point.
Right.
Well, I'm not through yet.
I understand, but you've already gone beyond the point.
Roy,
hold on, gentlemen. Hey, hold on, gentlemen. Hold on. Wait. Okay. Let Heavy finish, Sokka, and then you jump in.
I'm trying to let Heavy finish. So Roy just keeps talking over him.
Yeah, because he's already missed the point. The point is this.
Roy.
Can it Heavy?
Let Heavy finish. Hold on, let Heavy finish, then you respond. Don't just cut him off. If he has something wrong, correct him after he's done.
Okay.
Yeah.
So it's not about making a judgment, so leave that out.
What the hell did you ask then? You have how you treat somebody,
I said
right?
the way. No. Don't listen. The word is view. As a matter of fact, that's why I asked Drag this question first, because I knew most of you guys would not understand this. So I'm going to ask Drag.
We're not on 12th grade like you are. Don't talk to me that.
No.
No. We've been through this stuff before on different subjects.
Okay, listen. Okay, let me go back to Drag because obviously you guys missed what I was trying to say.
Take 30 seconds, okay? Take 30 seconds. Roy, take 30 seconds. Okay. Yeah. Anyway, no. The reason why Heavy, I think that the question just kind of like rubs you the wrong way. I think that it doesn't make sense. Is the point is that how you view a person is essentially how you interact with that person, or how you.
No.
Finish, please, Roy.
No,
absolutely if Sokka could finish.
Not.
Roy.
If Sokka could finish.
Okay.
It doesn't matter if he finishes.
If Sokka could finish.
He's going to end up on
if
the wrong.
Sokka could finish.
Okay. Hey, check it out. Sokka does have room controls. All right, so we need to actually exercise some type of restraint. If someone has something wrong, wait for them to finish, write it down, type it somewhere, and then correct them. Interrupting each other, it just takes more time. Okay, don't care how wrong they are.
All right, it's another game of language. Okay, it just has to do with language in this one here. Is that how you view somebody is how you treat them. or how you view with them is how you act towards them. It doesn't make sense. Okay. Now I can understand from the point that okay, so if you view somebody as this, do you treat them like this? You know, which is how I originally interpreted the question. But that's not what Roy's saying. What Roy's saying is that if you view somebody as this way, then you're going to interact with them as if they're that way. Well, yeah, that makes sense. That absolutely makes sense. I mean, for example, if you walk up to somebody, and every single time that you walk up to them, they punch you in the head. Well, you'd have to be an idiot not to assume that you're going to get punched in the head. So when you interact with that person, you duck. You know, you interact with the people the way that you expect them to be acting. So if I view somebody as a jerk, you know, or somebody as whatever, I'm probably going to, you know, interact with them as if they're a jerk. I'm not going to interact with them as if they're a nice, cordial person, because I already know that's not true. So it just becomes a tautology. Of course, you interact with people the way that they are. For what Roy's saying is that, okay, well, no. If you view somebody in such a way, you know, what you should do is not view them that way. Well, where's the benefit in that? I mean, again, if you walk up to somebody and, you know, if they, you know, punch you in the head, if somebody screws you over every single time that you know, you interact with them, well, then you should probably expect and interact with that person as if you're going to get screwed over. If you don't learn from that, then you're an idiot. But the other problem with this is that, well, okay, what happens if somebody's really nice? What happens if somebody's a really good person? Should I interact with them as if they're a really good person, or should I hold the same level of skepticism in this, that if I interact with that person, well, yeah, sure, they're a nice person all the other times, but I shouldn't, you know, I shouldn't treat them the way that I view them. I should treat them on this neutral ground. So even if they've been nice the entire time in the past, you know, I'm still going to approach this with a kind of a neutral flavor, and, you know, not going to automatically assume that that person's going to be nice this time around. Because if you're going to apply it one direction, you have to apply it the other direction as well. So it really doesn't make sense. Essentially, if somebody is a certain way, you know they're that way, you will interact with that person that way. And that is just basic human nature. That's just how we interact.
Except in cases of serious power exchange differentiations. So
Exactly.
if you're going at your boss or a soldier that has a gun to your head, or even a guy who's inspecting your bags at the border, you're not going to interact with them in the same way that you normally would with anybody else.
Thank you.
I know, polar bears are wise. You humans, you're very tasty, but very stupid.
Okay, give Roy a chance to respond to that.
Okay, so the way you see a person is the way you treat that person. Now, here's what I'm saying. The way a person is has nothing to do with how you treat them if you see them contrary to who they are being at the time with you or with other people. Do you agree with that, or do you disagree with that?
It makes no sense, because it doesn't take away from the other point. If you see a person in a certain way, that's how you're going to interact with them. If you
For example.
Okay, just ignore completely what I'm saying.
Right, because you're already on the wrong track. If you don't agree,
I'm not on the track.
Hold on, Roy. Let the man finish. Even if he's on the wrong, let him finish it.
It doesn't matter if he finishes. I'm still going to say I disagree.
I'm sorry,
that's
Roy.
Fine. That's fine. You can disagree, but let him finish the statement. It's just
okay.
it's just etiquette. It has nothing to do with the veracity of the statement.
Roy,
here's my question.
Why do you interrupt?
Why does he need to finish the statement?
Why are you interrupting me all the time? That's what I want to know. Why are you interrupting me? Do you view me as a person that needs to be interrupted all the time?
Okay. Did you not turn it over to me, yes or
Roy,
no?
I didn't, because I was in the middle of a sentence.
Okay. Then you go ahead, and when you're done, I'll start off with, I disagree with you, and you give me the floor. Is that okay?
Okay.
Okay, go ahead. Just tell me when you're done, and I will then speak, but you can't interrupt.
Okay. So if you view somebody in a certain way, if you see somebody in a certain way, you will interact with them that way. If you see somebody in a way that might not be their usual character, you know, or whatever, that doesn't really matter, you're going to see them still in that way, so you're going to interact with them in that way. Adding in that little caveat of a little, you know, word jumble salad in there doesn't change the fact that how you see a person is how you interact with that person.
Are you done?
No.
Okay.
Well, I just want to listen. I haven't said much, and I've been listening for 45 minutes now.
Okay, now I'm done.
Thanks, Sokka. I'll take the floor. I've been listening for 45 minutes now, and I still don't know what you're driving at, Roy. I still don't understand your point.
That's because nobody gives me an opportunity to actually share it. I only wanted to know if you agreed or disagreed with what I said.
Well, okay, I disagreed.
Okay, so everybody here disagrees except for Dreg. Dreg said he agrees somewhat. I don't know if that was your exact statement, Dreg.
But I gave you an example, a set of examples where such was not the case, and I've heard nothing.
No, you have not. You think
he
you
didn't.
have.
He didn't. He gave you examples of dealing with police officers or border guards or bosses or whatever.
No, guys, we need to stay on the same topic. Otherwise, we're never going to get anywhere. So
Roy, how about this? How about instead of trying to resort everything down to some type of witty one-liner that actually makes no sense, why don't you just start a discussion and we start talking about how we interact with people and not try to resort it down to some.
This has nothing to do with your interaction with people. Don't you get it?
It does. It absolutely does.
Your question about interacting with people has nothing to do with interacting
my statement
with
has
people.
nothing to do with interacting with people.
Yeah,
I wrote it down.
The little
read it.
wooisms, the little
Somebody
one-liner
read.
wooisms there.
Somebody read this. Somebody read this, please.
The way you see a person is the way you treat that person. No. If somebody has power over you, you don't necessarily treat them the way you see them.
Okay, that's incorrect.
How is that incorrect?
What the fuck? Okay.
Surely Nathaniel knows how he treats people.
It doesn't go along with Roy's narrative. It doesn't go along with Roy's narrative, so therefore it's incorrect.
This is not
If I'm interacting with somebody,
this has nothing to do with the other person. Obviously, you guys don't get that part.
What? You just said the way you see a person is the way you treat that person.
Yes, and it has nothing to do with the other person.
What?
It has to do with you.
Still doesn't change Nathaniel's answer.
Hang on.
Whether you're talking about his behavior or not, it still doesn't change his answer.
There was.
Okay, I think I see. Hold on. I think I see what Roy is getting at. Let me actually be on camera.
That's why I went to you first. Go ahead, please.
Okay, so what you're saying is, I can view someone as an asshole, but if I view them differently, then I will treat them differently, right?
Yes.
Okay. Does that change the fact that they're not an asshole?
It has nothing to do with them.
Yes, it does.
Okay, there was something I was going to add to what I was saying before the shit hit the fan. Like, say, if I interact with someone in the past and they're an asshole, okay. All right, now, when I meet them again, I'm not going to start off on them as being an asshole. I'm going to try to start fresh and just talk. Now, if they start going down that road of being an asshole, okay, then I'll treat them like one. But I'm not going to treat them like one every time I see them.
So what was the difference?
Huh?
What was the difference?
Oh,
in you treating them?
All right, I see where you went.
So basically, let me try to explain this to my wife.
I think he's trying to say the difference is me.
Yeah, it has nothing to do with that other person. So let's say, dear, okay, I'm talking to my wife off camera. Okay, so dear, if you have a cousin who is stealing from you constantly, instead of viewing that person as a thief and staying away from them, you should just view them like something a little bit more positive, like your cousin, and keep interacting with them, so you won't have any issues with them. Does that make sense to you? No? Okay.
Round of applause.
I'm just curious. So what if there's a rapist, and so this rapist needs a job. So instead of viewing him as a rapist, you view him as a potential job seeker, so he can get the job and the booty. So it works out for everybody, right? A booty, exactly. So that's all you need to do in order to solve the problem. It has nothing to do with the rapist or raping or him doing anything bad. You just need to view him differently. Make sense? Make sense?
Yes.
I got a better example actually.
Yes.
I used to have a girlfriend which has a terrible breath in the morning. I mean, hideous. You couldn't stay close to her. I still loved her, but in the morning I just treated her like she had some bad disease because I couldn't stand next to her. That has nothing to do with me, you know.
Yeah, but that's not what I'm talking about. Okay. All right, I think you're getting a lot closer to what I'm saying because Drag is really unpacking this deliciously for me.
Well, that's what he was doing.
Hold on, guys. Let me share this last little tidbit here, and it will all fall into place for those of you who are a little bit, unsure of what I'm saying. Okay. So please let me finish this whole thing. This is an actual event. So there was this teacher who decided to have her 6th grade class do an experiment. She said, guys, we've got 30 students. We're going to divide up into 3 groups. And we're just going to every third person is going to say 1, 2, 3, just write down the line, and whatever number you are, that's the group you're in. Now, I have in front of me, she said, 3 cages with 12 mice in them each. Group 1 is going to grab this cage with the mice, and these mice are below average in intelligence. These mice over here in the middle are of average intelligence, and these mice over here are above average in intelligence. If you'll look in the back, guys, we have a maze for each group. You will have the whole entire week to teach these 12 mice to go through this maze. At the end of the week, we will test these mice to see who is going to be able to go through this maze the quickest, the fastest, for all 12 mice to do that. And you, group 1, group 2, group 3, have these mice, have these to train. So, actual experiment, actually done. Guess who won in going through the maze? Group 1, 2, or 3? Anybody?
I don't know. You started speaking, so I tuned it out.
Okay. So it was group 3. The cage with the mice that the teacher said were above average in intelligence. This is an actual experiment. You can look it up on the internet. I'm sure it's all over the place in various formats and various ways of expressing this. Here's what happened. The 6th grade students were told that these mice were below average in intelligence, and above average intelligence. After the experiment, the teacher said, yes, group 3 came in first, group 2 came in second, and group 3 came in third. That was to be expected. Because why? Because the way the students saw the mice is the way they treated the mice, and therefore the mice responded in kind. Afterwards, she said there wasn't any below average, average, or above average in intelligence mice. They were all just randomly picked. We don't know their IQs or any of that stuff. It was just an experiment to show you guys as a class that the way you treat these mice, right, is because you view these mice a certain way. So it's the same thing. If you have a student that you think is below average in intelligence, then you're going to treat them that way. If you think you have a classmate that's above average in intelligence, then it's the same thing here. The way you see someone is the way you will treat that someone. It has nothing to do.
I got the gist of it. It's a test for implicit bias. Go ahead, Fabio.
No, it's a funny story. Unfortunately, it has nothing to do with what you were talking about before. And I mean nothing to do. When you say the way we see a person, it's not like I see someone, I know nothing about that, and I automatically decide he's a fucking moron. I interact with that people, and if that people is a bloody moron in my eyes, he's a bloody moron, so I don't waste my time with that. It's not like a mice that someone tells me he's a moron, and then I treat it like a moron. I'm not like that. If I interact, when you say the way you see people, I've got to see that people, and when I say I see that people I think is a moron, is because I've interacted with them more. Now, unless I'm a blatant racist, and I see a black people, I say, okay, that's a troglodyte, but that's another problem. You know, we're talking about interacting with people.
Yeah. On that note, I owe Roy an apology because I've said before that I think he's insane. I also think I'm insane because I could have been doing anything from clipping my toenails to listening to Bach, which I think I shall engage in now rather than listen to this drivel. So have a good night. Thanks, Drag. And I appreciate it, guys. Bye.
Take care, Nathaniel, darling.
May I tell a story?
Oh,
Yeah.
please.
Yeah,
I mean,
speak up, Guru.
I'm sure it'll be greater than better than the last story.
Okay. Can you guys hear me okay? I'm in my
Yeah.
stairs. I think it's echoing.
Yeah.
Okay. There was once this guy, and everyone I heard talked about him as if he was a huge jerk. And I thought, is he really a huge jerk? And when I had the chance to talk to this guy, I had to wait my turn. He was talking about how he was such a nice guy. So I decided to nicely ask him a question. And he replied like a total jerk. The end.
That's a true story.
Yeah, even though you know, or maybe you actually know someone is a jerk, but it's best to try to, I mean, to me, it's best to try to, the next time you meet, start on, just start fresh. Yeah. And you never know, they may mellow out and everything be fine. But then, like I said, if they start going down that road, oh well. But I did see kind of where Rory was going with that, because sometimes when we interact with people, how we interact, it does kind of depend on us and how we are perceiving them. So sometimes we have to kind of change. That's why I was saying start fresh. When you talk to them again, you reset and instead of, oh shoot, I'm repeating myself. Sorry. I hope that makes sense.
No, I understand.
I have a bad habit of repeating and babbling. Sorry.
It's not uncommon, though.
No, I understand what Roy is saying. I got what he's saying because I saw where he was going with it. That's why I added the caveat that then I said generally. Because, of course, I don't have very good experiences with some of the people I work with. Oftentimes I do. But even if I have a bad experience with them and I know they're a jerk, I'm going to treat them with respect just because I don't want to, help propagate another event that would be negative with them. I got that aspect. That doesn't mean that I'm going to forget completely that all my past interactions with them have been negative. That's going to help me make decisions about them in the future. I don't see how a person would go throughout life assuming that everyone was the best and kind vision of humanity because they actively want to delude themselves in believing that. That would just open you up to being manipulated and really fucked over in a lot of places, and it would just sabotage all your social interactions, because what it ends up being is that you set yourself up to believe that no matter what you do to people, you are justified, and that all you need to do is to manipulate them into believing that you are this person. That's why I brought up the rapist. So this rapist could go on along raping people left and right. All he has to do is convince people that he's a job seeker or a booty seeker, whatever one he wants to, depending on however he feels. So it's not an issue of you viewing that person. It's an issue of you not being gullible and to let that person delude you into treating them like they shouldn't be treated.
Yep. I concur.
I mean, but Roy, you live by a different set of rules, man. If you make money telling people this, then I'm not going to tell you to stop. I mean, I find it awesome if you actually make a living doing this.
The whole experiment that I talked about with the teacher. If you guys understood that, that's what I'm trying to say. If you didn't understand it, then I don't know what else to say, because and I thank you for what you just said. Let me just thank you for that. I think that's a compliment, and I'll take it as such. So I don't expect people to agree, but it's really, really hard to disagree with what I'm saying, because it's not what you're hearing, it's what I'm actually saying. So, for example, let me just put this last part on the table, and then we can move on to another topic. So, I've interacted with most of you here several times, and I never see anybody as a jerk, ever. So therefore, I never treat anyone like a jerk. You can go back to every single video I've ever been in, and you'll never ever see me treating anybody like a jerk, even though other people may view them as a jerk, or they may actually be a jerk. at that particular moment. Now, not to say that they are a jerk 24/7. I'm just saying, and I'm using the word jerk very generically. When someone doesn't like what I say, doesn't understand what I say, and they start to, well, attack me, the individual, rather than to attack what it is I'm actually saying and actually quote me, then that's another story. But I have yet to see that happen. And so that's why I'm saying this, is because I just want you to be aware. I'm almost done. I just want you to be aware when you see me as a blank, and that blank is anything other than a person who is just like you, who has value just like you, who has opinions and truth just like you, even though they may not be exactly the same opinion or the exact same truth. That's all I'm saying. So if you treat everybody as you see them, meaning I see this person as worthy of my respect, worthy of my time to even listen to them, then you will. And if you don't, then that's exactly how you see them, because I see how you treat them. That's all I was saying. So we'll leave it right there unless somebody wants to comment on that and kind of take us on to another topic.
Who wants to jump in on that?
I'll just interject. Not everyone deserves respect. Not everyone deserves to be commended. Not everyone deserves rewards. There are some people who just perform at a subpar level, and they won't get recommended. They won't get promoted. They won't get exalted. They won't get accolades. That's just how we work as a society. We can't sit here and choose to delude ourselves because others who perform subpar want to be exalted for whatever reason. If I am a shitty person and I treat those around me shitty, then I should expect people to view me in a negative light. It's not fair that I ask that they override their processes, their deduction, and actually induction too from my behavior. And for me to want to override that is asking way more than what any human should ask of another human. I don't think that's fair, and I don't think that's right. That is just, I'm not sure how you come to the conclusion that an experiment with the test implicit bias is somehow the equivalent to interpersonal relationships with humans who have had a history with one another. There is a big gap in the experiment example and what we are talking about here, because this is not just hearsay, oh, I heard Roy is an asshole, so I'm going to treat him like one. 99.9998% of the people here have interacted with Roy. Roy has tried to tell them some nonsense, and they have thrown it back. Roy has insulted them tacitly, and they've been pissed off about it. And so some of us said, you know what, I will still interact with Roy even after that and invite him to hangouts, invite him to talk, even though we disagree with him. So it's not just this, this strict dichotomy of, damned if you do, damned if you don't kind of thing. We still do invite you. We still do talk to you. So to some degree, there is some respect. And we do view you as a person with opinions and views and so on and so forth. We just don't value them. I don't value a lot of G-Man's opinions, but I just sent his ass $20. So there isn't this cookie cutter scenario that you're trying to create. That's all I had to say.
I think we've been speaking.
Go ahead.
Sorry, do you want to go first, Fabio?
Yeah, just a brief one, because I hope you two guys realize that we'll be talking about an hour just to make the point that if someone says, "Oh, if I see a bunch of atheists in a blind alley, I'm afraid they're gonna stab me," is a stupid thing. As much as a stupid thing, than saying, "Yeah, the French people smells bad." But they do actually. So we do realize that we spent the best part of 1 hour and a half just to make out the point that generalizing without knowing the person is a stupid thing. Do we?
Yeah,
because that's the only scenario where I can see what Roy says fits in. Because the moment you know a person, and when he says the moment you see a person, not a generalized bunch of people for whatever reasons. The moment you see a person, when I mean I see a person, means that I've interacted with the person.
Yeah, and the 2 points. One, the amount of hypocrisy here is just laughable. That you don't think you're a jerk. you condescend and talk over and interrupt and I've seen you kick people from rooms and all this other stuff. You're like, they're trying to take this some type of high ground, and this is just ridiculous, Roy. You're a sociopath. Okay, come on, get over yourself. And the second thing is, man, that if I'm going into a room and with Roy, from my experience, I know that Roy is going to interrupt. I know that Roy is going to talk over people. I know that Roy is going to put out these just asinine little bumper sticker arguments and then defend them to the death without bothering taking any correction on them. And you know why and I expect that. And even if I give you the benefit of the doubt, it's going to happen. I know it's going to happen. So that's how our interactions generally go. So whatever, man. Your point's just ridiculous.
Mm-hmm. Well said. I agree.
Okay, so if someone else wants to jump in, I'll let you jump in, and then I'll go ahead and make a final remark. Go ahead, Dee.
You just said you'll let us jump in?
Go ahead, Dee.
Yeah, that's a condescension right there.
He's missing it completely, isn't he?
When did this become a debate? And I'll make my final remark.
This is a general chit-chat for people to talk. It's not for you to control this conversation and how it goes and who says what and when they can or can't jump in, Roy. You don't.
Hey, tell me when you're done, and then I'll make my final remark.
Or we can just move the conversation on right now. Hey, Xbox, how you doing?
Yeah, hey, Xbox.
What did I walk into? Jeez.
Not much. Did you get my message earlier? I sent on Skype.
I haven't. I have been able to. The only hours I've been awake the past 3 days have been our hangouts.
Dude, that flag's got to go, man. I'm so offended.
I mean, yeah.
His penis is retracting.
There's too much Hello Kitty. I'm okay with the rest of it. I'm okay with the rest of it, but there's way too much Hello Kitty.
Only one person said something about it being the rebel flag as well.
Oh, you mean the Confederate
flag?
Flag?
But it's not.
Yeah,
it don't have stripes in the colors. I mean, it don't have stars, and the colors are all wrong.
You're right.
Just to let folks know, we just about have 40 viewers for whatever reason.
Well, what's that thing they call the British Union Jack? Isn't it the same layout as the Confederate flag?
The Union Jack's the Navy, the UK Navy. It's almost it just has a straight line up and down through the middle. I think so.
Oh, okay. I'm thinking about something else. Sorry.
Yeah.
Dee, can you give us an explanation of the history of the British flag, or the flag of the United Kingdom?
Sorry, can I?
Yeah, I mean, you're from the United Kingdom, right? Are you serious?
Not usually, no.
Wow.
One last note for me to Roy. Roy, you are welcome. Like in anybody else in my hangout, if I mentioned anybody, they're automatically welcome in. That's just a policy I have. Even though I think you are a little crazy, a lot of crazy, Roy, you are still welcome, and I'm still going to talk to you. Still, I mean, even though I really, really disagree with 90% of the shit that you say, I still going to have you around, buddy. Just saying.
I appreciate that. And I have no intentions of changing you or your mind ever. So thank you for that.
Well, I mean, if you well, here's the thing: you may not have the intention, but if you one day change something about yourself that you see is anything that Roy says, I look inside myself, introspection, meditation, change, and then I notice it, and it's a good thing. Then it just happens that way.
Oh, that's awesome. I love that. Yes, I'm in.
Okay,
so thank you for the invite, and thank you for allowing me to share what's on my heart.
Is this a point where I go bingo?
I thought I was the solipsist here.
No, hold on. Chaz is trying to say something, guys. He just came in.
Hello. No, I was just saying, if I was just translating what you said to mean, Roy, if you ever want to look inside yourself, you need to accept that any time.
You're breaking up a lot there.
Yeah.
Hold on, let me try reloading.
So this is an example of the social justice warrior DDoS.
Oh, what's going on?
No, it's a joke. I'm just messing with Chaz because everybody doesn't like him, and I say everybody, and I'm just stirring the shit,
Is
honestly.
that how you see us, Drag? As people who don't like Chaz?
Yeah.
Nobody likes Chaz. He's a bad person.
Anyway,
I'm being facetious for all those who actually think I'm fucking serious.
I was teasing, darling.
Actually, I was going to kind of segue into here's the games that I like to play. My wife was supposed to play this with me, and haven't touched it. Yeah, okay. You played it for like a day. Destiny. Okay. Dragon Age Inquisition. You might notice a theme. Skyrim. Welcome back, Chaz.
Can you hear me now?
Better, much better.
Yeah, sorry, I had a bit of a lag spike there.
Okay, what were you saying?
I was saying, if Roy ever wants to look inside himself and realise he's wrong at any time...
Nope, no, we lost you
Oh,
completely.
you're breaking up again.
Even worse.
Is he really going under a DDoS attack? Like, I was joking about that, but damn.
I didn't attack him at all. I refused the.
I think, okay, no, actually,
I
hold on.
refused the implication.
Is that okay? I think Chaz is sending me a text message. He's saying the ghost from the Bastion has taken over my internet, and it's going to be approximately 30 to 45 minutes unless he gives a sacrifice to Dodgy Dave and his mates.
So what's the hangout been about tonight?
Oh man, a bit of everything. Y'all fill him in. I need to turn on Adventure Time for my son, so I'll be right back.
Aww. Ooh, what hasn't it been about? Well, we've covered Israel in Jam. Oh no, wait, that's not right. We covered Israel in something. We sorted out the Muslims going up some mountain to pray or not pray. I forget. We've talked about polar bears. We've tried to understand Royalish, but unfortunately we don't.
I like that.
Yeah. And I've embarrassed myself by my complete and utter lack of knowledge of the English. Well, the English flag is in fact the St. George's flag. Don't know much about the Union Jack.
I don't know much about the American flag. Maybe what the colors mean, but and the stars. But so I don't feel bad.
I think the Union Jack's actually the naval one, isn't it? That's the one with the
Yeah.
red cross and the bit of white and whatever.
That's
Okay,
the
somebody who is English
That's the only thing I know about the
watching,
Union
can we
Jack.
get some clarification?
About the boxing? Is that what you said?
On what?
What?
The Union Jack and what it actually represents and what country and
okay.
organization.
Oh, it's okay.
Let's
So
rely on Wiki.
the English flag is like a red cross
Yeah,
with
the
a
St.
white
George
background.
flag.
Yeah, the St. George flag. The Scottish flag is the white crosses that are diagonal with a blue background, and the Irish flag is the white background with a red cross or red X on it as well. So when you combine them all together, you get the.
No, I think you got to combine the Welsh flag, not the Irish flag.
I think it's the Irish. I'm pretty sure it's the Irish flag.
No, it's the Welsh one, which is red with it's like the Scottish flag, I think.
Well,
the Welsh flag is the white one with the red dragon, isn't it?
Yeah, no, it's
No, they have two flags. They have
two flags. Oh,
yeah.
Wow.
It's the cross of St. Patrick, which is an Irish flag.
Oh. Wow, he went out again.
Yeah, there's because the English flag is St. George's Cross, the Scottish flag is St. Andrew's Cross, and the Irish flag is St. Patrick's Cross.
Yeah, but it's not the Irish. I'm positive about that. you might want to check out. It's the Welsh flag. It's the other flag, which is red with a white cross.
Yeah, Chad, we can't hear you.
Not the modern Irish flag. No, it's not. We're not talking about like the modern like green, white, and orange. We're talking about the St. Patrick's cross.
Okay, who do we know that's Irish that can clear this up?
Yeah, it's an X. It's an like if you looked at the flag, it would be an X, not a up and down.
Okay, no. So hold on a second. This Mark is texted me. I stand corrected. He said it's St. Patrick's Cross from Northern Ireland. That was the confusion. Sorry. Yeah.
I just
my bad.
googled that. Yeah, it is a red cross.
My bad. I mean,
I just want to, for the record, I just want to point out that I am smarter than Fabio on at least one thing.
Yeah. No. You're right. You're right. And to be fair, I just want to excuse myself. Both those nations that got an insane amount of sheep. That's why I confused, Wales with stuff. So, sorry about that.
That's true. They're very and they've got rolling green hills as well. So yeah.
Here's what the wiki shows us, the flags he was just describing with the Union Jacks. And then up above is the British variant of it.
Yeah, Mark Kanoya kicked my ass in private. And yeah, so he's right. I was wrong, and amazingly, Sokka was right, which is wow.
This is so awesome.
Yeah.
We're never going to hear the end of this now.
I mean, first off, I want to thank my wife for being supportive for all the time that I've been on the computer learning this stuff. I want to thank Xbox for good co-partner and all this. Oh man, there's so many people out there. Drake, obviously, for hosting this hangout here. Heavy Hauler, you're my angel. You're my motivation, my spirit, my light. Thank you very much. D. Shut the fuck up, D.
I was waiting for Sokka to go. Fabio, could you repeat that again so I can get that sound bite?
Yes, Sokka was amazingly right, and I must admit that I must also say that it is right. I mean, I must stop looking at seeing Sokka as a dumb moron because he has merits.
So, actually, hold on. I've got to interrupt you all because Sokka might be deserving, but I think Beyonce deserves it more. She deserves this award for being smarter than Fabio.
Yeah.
We should get it all up for Beyonce.
I'm gonna let you finish.
How kind of you.
Oh bloody hell!
One thing I think. Now I'm not too bright on a lot of things, but I think sometimes what's wrong with when Roy starts asking these questions, and several mentioned it, questions are malformed. He's leaving out some information there or adding stuff in that makes the question like, what?
Right.
But he has said on occasion that it's not up to him to explain what he means. We're supposed to figure it out.
Yeah.
And you saw, like Fabio said, here was an hour trying to figure out what he was talking about.
Oh, yeah.
Well, he was really clear the other day when he was talking to D when he found out he thought, like, at least my position on solipsism, and thought that I had a special language for it.
Oh, God.
Yeah, but I will have to talk.
Into him. Like, he must have a special language he uses when he talks about this stuff.
Yeah. I will admit, though, that right there near the end, I started seeing what he was talking about. If you just put those questions out there to where they're nice and clear, and they don't have, what's that word when you tag something onto it?
Caveat.
Conditions or something, caveats or something like that.
Well, I mean, that's kind of what I was saying at the end there. I was like, listen, you want to have a conversation? Let's have a conversation. Why do we have to do it this way? Why do we have to do it with this? Whatever this was.
Yeah, that's why near the end I said, wait a minute. When did we start having a debate here? Because it's like he's approaching it like a debate. Well, when you finish, I'll say my final words, and or something.
Yeah. See, let me explain, Sokka, that even if it's your own personal opinion, you're still wrong.
Yeah, now see, when Roy first started talking, we was all talking pretty good, right? Everything was fine. We weren't treating him like, like Roy. But then he started being Roy, and that's when it started going downhill. And that's what I was trying to say. Like, if I know someone is a jerk or whatever, I don't first start talking to them, when we meet again, that way. I start from, let's start fresh, start from zero, and go from there. And then if they start going down that road again, okay, then I want to treat you like dirt.
Right. What was the question I was asking tonight?
And did any of that make sense? Of course it made sense. I said it.
Just think about, do you treat people the way you see people?
Yeah.
The way, here you go. The way you see a person is the way that you treat that person.
What the fuck does that mean?
I don't know, but it has nothing to do with the other person, so there's that.
Right.
Yeah, I finally caught that at the end, where he was trying to go with that. And it made sense. But it took us an hour to get to that point where, oh, this is what he meant.
Yeah, when he finally gave an example.
Yeah, indeed.
Yeah.
Well, as well, you see, I mean, like Drag was pointing out, if somebody comes to threaten me with a knife and mug me, if I see them as a decent human being, they'll suddenly stop mugging me and treat me like a decent human being because I see them as a decent human being. No, isn't that what Roy was saying?
Well, you could go down that road, yeah, but...
Well, then a lot of people would probably be forgiving a Hitler a lot easier, right?
Oh.
But I was actually trying to call my mother because she's been in human resources for over 20-something years. So she's seen the gamut as far as, human interaction, interpersonal relations. So I wanted to pose that question to her and see if she felt okay. Well, she probably would. Was expressing herself live. And if you think I'm a character, I get most of my personality from my mother, who is way, way out there. Even for a theist, way out there.
And remember, she watches us.
Huh?
Oh, yeah,
she watches us.
Oh, yeah, she... yeah, she would probably flip out. And I can't even imagine my mother's response to that. But, I do thank
Drags,
Roy
Mom,
for
you
playing
ready?
along.
Yeah, I was going to say, hey, Drags, Mom.
Yeah, she's not answering.
Yeah, you didn't go wrong with this guy. He's all right.
She's probably been watching this live and thought, I am not getting involved. Don't bring me into this, son.
Well,
Yeah,
I know she watches
night,
my hangouts.
Last night after you left, you actually got some comments or some compliments for how you're acting and all that from Deidre and all them.
From what?
From Deidre and Neo and when you were in the hang last night. After you took off, you got compliments on how you're acting and all that. So.
Well, I'm civil with people who are civil with me, and that's I think a lot of that the main reason I agree with Roy and I disagree with Roy, because may just be my worldview. I'm going to treat someone how they've treated me. If we are in a personal arena like my home or outside or in an alley, I'm going to probably be the most authentic with yes, son. I don't understand shit you just said. Hold on. I gotta be a daddy. Be right back. Okay, I needed to hit a button. Okay, so anyway, so if my in-laws, if my in-laws are like typical in-laws, we will get along for the most part. I will probably go out of my way a few times, but for the majority of the time, I won't. Right. And my wife is sitting here laughing because even today, on 4th of July, I would rather sit here and talk to strangers than see them. I mean, it's like, that's just me. That's part of because I'm an introvert, because I really don't feel like going out, which probably go hand in hand, and I find it much more interesting conversation here. So it has little to do with really how they've treated me in the past, even though I've had the mixture of good and bad experience with them. But for some people, I would rather avoid just because of how many negative situations they put me in. Yeah. So I'm not going to go out of my way for somebody I know is going to bring about negativity. And it's funny because he mentioned people and how you have a circle of friends and that you need to be around people who edify you. Well, if I view you in the best of lights, even when you're a shitty person, how can I do that?
Right.
So that to me is a contradiction. It just seems like somebody who would put, and then Roy, this is just how I feel. it would seem like somebody who would put forth something like that is looking to manipulate those around him. That's what it just seems like to me.
Yeah.
Yeah.
One thing he said that I sort of agreed with, but I kind of had a second to is...
Get out, Heavy.
Hang on.
Teasing.
Well, I said sort of. But no, he was talking about if you're around people that are on your level of intellectual or whatever, you should get around people that are above you so you can learn from them or something. No, wait, no. No, he said if other people are beneath your intellectual capacity or whatever, you need to go start hanging around people that are your equals. And I'm like...
Then nobody would ever hang around.
I kind of have a problem with that. It almost sounds
nobody
like
would ever hang around dumb people, right? Like you wouldn't ever learn because now you're hanging around with your equal. Well, your equal's not going to hang around with you. They're going to go find their equal.
Yeah.
But what I was trying to say was, you can have friends that are not as smart as you. You can have friends that are your level. You can have friends that are way smarter.
Mm-hmm.
You know, and you try to get along with all of them. You know, hang out with all of them and have a good time. Your intelligence. I don't think the intelligence of the people you're with is a qualifier for being with someone.
Yep.
I agree.
Because there are some brilliant people. I know I'm not the brightest bulb in the bunch. My bulb got broke too, you know. So there are some really intelligent people here that come in and they just hang out and just have a good time, you know.
I mean,
his whole point, you know, was just, you know, to avoid generalization. You know, like the one that said before, you know, that they find an atheist, you know, blind alley is I'm afraid it's gonna stab me, you know, or you know that someone is a young earth creationist is a fucking moron, you know. But I mean, if that's his whole point, I mean, avoid generalization. Well, I'm sorry, you're still wrong because you know, as I can't remember who he was. I think it was Nathaniel. You know, he pointed out, and I thank him for it. You know, if my boss is a full-blown, you know, fundamentalist, you know, 6,000 years old believer, and thank God I haven't got a boss. I mean, I still have got to treat him like my boss. You know, even though I think he's a fucking moron. You know, and that's all. I mean, really, it's a 3 years old point of view of the world, which I think we overcome that, you know, by now.
Yeah. Well, if he'd been better at communicating, I mean, there are, you know, like when you take when you take a criminal who's perhaps not that bad and hasn't done something wrong, and you throw them in prison with a bunch of dodgy criminals, and treat these people like animals, then they're going to behave like animals. I think that's kind of what he was getting at. But he decided to go this very long-winded. I nearly said solipsist, you know, sophistry kind of way, and that it's just like, stop playing games, Roy. Just tell it. I mean, isn't he supposed to be a communicator for a living or something, or am I mistaken in that? Because he's terrible at communicating.
Yeah. It's just like putting people in boxes, right? Like. Fitting them in boxes.
From what I understand,
I don't
he
think
does
that overgeneralization.
I think he's a relationship guru or something.
Oh
I know. Okay, I know everyone's like that's fucking irony, but you know that's what I understand. I may have to go to his page and see his business page, but the last I had checked, he was some type of relationship guru. So maybe, and like I said, if this is part of his game and this is how he makes money, I can't say shit about that. You know?
Yeah, I don't doubt. If that's true, what you just said, seeing the way he acts, I don't doubt it. There's people definitely that will buy that kind of self-help and listen to what he has to say.
Yeah.
So actually, we're just guinea pigs in his trying to learn his stuff or something.
Could be.
Yeah.
Could be.
I don't know.
Yeah, I think what Sokka was getting to was the idea when he says not when Sokka, you know, when Roy was saying he never treats people like jerks, and I just think. But you're so rude, you're so patronising, you're so condescending.
Yeah, I don't think we're a guinea pig, you know, Heavy. Oh, sorry, Dean.
Well, I was just trying to give, you know, throwing that out there. You know, maybe he's a college student and he's experimenting on relationships so he can write his dissertation.
Yeah, he's expanding his base. I could definitely see that.
Well, you know, I see your point. Sorry.
I was just going to say, when somebody's telling other people they're wrong, when A, they haven't barely got 2 words out, B, that they're expressing a thought or expressing their opinion, not stating a fact. That's not treating someone like a jerk by telling them they're wrong for that. Yeah, sure, Roy. How does he not...
Treat everybody like jerks. You can treat no one like jerks, right?
Yeah.
In his eyes, anyway.
I just. What kind of blinkers is he wearing that he's. I don't feel like he's. I don't find him very respectful to people at all.
No, that's why. Yeah. That's why I don't think that the guinea pig thing is right. Because he really believes in what he says. It doesn't strike me as going in a room. I've done it sometimes. Some other people, playing the devil's advocate just for it. And having an opinion which is not my opinion. Sometimes it's the complete opposite of my opinion, but just for an exercise.
Right.
But I know that, and but in his case, I think he genuinely believes what he says, is some kind of brilliant shit that nobody has figured out, and he has got to, and that's why I think he's so patronizing sometimes, because he genuinely believes that we are kind of dumb, but we don't get his point. And the funny thing is that where you are in a room and you're making a question, and all the other 9 people either don't understand the question or tell you that the question is really bad, you should think about it,
How do you get that? Because I get that complaint, or I used to, from my wife a lot. Or I was oblivious to treating her like a 1-year-old a lot of times, explaining something, right? And it wasn't because I necessarily thought I was genius, like you're saying, and thought I was right, or I thought I was right, or I wouldn't have explained it.
In England,
but I never realized that's what I was doing a lot of times, because I wasn't meaning to demean at all.
In England, we call it teaching grandma to suck eggs.
Yeah. No, but you're right, Xbox. But you see, I mean, your point is that you eventually stopped and listened,
right?
And you made a critic, of your behavior, and say, okay, well, I still think I'm right, but let me see if there's something good about it. And you change your attitude, But the problem is that you've got to stop and think and listen to what the fuck the other people you're talking to is got to say, because it's pointless, If I don't want to listen to what you say and not giving up, an iota, not giving even a glimpse of credit, why am I talking to you,
Sure. Yeah.
Is Roy gone? Oh,
yes. Roy's been gone for a long time.
Yeah. Roy or no Roy?
Well, I don't think he was there at the very beginning, even when he was there, because it seems to be that everything we told him just went straight by.
What does Zona mean, Fabio?
What does what?
Zona.
Oh, Zona.
Zona.
It's zone area.
Yeah.
All right. Okay.
That was the name of me and my brother's old racing team. Basically, it's related red line. It's Zona Rossa. It's red line.
All right. Cool. Soccer. Do you know? Do you know? What you laughing?
I don't know. I'm drinking to you, man. Now.
Soccer knows all.
Do you know why the Welsh flag isn't on the Union Jack?
Because we hate them.
Why isn't the Welsh flag on the Union Jack? I guess my first guess would be because it's green.
I actually know, funnily enough, but please.
Now's your chance, Fabio, to get the equalising score.
I don't even know what the Welsh flag is. Isn't it the one that has like a dragon or something on it?
No, why isn't Wales represented on the Union Jack?
I have no idea, actually.
Well, funnily enough, may I, Mark? Because that might be my
go ahead.
Funnily enough, Wales is a principality of England, and that's why it's not in the Union Jack. Yeah.
It's not part. It is part of the Union, but only because it's part of England.
Yep.
The Union is between Scotland and England.
Yeah, it's not included in the Union Jack. Yeah, in the flag. Yeah.
It's the United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland, and Wales is part of England, so it's not represented on the flag.
I was going to say, Fabio, before you answered, that I was going to let you jump in.
Yeah. Now, if soccer knew, for example, what is the saint patron of Wales, that would be really astonishing. But yeah.
1 second.
Just because you can remember.
Fabio, get in there, Fabio. Get the winner.
No, it's St. David, of course. Everybody knows that.
It's St. Brendan.
It's St.
Brendan.
St. Brendan.
No.
Yeah, Saint Brendan. He's the patron saint of sailors.
Uh-huh.
Sailors. What's that got to do with Wales?
What has got to do with Wales?
Oh, fucking autocorrect. He's also the patron saint of marine animals.
Yeah, Wales without the H in it.
That was all
Said it was a
elaborate.
patron saint of the Welsh.
St. David is, yeah.
St. David.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Is their icon like a sheep or something?
No.
Well, he's the patron saint of sheep.
It's the dragon.
What is
the dragon? Then I like it.
It's the sheep whale.
Scotland's symbol is a thistle, and England is St. George or the lion.
How do we get on this topic?
It's not actually.
Fabio came from behind to win 2-1.
It was all an elaborate ruse, just to level the field. But yeah, thank you, Mark.
Well, I think it's.
What did you say the Union Jack? Oh, sorry. Go ahead, Evie.
No, I was just going to say. I think it started with Xbox's flag, and then went about flags and stuff. The history of the Union Jack, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera.
Yeah, Xbox's offensive flag.
Of course, these gays are starting stuff again.
It was kind of interesting because somebody was telling me with the history of the Confederate flag is that's not actually what the Confederate flag looked like at all.
CGP Grey put a video up about it.
There were three different ones, I think. I don't know exactly.
Well, technically, the Union Jack there's a difference. There's the Union Jack and the Union flag for Great Britain. The Jack is the one that you normally have
on the Navy
from ships. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're right there. There's the difference between the old Union and the new Union flag too. That extra stripe in there on the white.
It comes from the word Jack as a diminutive. A small flag flown from a small mast was called just a Jack, and then it became the Jack flag, and then Union.
I had wondered why that was called that.
What were you saying? This one was the Welsh on the Union Jack.
Sorry, was it all naval ships fly a Jack and an ensign? The Jack is generally put up on for the non-Navy type, it's the front of the boat, and the ensign always flies at the back of the boat.
Sorry, Xbox. Did you want to know why? What? Sorry, did he say?
Yeah, I missed when you said that. What is the Welsh with the Union Jack in the background?
Well, there isn't. The Union Jack is the one. The bit that says on the screen share you're showing that it says, "Do you have a flag?" The Union flag is the one on the left, which incorporates the cross or saltire of St. Patrick for Northern Ireland, because that's part of Great Britain. The cross of St. George and the Scottish saltire of St. Andrew. But Wales is technically a principality of England, so it's not. It is not. Doesn't
So is
figure.
this one just made up?
Yeah, that's a made-up one. That's what it would look like. Because when Scotland had their vote for independence, a lot of people were saying, well, if the Scots fuck off, then we'll take them out of the flag and put the Welsh in there.
All right.
But that's just some, yeah.
Which Welsh flag would they actually? They wouldn't use the white, green with the red dragon one. They'd use the cross of Saint whatever the hell it was there.
No, there isn't a cross of St. David.
There isn't. I could have sworn it's black and gold.
Well, the dragon. The Welsh flag is a green and red and with a dragon on it. Really.
By the way, Xbox, Shah Rome Beans loves your flag.
Oh, thank you, Shah.
The Welsh flag is white. It's two halves: white, the top half, green at the bottom half, with a red dragon in the middle.
Yep. Here's the one he was talking about. The gold and black one.
Yeah, that may be the cross of St. David, but that wouldn't be the Welsh flag.
Yeah, that's the first one that comes up into that Welsh flag is the half and half.
Detail Char Hay. I hadn't seen her in a while.
Oh, yeah. I think she's watching the Hangout, I think.
Oh, okay.
I'll tell her anyway.
I only learned the difference.
Welsh heritage. My father's half Welsh, or
I only learned those differences from Doctor Who, talking about the Union Jack and crap, and then the Doc Martin makes a boot called the Union Jack that has the Union Jack on it.
Yep. Yep. And my grandfather used to say, "We might shag them, but you eat them afterwards."
I remember the first time I heard about the Welsh. They had it was back in my Star Wars Galaxies days, and we had a guy from Essex, a guy from Canvey Island, and I think the guy from Canvey Island was Welsh, and they kept making fun of him for being Welsh. And us Americans, we didn't get the joke, so one day we went, okay, we're American, we don't get the fucking joke. And so they all just went silent. Then they just started bursting out laughing, like, what's the fucking funny? It's like, okay, so you know how you guys, like, have people in Alabama and West Virginia and they fuck each other? Like, okay, yeah, so they're incestuous? No. These fuckers fuck sheep. So their ancestors did.
Well, Canvey Island is Essex, which is where my other family come from, the other half.
So where's the Welsh are from Wales?
Yep.
I'm so horrible at geography.
Canvey Island is sort of outer London. It's Essex, but it's not far from London.
Okay.
Wales is in the west. It's the other side of the country.
Wow. Okay.
It's a beautiful area, by the way. It's really cool.
I'll screen share, show you that might help.
Yeah, I'm so horrible at fucking geography. It is ridiculous. I called Greece Italy one day. Like, I pointed to it on a map and was like, yeah, that's Florence.
There you go. Can you see my map?
Yep.
Right. Canvey Island is over here, as you can see. Hang on a second.
I have it highlighted on
there. It is. There's Canvey Island, where my mouse is. London's here, and Wales is this area here.
See, I keep forgetting, like, your whole country is like the size of Texas.
Yeah. There's Northern Ireland, which is part of Great Britain, and this is Southern Ireland, where Owen would come from.
Okay. So where's Scotland in respect to the UK?
Up here.
It's up north. Okay, is that going toward? I'm going to say some random countries, so forgive me. So is that near like Scandinavia?
Yep, that's Scandinavia over here. Look, Norway, Sweden.
Okay. Oh shit, I got one right. Awesome.
And you've got Iceland at the top. Scotland's at the top. England's the rest of it, and Ireland, Wales is to the west, Northern Ireland. But the whole thing is called the British Isles, which includes Southern Ireland, which is a republic, but they're not part of Great Britain.
Yeah, I remember someone was telling me about there was a series of conflicts over the last few years between some factions of Northern and Southern Ireland.
Oh yeah, I think the
IRR or something.
IRA.
Yeah.
That was the terrorists, the Irish Republican Army. They want Ireland to be reunited. It's basically the Catholics in the south and the Protestants in the north. And when it split, the Protestants wanted to remain loyal to the crown, to the monarch, and so they split. Well, Britain said, "Well, Northern Ireland will be part of ours, and we'll protect it." And the Irish Republican Army wanted the British out of Ireland altogether, so it could reunite, but that didn't happen.
So Northern Ireland essentially is part of England. It's just on the island.
It's here.
Whether it wants to be or not.
The tip of this island here, that is Ireland, and you've got Northern Ireland, and Ireland or Éire, which is called the Republic of Ireland.
See, we don't get this kind of education in the U.S. At least I didn't. Like,
nope. Yeah, you gave us more. Go ahead.
So that's why it's called the UK. It's the United Kingdom of Great Britain, which is England and Scotland. England includes Wales.
You gave us more in the last 15 minutes than we probably did all through high school.
It's the United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland.
See, growing up, you know that there's China because that's where all the stuff is made. You know, you know Japan because that's where PlayStation come from.
This bit over here is the country that owns. This is the country that owns the United States. Just here on the right.
We're not Japan because of Nintendo, right?
Yeah, I mean, I'm not even kidding. I'm not even trying to make a joke. Like seriously, like March is more about world history than I've ever learned in like 12 years of free education in the U.S.
Right.
And you see this world map here. This is what what England used to own, pretty much.
Yeah. Pretty much everything. Yeah.
The Xbox. Xbox.
Yep. That's when the world was a better.
You've looked up X6 and see what it's done to your computer.
Yeah. Right.
Don't ever look up Essex again. It's not. Hi, Shah.
Hello.
There's
Happy
Shar.
Independence Day, everyone that's American.
Yeah.
Thank you.
We're fixing to go watch some fireworks.
My job was playing some really shitty, like, patriotic music, and I was dying the entire time. The best thing that they played was it was some song by James Brown. I don't even know what it was. I just know it was James Brown.
Not Living in America, was it?
Yes, yeah, it was Living in America.
Oh,
yeah.
for fuck's sake!
I remembered it from like Rocky 3.
I think the most epic thing I ever did on Canada Day was hit a beaver with a car and kill it.
Right on.
Yeah. It's like our national.
Well, what can you say?
That's so awesome.
It was so awful. There was just a crest on the highway, and there's this beaver like meandering out, and I couldn't avoid him.
Every day you see a beaver in front of your car.
No, actually, that's the first time ever.
Oh.
Oh. Yeah.
Nice beaver.
Back when like the first Fast and Furious had come out, you remember the Civics that they used in that movie, the Hondas? Yeah. I had one up to that. That was body kit, slammed on the ground, right? I decapitated a beaver with it one time.
Oh.
Its head gets stuck in the grill and the body kind of got stuck under the car.
Was the body still moving?
Yeah. It was stuck up in the tire, melting. Like as I had to pull over to get it out with a stick.
Oh man, it was so bad because we're driving and everyone was really quiet after we hit it and it died and we're like, you guys, it's Canada.
When you hit something that big, right?
Well, but it's like Canada of all days. Oh.
I have a hard time like killing mice and stuff just because they're or tarantula because they're so big. It makes a difference to me for some reason.
I don't like killing it. I like killing mosquitoes, but beyond that, I'm pretty shy about killing anything. Although I do like fishing, but you gotta eat, right?
Indeed.
I like fishing. I can show you a fish my wife here caught.
No. I've caught like a couple things like salmon and stuff like in the ocean, but for the most part, the only fishing I've done successfully is spearfishing in the Caribbean.
Yeah, I've caught a couple of things in the past.
Well, I only spearfish the ones that don't move around too much.
The only thing her story is essentially the only thing I've done is the most epic version of fishing ever.
No, but they're
like I don't always fish, guys, but when I do, it's fucking impaling them with a giant ass fucking spear. Yeah.
No, but I only hunt lionfish and they don't move. Like they just sort of float in one spot, so they're really easy to hit. Like it's not difficult. The harder part is cleaning them because they're poisonous, so you have to be really careful. But
so what fish is that?
Lionfish?
The lionfish is the one that Captain Picard had in his tank.
So not only do you like do the most epic fishing, but now you get the fish that can kill you too. So you like.
But it can't kill you. It won't kill you. It'll turn your hand black and make it hurt for a couple weeks, but it's not really a big deal.
Well, that turning black is called necrosis, though.
That's your hand dying.
It's not that
but
bad.
Nobody. Yeah, no, actually it isn't. And you can actually like the guy that told. Like I took a little course, right? Because they taught us how to treat the fish and stuff and how to clean it and everything. And he said, if you're going to be down here doing it a lot, just get stung a few times. It sucks, but then you get immune to it. So it's no big deal after that.
Well, I've done that with the catfish, and the catfish just have 3 barbs. They have the one at the top and then one at the 2 sides, and they say they have a mild, poison, but it still sucks. Like every time I stick my hand on it, it's like fucker, and I end up beating him because I'm pissed off because I stuck myself on his barb.
I had one of those barbs go through my hand one time. Those fuckers hurt.
I did stick myself one time with a lionfish barb, but the fish had been dead for about 45 minutes because I was cleaning up, right?
I was joking.
Like I'd already eaten it. I'd already eaten it, and I was throwing all the barbs out in the garbage, and I stuck myself by accident, like through all the bags. And but the poison by then, like because it had been dead so long, the poison doesn't really come out of the barbs anymore. So it only hurt for like a half an hour, and I barely had a mark.
The way Shar was telling us all these little things that she's done, nothing big. When she tells you, well, I used to have a big cat as a pet. Yeah, big cat as in lion. Yeah.
No.
So this grizzly bear that used to follow me home after school, no big deal.
Yeah.
Mauling cats on the way.
Well, I do live an hour from the Canadian Rockies, so bears are, they're just
Ten a penny.
Yeah, there's a lot of bears. I've seen a lot of bears.
Well, I thought too, because like I said again, America and teaching about things outside of America, not that well. But I saw pictures, thanks to some of my Canadian friends that I now have, of bears just kind of roaming the streets like it's fucking nothing. Like a bear camped out of someone's house, waiting for them to come outside. And there's a guy that's delivering or trying to deliver the mail, but there's a bear outside the guy's house that he needs to go to. And the guy in the house is trying to wave to the mailman. Just it's not worth it, dude. Just go home. Just go fuck home. It's not just.
Honestly,
it's only a bill anyway.
Honestly, I would rather run into a bear, even a grizzly, than I would a elk or a moose in rutting season. Sure. Those things are.
Yeah, I've heard about.
Yeah, so we were just talking about that recently. How dangerous they are.
Yeah, they really are.
They're pissed.
Sorry, Groovy?
I said just roll around in their piss. They seem
Oh,
to
yeah.
Oh, yeah. No, they're really aggressive. Like bears, though, like every bear I've ever seen in the wild, like, granted, I've never been that close to them, but, yeah, if they see you, they just kind of turn, walk away, and you just let them go. It's all good. They don't really like people, so.
Can you blame them?
No.
You can't eat
But I've never even, I don't even, like, I like backpacking and camping in the backcountry, but you don't even put toothpaste in your tent. You have to be really careful.
Yeah. See, the problem with bears is that how they see you is how they'll treat you.
No. You know what, though? A bear has never treated me like an asshole. So. That's good.
I hope, yeah, that's good.
Oh my!
Well, we kind of have a lull in the conversation. I want to plug Deeper Than Dogma. I hear it's a good show and that some asshole runs it, but we're not going to hold that against him.
It was really good last night.
Yeah, the show is beautiful despite the people which is in there, which is amazing.
There's only one really, really horrible thing about that show, and it's pretty bad. And that's that it's on Friday nights. But other than that, because I have to watch it on Saturdays, because I never catch it on Friday night. But other than that, it is pretty good.
Well, thanks, guys. I think.
Friday night.
So, anybody that watched it last night, was anybody incredibly surprised by Keefe's?
I was.
Yes.
I
have to
was
say,
blown away.
I was too.
Wait, no spoilers. I haven't seen it yet.
Yeah, I was surprised. I was.
I only
watched it
wasn't
today,
because
though.
he talked to me about a week before, whenever we were supposed to originally have the hang. He told me his position, and
But it still was. Oh, I'm sorry.
Wait.
I was going to say it still was a good conversation though. It was pretty good.
You know what? I really liked your contributions in the end there, Heavy. I thought it was really well done.
Well, when I talk like that, I know I stutter, and sometimes I kind of go, because I'm trying to get my thoughts together. I actually type some stuff down in Notepad, just kind of to hit on,
I do have to say, as much as Keefe's did surprise me, because he did, he didn't. It came across as that he's uninformed and he's willing. I think he could change his opinion.
And that's something that I actually did a video today, one of my random musing videos, and that's something that I said, because he a lot of what he said is inflammatory. I'm not going to sugarcoat that. But I can also really relate to him on the obvious level but also on a few other levels, just how he grew up and being fed misinformation, that him expressing this and receiving this backlash and never really considering that what he is saying is derogatory. To him, it's reality. And just by him making the statement that he's open to learning and to seeing, what to correcting some of his misinformation, I think that's a step in the right direction. So I wouldn't necessarily throw him in the camp of someone like, a hill bigot or somebody like that.
Yeah, no. Actually, Keefi's reminded me of me. Like when I came out of Fundy Christianity, I had been taught that if you were gay, it was because you had a bad relationship with your father. Like I was actually taught that, and I when adults tell you things and you're a kid, you just believe it, right? Right. And so
Well, I think-
I wouldn't be surprised if he just doesn't have a lot of information at this point. Maybe he's got to work through it. I don't know.
No, he kind of
Yeah,
recognized
I mean,
that.
I think there is a huge difference between, being told that it's because you had a bad relationship with your father, and saying that you got a genetic defect and you should be basically eradicated. So that's a big leap. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
I mean,
and
you might be wrong in either case, but the consequences was wow, really?
Yeah,
Come on.
yeah. Well, and to be a little more technical, it's probably epigenetic rather than genetic, right? Like, epigenetics is such a new field, and we don't really understand it. So it's really something. I don't know that we know some correlations and stuff, but I don't know that we can really say we know what it is.
Yeah, what I was saying, he kind of recognized it last night, that I don't think he's thought it through very well. Like you said, he's taking it on authority, and that's how I used to take everything, right? So I understand that position.
I really like
and
him.
he kind of recognized that that's what he's been doing, and he's learning more
That's
beyond.
good that he recognized it.
You see, I don't think the problem is that he believes that being gay is a genetic defect or problem. I think the problem is that I want to cure them by brainwashing. That's a fucked up thing,
But I don't know that that's how he viewed. When you're taught that you can be cured of it, you don't realize what that cure is.
Well,
right?
he said he wanted to brainwash those.
Well,
did I got it wrong? Because I thought I heard that.
No, well, yeah. I mean, I'm just saying, to be fair, someone that hasn't been there doesn't understand it. Like to expect someone to really be able to wrap their head around what that would be, I can't even do that. And I'm sympathetic to gay people, but I really don't understand it. I have to be honest.
Yeah, but I mean, there is a big difference between not understanding something or understanding the wrong reasons for that, and wanting to brainwash those people. I think that's it, because he might be wrong in recognizing the causes. Okay, but I don't care if he said that you're gay because you got a genetic defect. I don't care.
Right.
Because I don't even care if he would have said you're gay because you got a wrong relationship with your father. I don't care. I mean, those are just something wrong that you can educate yourself.
Yeah,
the problem is after that, they say, you got whatever reason because you're gay, whatever reason, and I think we should brainwash them. Hold on a second, what the fuck?
But you're using the word brainwash, and I think
this is what he said.
I know. Well, yeah, but I mean, he's looking at more in the way of fix or correct.
Well, I think he's probably was saying like therapy, like whenever you have someone with a brain issue, when is it the right time to decide we should change that person through therapy or brainwashing or document? Like when should we impose what everybody else thinks is the right way to think?
And here's another and this is where when it comes to homosexual people, I don't care, because it really, to me, doesn't matter at all. Where I think things do matter is when you look at transsexuals. Becoming, if you're born a woman but you have a male body, becoming a woman with a female body, like changing your body, that's a lot of work, right? It's a difficult process.
When they go through that, though, the medical field at least looks at it, the psychiatric field looks at it as they at least at a minimum spend a year having to live as if they had the operation.
Yes. Yeah. Right, but what I'm saying is, if, and I've actually asked Nadia this, and she was on board, if you could take somebody that was born with a male body that was a female, right, in their brain, if you could adjust their brain to make them happy with the male body,
Right.
right? Like, is that any different than changing the body to match the brain? Like, I don't know. And Nadia basically told me, like, yeah, I'd be okay with that. Like, if
Yeah, we talked about that the other day.
yeah,
Said
so
the anguish that she has to go through now is not worth it. Like if there
Right.
was a quick fix or just any fix that
Yeah.
would work for her.
right.
Yeah, but
So I'm saying that I think a lot of fundamental Christians see it that way. Like, if you can just change the brain to match, the impulses, then or to make it work in the biblical way, let's do it. And I guess, like, if you can change it, if you could, we can't, but if we could change a transsexual's brain to match their body, I don't know that I'd think that was wrong, as long as they were happy with the result. Like,
No, exactly. But you hit the nail. I mean, you said as long as they were happy.
Yeah.
I mean, I might have. Yeah, but this is the main issue. Is he's not a transsexual or a gay, so he cannot talk about a whole set of people. I mean, if I had a really bad disease, I might say, you know what? I want to kill myself.
Yeah.
And that will be perfectly fair for me. But I cannot say, everybody which has a really bad disease, we should kill them.
Right.
You see, that's the problem.
Yeah. Exactly.
I think using Nadia as the litmus for this is probably the really bad idea.
Well, no, except that when it comes to somebody willing to do either or,
Yeah.
I think she's actually really good, because she's kind of I would expect her to be one of sort of the least accepting of alternate therapies.
Yeah, and I don't think she steps outside of it and says that everybody who has this issue should have this operation, or everybody who has this issue should have therapy.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I understand. Nadia can speak for herself, and I guess it's really important that we not try and extrapolate that to every person who suffers from the disorder.
I mean,
also, if you're looking for the link to this, it's someone feel free to post in the comments. I don't care. It's on the actual event, and I didn't post in the comments yet, so I don't think
it's there.
I did.
It's there. I saw it.
It's there. Okay, well, somebody then if you want a link, just look for it. Shit, I'm not getting up. I'm out of bourbon almost,
no,
and that's a problem.
It is indeed.
Hit up my Patreon. So go to my Patreon and give me money so I can buy more bourbon, or send it to G-Man to get his computer fixed.
Yeah. He probably just needs a new computer. It's probably a Mackie thing or something, right?
Yeah, from what I understand from someone else, is that one of his fans is fucked up, and his personality defects are kind of getting in the way of the person helping him. So he let stop it. So so it's hard, for people to help him. So I just, I told him I don't need the money for fucking Patreon, so I just sent it to him, and I just got done talking to him not so long ago. So he's going to go get the money tomorrow, and I guess he's putting in his piggy bank or something just to get the computer fixed.
Because I can fix computers remotely, but they have to be Windows. I don't do Macs. Yeah, it's Gman, so that's also tricky. Yeah.
That's ID 10T error.
Yeah, that's a bad error. That one's hard to fix.
Yeah.
Antivirus software doesn't clear that one out.
I don't know. It's as much as I don't like him, I don't think he should be without a computer, because I mean he provides me with entertainment. I'm not gonna lie. I'm really amused by the videos he makes about me, especially the last one.
I've watched a lot of G-Man. I have.
I know his buddies are watching too, because 4 of them have already thumbed down. Well, no, I have a series of people who are thumbs downing a lot of my videos now. Now that I'm becoming a bit more vocal, so I'm glad. I actually made a video to them, but it didn't have any sound. Thanks to Mark Anoya, I appreciate you letting me know, because I didn't stop it. So thank you for letting me know that the video didn't have any sound. I had my mic off. during
Yeah, I
that.
saw it. I thought, oh, that'll be good. I'll watch that. And then I thought, oh, can't hear anything. Then I thought the worst thing was I checked all my equipment and took my headphones out and checked the sound and thought it was my computer before realizing it was you.
Yeah, it was. Because I usually like when I first begin the video, I'll do this to check my microphone so I can hear the beep if it's on. But I said, fuck it, it's already on, and evidently it wasn't. And I did that whole spiel. It was basically me saying, well, I know they're watching now actually, because they've already thumbs down the video. So to those who are following me around, and every time I make a video, you're stalking me. You're stalking me, and you thumbs down my video because you don't like something I said, but you don't want to come in and chat about it.
Right.
This is to you. The bourbon that I showed earlier, my drinks, my Dragon's Blood, this is to you. I appreciate your concern because you're just making me giggle, and I'm just going to talk about you, in all honesty.
Isn't it the worst that a thumbs down can do is it takes you off the search as being the top on the search, right?
Well, and then all I could
Other
do is
than
just
that,
say,
what is
everybody
it?
who's watching now, thumbs up the video.
What was it they used to say on Hee Haw? Salute!
Yeah, this is their salute. I am commending them in their efforts. If it's true empiricism, you still don't know fucking science, and you suck. If it's Matt Slick or his cronies, you all need to go back to suck Matt Slick's dick. If this is Matt Slick, suck your own dick. If it's a Bible
I'll pledge a sin for every thumbs down you get.
Yeah, I mean, it's like I'm just gonna laugh.
Well, see, for every thumbs down, you're also getting a view.
Well, yeah, I think they can.
This video has already gotten over 500 views, I think, or 400, one of the two. So, I think it's done pretty well. We've been on for at least, 6 hours?
Well, that's why I was asking, is it the views that put you up in the search, or is it the thumbs up? Because I was thinking it's the views, so I'm not real sure, besides your own personal statistics, what thumbs down or thumbs up actually do.
Thumbs are good.
What do you want?
Up or down, I think.
It doesn't matter up or down. Thumbs are good.
What do you want, little boy?
Bourbon. Come on, it's bourbon.
You want bourbon?
Here.
Oh my goodness! Now you know they're going to be calling Child Protective Services on you.
Okay, for those of you
Just
who didn't
melted
see,
ice in there.
okay, he just smelled it. I didn't give my child bourbon. Every time he knows not to drink out of my drinks. So what I would do is spike my drinks with alcohol, and let him smell it. So anytime he gets a drink, he smells it first to make sure it's not alcohol, because he knows what the smell of alcohol smells like. So this is just something that I pass along to let him know not to drink out of other people's drinks.
Right. Yeah. That's a bad. I guess not a bad habit, but that's a habit I have. I smell anything before I eat it or drink it.
I do that too, and some people get offended at it. What? They go, "What? It don't smell good?" I said, "No, I love to smell food, because I mean it's like part of the pleasure of eating it, you know."
Right.
But I made a mistake one time of smelling something. When I was a little kid, I stayed with these people that adopted my older half brother, and they were real country folk. They sniffed snuff out of the little cans. So I said, "Oh, I wonder what this smells like." So I opened the little snuff thing up and go, stuff went everywhere. Of course, I got a whooping. So that snuff is rough stuff, man.
I've done that too, but it wasn't with snuff. It was with another powdery substance. I got a lot of shit for.
A lot of product loss.
Yeah. At least, like I said, at least it was my own money, right?
I remember the first time I had dip in high school.
Dip? Dip?
Dip. D-I-P, dip.
Yeah, snuff. Same. Yeah.
Oh, sorry. I'd never heard
I know.
of dip before.
I need to enunciate. It's fine. The first time I had D-I-P, dip, my cousin and I had been given some by one of the country boys in our class, and this was in Smithfield, North Carolina, and we just, what are you doing? Stop! So we were about to graduate, and we were about to go home, and so one of the guys was like, "Hey man, want some dip?" I was like, "Want some what?" He said, "Oh, okay, Copenhagen, okay, yeah, sure, manly man, yeah, we're 17." So we took some, and he showed us how to put it in, and pack it in real quick, and like that. So we have it in there. I'm like, man, this just tastes funny. It's drying out my mouth, and a guy runs across the door being chased by another guy and goes, "I'm gonna rip your fucking nipple off!" And so instantly I laugh, instantly, without even thinking, and I swallowed it. This was a Friday. I remember waking up Sunday morning naked on the bathroom floor. Evidently, I had been visiting the porcelain goddess quite often.
Yep.
In various forms. So it wasn't an experience that I'd forgotten. Luckily, I recreated this scene when I was in the Army. Luckily, yeah. I actually threw up all over my buddy's bathroom, and I fell asleep on the toilet, fell off the toilet while I had an episode of explosive diarrhea, and I
sounds
fell on
like
the floor.
real life, man.
Like his wife woke up in the middle of the night to ask me if I was okay, but I was asleep on the bathroom floor, so she's knocking on the door, and I'm like, yeah, I'm fine. So I just, I'm in the dark. I can't see anything, so I find my pants and I pull up my pants after doing my business for the last hour, passing out, and then get on their couch and go to sleep. And so you can imagine that, he gave me a call the next morning and was like, dude, did you see the bathroom? I was like, no, dude, I was in the dark. And he's like, you just shit and threw up everywhere. And I was like, oh man, I'm so sorry. I'm going to come clean that up. He's like, no, dude, don't even worry about it. My wife is cleaning it up right now. It's just I just had to call you and tell you, so I'm never letting you live this down.
Well, you're not welcome in our bathroom again.
I think my husband's got a cousin, right, that when he was 15, I think, his father let him drink. It was a family party, so it was like we were there. It was just family and sort of distant family and stuff. It was a fairly big party, but he let him drink, right, because he was at the party, surrounded by people that could sort of watch him, and he got totally drunk, but they lost him. They couldn't find him at one point. They finally broke into a bathroom and found him, and he was passed out sitting on the toilet, but he'd thrown up in his pants.
Oh my god!
Like sitting there on the toilet, and he was totally out of it. But actually, it was good for him because he didn't drink that much. As the rest of his teenage years, he was kind of conservative after that. So.
Right. I've had some terrible experiences.
Yeah, the only time I really drank in excess was that one time with my buddy's house, and when I was in Texas, in San Antonio, and I went to the Riverwalk. If you ever go to San Antonio, you have to go see the Riverwalk, and it's very beautiful there. And we went to it was an Irish pub, I think, and I ended up spending like $140 on shots, and I don't remember much other than crawling up the stairs trying to get home, and sleeping half naked on the cold floor. So that's why you will rarely see me drink out with people, because things happen.
Wait,
Ooh, sorry.
Who is that in the purple all the way to the left? I've never seen you speak in the last 6 hours.
Oh, sorry about that. I'm Chris.
Oh, okay. I just noticed. I saw your icon flash, and I was like, "Who the fuck are you?"
Oh, I thought it was hidden from broadcast because of the way his icon's showing up.
That's a drawing that I made. So, yeah.
All right, on.
I put a link on the side to a bit of insanity that someone came up with.
What the shit?
Wow. Yeah, just present to everyone for the picture of the Riverwalk, because that's basically what it looks like.
Yeah, beautiful. Especially in Texas, right?
From a sales call on Friday, when I heard the news about the gay marriage and NPR, and almost immediately I got this burning desire to sexually penetrate a live sheep. He says, "What the hell?"
As you do, right?
Okay, wait. That's from
that wasn't me. I was reading something out.
No, that's from the Daily. Okay, that's a satire website.
Yes.
Oh, is it? Oh, right. I didn't know that.
It's hilarious.
Oh, wow. Is it like The Onion?
Yes, it's exactly like The
Yeah.
Onion.
Okay.
People still think The Onion's real, like legit.
The Daily Current. I'm relieved to know that's satire.
Well, fortunately, we did not have Tommy Hall in the Dogma thing last night.
He should have been like I really like talking to Tommy Hall because he for about 15 to 20 minutes can be a decent human being, and then his latent tendencies will start to kind of emerge, and he has to, you know.
Well, here, when I changed my avatar to this picture, like it was the day of the ruling, right? And I put a comment, something about keeping, and remember, this is not religious marriage or change anything, this is the legal side of it. And he commented on it, and a few hours later, I ended up in a hangout with on Raw's channel with him. And I missed the whole first part of it, but I guess that's the whole first hour or two, all they talked about. So if anybody wants his point of view, it's probably there. Ever since then, he hasn't jumped in a hangout to discuss it with me.
Well, he made his position very clear in the comments of Dogma, the Dogma thing last night.
Right.
Yeah, me and a couple of others have been having a round and round with him. It was interesting.
Yeah, I've tried to get him in a hang so that he would talk about it. Like I've seen him.
Actually, I'll invite him. Let me see if he'll come on. I don't mind talking, you know, to people who are against gay marriage. That's not a problem. But I just find it odd that so many people who are against gay marriage have to keep talking about gay sex.
Right.
And I find it odd.
Well,
that's
the convo Beckle and I had for like 2 hours on Nadia's channel as well. And Tommy should know that I'm not going to attack him for his position. Like I don't know why he won't talk about it.
Let's slightly correct you there, Drag. They talk about a specific sexual act carried out by some male homosexuals.
True.
Not all
They never
male
talk about
homosexuals.
No. Here, finally made it clear
tribbing. No, you're right, D. You won't find Tommy Hall talking about like tribbing or something. It's always like male on male anal sex.
Right.
For whatever reason.
They finally cleared it up for you, because that's the issue I had, and why I was saying Beckle and I talked for like 2 hours. Mark was in the third part of it, I think, too. Is he was wanting to put the definition of a homosexual as someone who's not only attracted to the same sex, but someone who has the anal sex as well. And someone pointed out that that's the biblical view, is that they have to add the thought crime in with it as being as the same as the act. So they can't separate an attraction from the act.
Well, see, Tommy wants to add in pedophilia, and then he starts talking about Bruce Jenner and cats and dogs, and it was just typical Tommy.
It really makes me wonder where his head's at when he thinks about sex.
No, we all know Tommy's gay. Let me just throw that out there right now. Everyone on this panel, I can only assume, most of the people I talk to know that Tommy is struggling with some homosexual tendencies.
Honey, let me tell you, we don't want him. We don't want him.
Oh,
we have enough problems already.
I've had plenty of attractions like to the same sex. I've never had any kind of sexual attraction that I can recall. But
it's one thing to like discuss, you know, what people do in their bedrooms. It's one thing for somebody to be against homosexuals and be against bisexuals and LGBT anything, but he goes into really explicit detail.
Yeah, his
nobody
does sexual attraction, right?
Wow,
he doesn't.
Perhaps he's had personal experience.
I've actually seen other Christians tell him that he needs to calm down on that for the discussion.
Maybe I ought to take him off the side and say, Tommy, come here, baby. Let me tell you what we do here. Okay? I got pictures. You know.
You're just gonna give him an erection.
Oh, dang it.
Oh, dear.
Oh, man. I like Tommy, though. He can be okay at times. He does get off into these tangents. Not as bad as Roy, but he can kind of start on that path that he's gunning for some type of conclusion that he wants you to fit into.
Right. I agree with you, and that's why he knows that I won't attack him for his position. I might attack the position or something wrong with what he's saying, but he knows I'm not going to like berate him about it.
Yeah, and if you do manage to correct him on it, and he realizes it, but he won't admit it, he'll start bringing in other stuff, other side issues that really don't have anything to do with what you're talking about. But
okay. I think isn't that his response to it? Like when you just like you were saying, Heavy. If you will actually refute something he's saying and show him evidence, he'll go, oh, okay, and then he'll just start throwing in random other shit that has nothing to do with it.
Right.
Yeah, side issues and stuff, you know. It was like he kept trying to bring in Bruce Jenner into the same-sex marriage thing. I'm like, what does that have to do with it?
Yeah, he takes a bunch of cases.
And it was about well, do y'all think he's a man or a woman? And, you know, he's bringing in all these side issues, and so have nothing to do with what we're talking about.
He takes other conclusions, other issues like that, and tries to tie them together with some weird logic that only makes sense to him.
You know, it does have something to do with it in the sense that I think some people can't wrap their head around the idea that there are other people whose brains do things that don't match the biblical definition of the physical body, right? Like in that sense, like our physical body, our genitalia doesn't always match the way we think and feel, and in that sense, there's a similarity, right? Like it's I don't know what it is, epigenetics sometimes or whatever it is, hormones and whatnot, but they don't get it.
Well, he stated that before. He stated that it's always about categorizing people and putting labels, put them in boxes, and then that's what they are.
Holy shit!
He stated before how he wants to have absolute answers and clarity and conclusions, even if he doesn't know the mechanics of things, but to have the answers.
Is that
Hey, Eric.
is that no?
Eric, what's going on, man?
Is that no? Come on. Is that Xbox?
Yeah. What's up, man?
Holy! Oh,
Hi.
I'm flabbergasted here.
You better get your shades out.
I'm all fishimmeled here. I'm like, what the? It's like the Twilight Zone. Sorry.
It could be for a few reasons, right? Like I'm not on my channel.
Been here, man. We had a conversation about Israel with Nathaniel and
he knows his shit.
Well, no, I know how you get too. I think you would have found it funny about the conversation.
Peripheral profit.
Oh well, yeah, peripheral profit about was it Mount Sinai?
Oh, was that the guy from that one day? Was he the guy that I was going at? That was telling me he has no shit.
No. That was somebody else. No, peripheral profit's a theist who he has some very interesting ideas about Israel and the things that they do and how the Christian world's watching them to obtain some type of peace for like 7 years or something like that.
You know how in the Christian religion they use the Old Testament and pick parts out for prophecies of the end times. Yeah.
Well, that's lovely of them. I think that's very nice that they're doing that.
Yeah, and several things that Peripheral was saying, Nathaniel was going, no, trying to correct him on stuff.
He would have none of it, would he? Yeah, it's Nathaniel knows his stuff. I don't agree with him on some things, but he knows more than I do. I just it's it's a tired argument, and when your focus is on the end times, you can just go fuck yourself. I'm sorry. I want the world to be just it's just so backwards. But I invaded you guys, so I'm gonna shut up for a while and just listen to the conversation.
Well, no, I kind of agree. I think it gets to be like OCD almost, right? You become so obsessed that you focused on the end times that it becomes the way of life for you, and you see it in everything. I do think that becomes an issue. I don't necessarily have people believe in end times, but when they become that obsessed with it.
Well, a good example is of this whole thing. The religious thing is just crazy in the United States right now. In my opinion, and in other parts of the world it is too. But it's different in other parts of the world because it's a different balance of certain faiths. So it's unique based on geography and ethnicity and culture.
And the backtracking, right? Like the backtracking in front of. Like we've progressed so far, and especially the way we think and things, and then it's just a backtrack in thinking.
Yeah, we regressed in the weirdest ways. You're right. But Mike Huckabee did a video, and he was talking about how you ready for this? You guys are gonna laugh. He was talking about how the Supreme Court cannot make laws. The next thing they're gonna do is tell you that they're gonna try and change the law of gravity. He fucking said that.
What?
It's in a video. He says it in a video. It's great. He literally said that.
Oh, he was making a joke, I'm sure.
No, he was not. He was not. It's not a joke.
I would change the law of gravity if I could.
I would too, but still, it has nothing to do with the Supreme Court.
No.
I'd like to change the law of distance or something. It seems like the floor is getting further and further away, because when I try to reach over to get something, it takes me a while to get there.
No, that's a gravity thing.
And to get back up.
That's a gravity thing. It pulls your body down, and it makes your arms shorter.
Well, see, that should actually go against this case, right? Because even if the legal system changes the law of gravity, right, it's still going to work the same way. So
scientific law is not a legal law.
Yeah. No, but I'm saying when they go to try to change, they're trying to change because we're changing the marriage, right? So somehow, because we legally change what we're calling marriage, it's going to affect their church.
Right. He said it's about his legal. What did he say?
So they can change the law of gravity all they want. It's still going to affect you the same way.
You know what? They can just go fuck themselves. It's so fucked up.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, and I don't mean that to be. I don't mean that to be funny. I mean, how can a person of religion look at the rights of other people and say that they should be applied to their faith legally in this country?
Yeah, because when you really look at it, it's a civil matter. It's not a religious thing or a moral thing.
No, it's not
but
at
they're
all.
making such a big thing out of the morality issue.
You guys have to remember, like, if you're really brought up in a really indoctrinated fundamental faith, like I was, there is nothing outside that. That is your entire universe, and you simply cannot put yourself in another person's shoes. Society doesn't matter. Like,
I get that.
Government is wrong. Like, it's just really hard for you to think outside that box.
You know, it's probably true, 100% true, and at the same time, it just doesn't seem to click for me. Maybe because I just can't. Yeah, I wish I could be like more understanding of that, but
no. And having been there myself, looking back, like I can kind of see why I was there and stuff, but at the same time, it doesn't make sense to me either. Like I shake my head and I'm like, how was I ever that way? Because it doesn't make sense. I know.
Right. It's like being brought up a certain way, and being told that there's certain traditions. But then as an adult, not realizing that the traditions have to do with you and your circle, and that I was.
No, that's what I was that's what I was going to ask you. Is where, like, it almost seems like a human nature thing, but I do think it's a tradition thing. Like if I'm driving and everybody's driving slow, I'm pissed that not everybody's either moving or going the speed I want them to, right? So, like, when do we cross that line of, well, I want to go this speed, now everybody else should go this speed too?
Well, I think it would be another way of applying it is this. With religion, they're in the United States. There's people that live in the United States, and the laws are the same for everybody, regardless of their religion. And it's in the Constitution. Right. In the Establishment Clause, we don't endorse one religion over another. Right. So the only way to achieve religious freedom is for all people to be able to worship or not worship under the same laws. So it's like if you go to Russia on vacation, do you tell the Russian people that they are supposed to do this, that they should be applying living based on your religious beliefs? I mean, it makes no sense.
Right.
If their religion supersedes the laws of the land, then there's literally no reason for a country, because
Well, some of them do that, right? Some of them will bitch about that Russia doesn't follow
But
those
you're-
laws.
Well,
or that they
anything,
do.
you know what I mean.
talking, but you're talking rationally. Like, see, when you say based on your religious beliefs, that's not how these people see it. Like these people
I
being
get
like
that,
the really
I get that.
what they see it as the truth, the
Sure.
universal truth, and so it's not a matter of opinion. It's simply
I
they're
get
right, and
that.
everyone else is wrong.
I can't reconcile it. It's
I know.
not that that's me just being a dick, I think. But
No, that goes back to what Tommy's stance. What I was saying earlier. Tommy takes a stance that he wants this absolute truth to have life make sense. If not, he feels it's so out of control that it's too scary for him, right? So even if it's not true, he imposes something there, even if he
that
doesn't
is so
realize he's
fucked
doing
up.
it. That it's an absolute truth that gives him order to everything. It gives him a standard to measure. It's kind of like going to prison, right? Like you go to prison, you
Yeah.
have your meals and your bedtime set for you. You have all this stuff set for you.
But
you
you
don't have
know
to think
what?
about it.
It's Xbox. I know exactly what you're saying, and what I'm telling myself is, if I need order in my life, why would I impose that on other people?
I agree.
That's the thing. It's this.
I don't see
It's
that
this
either.
lack. It's this lack of recognition that we live in a world that's diverse, and that there's a beauty in that. That's what makes.
But if you feel like you've got the answer, you want everyone else to have the answer too. Like you don't
know-
understand that other people don't think the same way as you do.
But there is it. But to think
Well,
that
it still
you
goes
have
to
the
control.
answer. You know what? That would be 6 billion Roys running around the planet. Because he's convinced he has the answer, and look at what he creates. And
Well, that's part of
imagine.
it, though. That's part of the standard,
Because
though.
no
that
two,
everybody
no
else.
because no two people have the same perception of the truth, anyways. Even if
Well,
they,
see,
you
if I put that like I can kind of put myself in that mindset, right? Like if I want everything to be in control, I put a standard that everything should measure up to, and I'm seeing people not recognizing the standard, and when they don't recognize the standard, they hardly ever meet any of the standard, right? Like it's part of putting structure to everything, and the reason these people have bad things happen to them is because they don't recognize and follow the standard. If they did, all their problems would go away, kind of thing. Like,
Yeah, there's a certain mindset when you are a believer and you accept the Bible as God's truth. Your mind goes places where it probably wouldn't go. You accept things that you would not normally accept, and so you accept God's authority and what He says in that book, or what they say He says. And so someone looking at you from the outside can say, "Well, you're rationalizing a lot," which is really what you're doing. To fit this view of the world that you have, and it's not a correct view, but when you are believing it, this is your source of morality. This is your source of what you're supposed to do if you're alive, and how you're supposed to reach out to other people in love to bring them into the fold. It's a whole different mindset, and I'm garbled that badly.
Well, no, you didn't. But let's look at something else. If what I'm hearing is correct, and please tell me if I'm wrong. Essentially, what I'm hearing you guys saying is that because they have the truth and the supposed truth, and they want other people to have it, what they're essentially doing is trying to get everybody to agree on it and adopt their way of being. And by doing that,
sorry.
And by doing that, what they're doing is they're creating, they're trying to enforce their, I guess,
put it into
version.
a picture of like driving on the road, right? Like we set a speed limit. We say
Xbox,
that
let me
is the
just
speed
finish.
limit.
Let me finish.
Oh, yeah,
I'm
sorry.
going
Go
somewhere.
ahead.
Yeah, because I'm gonna forget what I'm saying.
Yeah, sorry.
Oh, but what they do is they create conflict with other people, and then they make themselves victims of the blowback that they get.
Sure. Yeah, that's part of it too. Yeah.
I mean, the United States has invaded, because I think nationalism is state religion, in a sense, because if you don't adopt it, you're like a traitor, and you're you're demonized. You know, you're bad. You're gonna, you know, whatever. And we end up attacking countries of people that are different cultures and often different religions, and then we complain that they respond desperately after we've changed their government, removed their law enforcement, left a vacuum, and they are living in, I know, heavy holler, I know, it's like fucked up. We create this chaos and desperation, and then we whine about them acting desperately. And that's, and I mean, I've been seeing threads today of a lot of Christians talking about ISIS and Obama being a Muslim, and you got, there's a correlation here between belief systems and doctrines and dogmas, be it state religion or a historic, you know, biblical faith, what have you. There's similarities in here, and to just excuse oneself and be a victim without taking any responsibility while you're trying to influence the other people is just blows my mind.
That's a biggest complaint about. That is one of my biggest complaints about religion as well, like, or about the I guess the Christian ones that we see in the U.S., but about religion in general. And
Well,
I mean,
so-
you see it in other fields too.
It happens with Islam too.
Organized things like that in other fields, like scientism or empiricism. Like, you see these same kind of followings, but you don't see what you see in religion, of the victimizing and then using that as a justification for it as well, right?
Yeah, the victimization. Yeah, the self-righteous victimizing is
right.
Well, and
You
also,
know-
it even has it in the Bible. Blessed are you when others persecute you for my name's sake.
Right.
See, it all
Like
kind of fits
science
together
doesn't
there.
hold doctrines like that, right? Like, science doesn't say, well, everybody's going to say you're wrong, so just that means you're even more right. Other fields
well,
don't say that. That seems something
science
too
is
religious.
science survives on being critical of itself.
Yeah,
It
that's what I'm
requires
saying.
that.
That you see that uniquely to religion, that they use that as a strengthening tool as well.
I don't think it is unique to religion, though. I think it's any system that requires a large following that doesn't effectively self-regulate.
Sure. That makes sense.
So, you know, like with governments and you know, I mean, I'm not a small government person. I'm not a, you know, I'm a liberal person, and I think that there needs to be certain social programs. But I do think that this, you know, when look at the people that say that they're patriotic. You know, it's religious people generally from the South. You know, there's something about that. This self.
Yeah, I was
congratulatory.
I'm agreeing with you. I was just thinking through about what I said about it being unique. I was trying to think of other instances of it, but I agree with you. The South is where you see the more patriotic claiming people, or the people that claim everybody's heroes and things like that.
Yeah, and it's almost like it's like, and it's self. They're telling other people that they're patriotic. I don't ever.
Right.
You know, there's a guy. He's Yehuda 101. And I said this earlier. I was debating him, and he was talking about how he was in Vietnam, and that he was talking about how we're a Christian country, but he's Jewish, and he spells Yehuda wrong. And I said to him, you know, are you familiar with the Establishment Clause? And he wasn't. And he wasn't familiar with the Treaty of Tripoli. And I like said to him, you know, you fought in a war. Do you even know what the war stood for? What you know? And he was saying how he was a great patriot. I was like, where is there a patriotism in fighting a war and being like obsequious and totally subordinate to what you're being told to do without thinking it, without considering it, and not even knowing the foundation that you're willing to participate in a war.
Yeah, they might be a patriot on one level, but they're not a patriot to what they think they're espousing patriotism to. They don't know what they're actually espousing patriotism to.
Well, what do you think it is the patriotism is supposed to indicate? I think it's.
Oh, no,
it's not.
Whatever
I'm
they
agreeing
think the way
with
life
you.
is, like whatever they think the way of life, whatever they think the
right.
status quo is what they think they're being patriotic to. When that's not the case usually. Like.
Yeah, patriotic to them, I don't think is a standard of constitutionality or a standard of representing oneself as a compassionate person living in the United States. It's almost like well, I got mine, I got my gun.
Right.
You know, the Patriots all carried guns, and they were for small government, so therefore I must be like the Founding Fathers. But we don't live in 1775 anymore.
Right.
And what was a patriot then was was a reflection of the time and the demands that existed then.
Yeah. Yeah, I would more say I'd be sympathetic if it was towards like humanism, right? Like if that was the patriotism that they're espousing, but it's not. It's usually to a piece of land or they're necessarily their way of life or what they think their way of life is, or.
And kind of this anti-education, intellectual people can't be patriots because they think too much or something, or I don't know what it is.
Yeah, I agree. It's murky.
It's very murky. It's really, it would be a great hangout to get some people that self-identify as patriots and find out what it is that they stand for.
I think it would too. I had a talk with my daughter not too long ago because she's 14
you
now.
You have a daughter?
She's talking about, yeah, I have 4 kids. I have
Holy
3 daughters
shit.
and then but yeah, like I was having the
kids.
She was talking about wanting to go into the military when she got older because she'd be a hero, right? So we decided to sit down and talk about that. And it was hard to get through to her that just being in the military doesn't make you a hero. Even going off to war doesn't make you a hero, kind of thing. Like, and I want to learn more about that because it helped me articulate it better as well.
Dragnaut, how would you define a patriot? I mean, you've been around the military a lot.
Or Sokka.
He can't hear me. He
Sokka,
can't hear me.
if Sokka's around
Oh,
too.
Sokka, good. Sokka.
Okay, hello. Can y'all hear me?
Oh,
Yeah.
good. I hate these questions. Go, Drake.
Oh, so if she wants, does your daughter know how heroes are marked in the U.S. Army?
No.
Buildings after them.
Yeah, this is from just ideal, commercials and things and.
Well, I'll give her I'll give the information to you so you can articulate to her. We mark heroes by naming buildings and ranges after them after they die. That's how heroes are marked, and that's how they're remembered. And usually heroes end up dying. They sacrifice themselves so others can live. That's who people remember. Chesty Puller. People remember, really outstanding NCOs and people who have sacrificed literally their lives or their well-being for others. So being a hero in that sense will definitely cost you your life. Now there are different ways to be a hero.
Can you be one for a bad cause?
Huh?
Can you be one for a bad cause? Like, would you mark like Timothy McVeigh? If we named a building after him, could he be a hero in some people's eyes for the same reason?
He already is a hero in some people's eyes.
Yeah, I mean, you're gonna be a hero in somebody's eyes, depending on whatever you do. But
he's a martyr for the cause. Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I guess that's the good word. What's the difference between a martyr and then someone that is how you're saying?
Perspective. Honestly, I mean, it's really perspective. I'm pretty sure people who are, an extremist Islam, they view the suicide bombers as heroes too. But to me, they're still idiots. But for your daughter to be a hero in the same context it's going to be hard because one, she's a female, and she's going to have to face a number of barriers with that, because she's not going to be there with the infantry busting down doors, put bullets through faces. That's just a fact of it. If she came up with a revolutionary type of medical aid or technique or something that saves lives, she'll be hailed a hero, most definitely. And they'll probably end up naming the technique or the device or whatever it is after her in order to remember her. But she has to set realistic goals for herself and really understand how the military works.
That's what I need to disabuse the idealized hero, right? Like the idealized version of a hero.
At the same time, Xbox, I think that she should be encouraged to want to be a good person, because she does identify a hero as doing something good, and that's something that she should be encouraged to do.
Absolutely.
Maybe good for her that she.
That's the fine line that I walk, is from discouraging her and with one without the other.
Well, is she satisfied with, does she want national recognition as a hero, or does she want a small group of people that she knows and that she's worked with to have full confidence in her?
I think it's more she wants to identify herself as a hero.
I was going to say, I bet she just wants to be proud of herself.
Yeah.
If she wants to be proud of herself, then I would say challenge herself. If she knows that she can compete on a male's standards as far as PT and whatnot, then she will be hailed among every other female around her. Point blank. If she excels physically just in that arena, she will have much more respect than any of her peers who are female will garner in their entire military career.
Sure.
Hey, Drake, I was just curious. Hi, my name's Truth Begets Heresy. Hey guys, nice channel.
Can you take the microphone a little bit away from your mouth? It's a little too close, I think.
I'm so sorry, sir. Is it better?
No, it's better.
Way better. Yeah.
Okay. Kia ora, guys. I'm from New Zealand. I was just wondering if we could make a distinction between heroism that results in one's own fatality and martyrdom, as in the ISIS-ISLA sense.
Yeah, it's a perspective. It's what Dragnot was saying.
Let me see if I can find a really good quote for you about that.
I think a martyr literally exchanges his or her life for a cause. Where a hero.
It's a conscious thing. You are willing to you are going to give your life for this cause.
But both presuppose they're prepared to make that commitment. The hero,
right.
I mean, I think it was Eisenhower who said that the measure of a man's bravery is not hiding from the things he can do. It's attempting and approaching the things that make us afraid. That's the true test of bravery. The men who took the island on Iwo Jima, who took the hill and then took it again and raised the flag, they're some of the bravest souls in human history, I think we could all agree. But it wasn't because they knew they could. They were pretty sure they couldn't, yet they did it anyway.
Is bravery always associated with hero? Like, can you be a hero without being brave? Or?
I think it's a requirement.
Yeah.
The quote is one man's terrorist is another man's freedom fighter. And that, to me, kind of exemplifies what I'm talking about here as far as perspective. When I joined a particular unit that trained soldiers in order to go overseas and fight the good fight and whatnot. Part of that was learning how our enemy operates, so I could emulate the enemy. Now, to understand that, I have to get inside their heads. I have to understand their psychology. And part of that was understanding that the U.S. is seen as an enemy. We are also insurgents. We are also terrorists to them, to the civilian population of Afghanistan, of Iraq, of the Middle East. So that takes so many lessons and challenges so many beliefs that a lot of people have, especially the U.S., because of the propaganda that we have, and that added a necessary balance that I still value to this day. So for me to say that I'm a hero, well, that's going to come at the price of someone else viewing me as a shitbag or as an evil man or what have you. So it just depends whose perspective do you want to appeal to.
Sorry.
No, go ahead, please. I was just going to reiterate.
Sorry. I think sometimes, Jake, I mean, I respect all you return veterans. I have the utmost respect for your profession. But I think sometimes that we actually entered Iraq in 2001 under false pretenses sullies the entire process, the democratizing process, and the peacekeeping process that the UN and the US has actually gone about these last 9 years. It's actually undermined their own authority. And I think that's a travesty because it was for good intentions, good intent and good purposes. And I do think the United States has unfinished business there.
It's very convenient to say that, though, isn't it? It's very. I don't know if it was for good intentions. I really don't. I don't think that George Bush was like, oh, we're going to go do something.
Saddam Hussein had to go.
Let me finish. Let me just. What was that? Well, I don't think. You know what? When you're willing to make claims that aren't true that result in wars, I don't see how that can have a good intention. It's you just, if you do something to that extent, and then after that, when we did Mission Accomplished, to me that was just ugly. It was not. You know. You can win. You can fight in a war and fight for something good and still be humble when you win. And that to me was a reflection of that. This was a component of the whole plan to go in. That there was a piece of that had to do with George Bush's ego, and that he wanted. Yeah, and I think he was also manipulated into being as firm as he was. I think he was kind of a patsy in this.
He was.
Because I don't think he's a bad guy.
No. He was finishing his daddy's unfinished work in the region. But I got to ask you guys this. I actually pretty thoroughly documented, had a look at the Ba'athist Party. Would you say, despite the false pretenses, acquisition of resources, that the Ba'athist Party had to go? Is the Middle East a safer place with or without Hussein and Saddam? Thank you.
Well, I don't think it's for us to what would make every place would be safer, I think, under a lot of circumstances. I'm not saying you're wrong.
We are citizens of this world. We have a United Nations peacekeeping force. We have a compact to sustain a level of civility in the nations of our own and the nations around us. Now, since 1911, when the state of Iraq was formed, despite the Bedouin tribal nations requiesced at the hands of the US, the United Kingdom, there has been this unrest because we have created a false state in a land where there's three separate, distinct peoples: the Marshals, the Sunni, and the Shia.
And what you're saying now is exactly what we're really on the same page. If we're going to be the ambassadors of what's right, we need to hold ourselves accountable for what we create that goes bad. And then if we're fixing something that is in part dysfunctional because of the model that we participated in originally, and if we don't take responsibility for that, but we demonize the people that were also part of the creation of artificial countries, for lack of a better word. Is it better? It almost is that one of those regressions. Well, yeah, we're better without them now, but maybe if we didn't have our heads so far up our asses in World War I, then maybe we would not have this situation that we're now invading, and all kinds of lives are being lost, and all kinds of resources are being wasted, and all kinds of hatred and animosity is fermenting from this.
Well, when do I have the right to enforce my utopia or my ideals of it onto you?
I just want to say one thing. We need to be perfectly clear about this. Middle Eastern, Islamist informed values are inferior to Western values. Now let me repeat that again. Western
inferior and superior, though.
The value of the freedom of the individual, the freedom of the female form and the expression, the ability to have control over one's birth control rights. these are superior moral values to the others. So let's not assume this. We're just
Well,
assuming.
that's only the case if their God doesn't exist, right?
Beg your pardon? Well, see, that's the problem. Their morality is informed by Allah. And Allah's morality is informed to them by the Hadith and the Quran. And the Quran is written by Bronze Age desert dwellers who didn't know the earth evolved around the sun.